If you feel that you can run with the best, well, we've got the challenge for you. Something that will take you out of the familiar, out of your comfort zone. But you will get a chance to show that you are worthy. For each dog and handler team, a series of 3 tests: hunt saddle, field trial, and a hunt test. Each one a challenge by itself. But to excel in all 3, you'll have to bring all of the endurance you can summon, all the desire that's inside of you. You'll need the enthusiasm of youth, the wisdom of age. If you can put it all together, you'll be the winner.
The Super Retriever Series Crown Championship is presented by Eukanuba. Sporting dogs give us everything we ask and then some. Their nutrition should do the same. By Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission, we are focused on you. Louisiana Tourism, feed your soul. And by Lucky Duck Kennels.
Let the bass go. Super Retriever Series Crown Championship presented by Eukanuba gets underway this morning. Hello everyone, I'm your host David Hamilton alongside my 2 analysts Pat Burns and our 2003 and 2008 Super Retriever Series Crown Champion Chris Aiken. We are here in Shreveport, Bossier City, Louisiana, where nearly 100 competitors are going to compete in the open and amateur divisions, and at the end of the week we will be crowning 2 new crown champions. But of course, a lot of competition between now and then, and it gets started here today at the Cecile Plantation. This is the Natchitoches Power Sports Series 1. It'll be a field trial, and right there on the screen you can see Field Marshal Matt Emerson talking to all the handlers. We're about to have the test dog here any moment now, and so obviously the handlers will watch that very carefully, listening right now to the test description, and then we'll get started. Last night the events kicked off with the Big Hats and Bow Ties Owners Social Gala, and after that everyone drew armbands to determine our running order here today in Series 1, and then we will have 4 more series throughout the week, and by the end of the week we'll be crowning some crown champions. So again, getting started here in just a few moments. As you see right there, all of our handlers listening very closely to the instructions, and we'll have a test dog here in just a couple minutes at the Super Retriever Series 2024 Crown Championship. Right there, getting a good look at Tellus Calhoun. He's one of this year's 3 judges for the Crown Championship. Tommy Baldaraci and Jimmy Rogers are our other 2 judges this year that'll be judging all 5 of the competition.
All policies are about to. What do you say? All right.
5-point penalty off the
Okay. Every cent from the mat. Any part of the dog.
15 seconds. Yeah.
When you get up here pointing the guns out. All right. I got about 15 seconds. I'm gonna give you a warning. I'm gonna say, all right, here they come. And we're gonna go. Okay. All right.
A lot of dogs gonna get hot.
All right. When the dog leaves the line, the go bird is going to sit down.
For those of you who are just joining us and missed our intro a few moments ago, we are here at the Cecile Plantation in Shreveport, Bossier City, Louisiana,
One's going to retire.
home of Series 1 here, a field trial.
Correct.
The Natchitoches Power Sports Series 1, where all the
All right,
competitors
Mallard
will
over
compete.
here, flashers on
Later in the week, we'll cut the field down, but today,
All right.
everyone that's qualified will certainly
Bring
be
her on along.
competing here, trying to take home the
All right, let's watch
distinguished
the
title
test dog,
of
and then if we have any
crown
questions,
champion.
we'll answer. All right, guys, here comes the test dog. Everybody get ready.
All right, handlers meeting is concluded. Everyone understands the rules, and we see them all walking up closer to get a good look at this test dog here.
Small people go back.
It's a good look of the variety of competitors we have here right there in one shot. I see a couple of people who it's their first ever crown, all the way up to, you see Lyle Steinman there, who's won the crown 7 times, and everything in between. So a lot of competitors who have been here multiple times, and others who this is their first crown. Obviously, though, the nerves never go away with an event this big.
Coming out, but
Bird 2. Bird 2! Bird 3.
Abby.
All week long, our analyst Pat Burns will be here. We're also joined by former Super Retriever Series crown champion, 2003-2008, Chris Aiken. Both of them up at the line with the test dog. So a few moments after test dog completes, before our first competitor comes to the line, they'll be joining me over here on the set to tell us about the test, to describe it, and to really let us know what these judges are looking for here in Series 1. Series 1.
Sit. 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 Here. Here.
Hey, just hang out. Hey, y'all go pick those up. We're gonna start over. We got another dog coming up. If we don't, yeah, y'all can walk. Y'all can look at them. Pick them up. Bird 2, you ready on that working? Bird 2, pick your bird up.
Yeah. Sure.
no.
We'll get another dog. I'm gonna have them walk out and stand there where y'all can look at them. Hey guys, let's do me a favor. Walk out and stand. Walk out and stand on the ribbon.
No, text forward goes left to right.
Correct. This tripod over here is a robot camera or whatever. It'll stay there and it's gonna be there forever.
Good look there.
Like that right there.
Former Open champion Luke Coor and amateur champion Ron Anderson sharing notes. Talking strategy.
That's what Robin said. I ran 3 of them at the National National. Yeah. How many fast?
Every time I get a good one.
Stay fun.
Shining bright.
Really good. So Jackie Merton's just
Pro competitor Justin Hergert talking to amateur team of the year handler.
That's when there was some big time goals. I like it. The doctor said, where are you going to find that? I tell you that is big time. One breaker's mighty low. That Adobe has. I had one a couple years ago.
Good look there at last year's pro champion, Carter Turner. To be determined if there's a boat he can jump on this year. If you watched last year's finals, you know what I'm referencing there. And also coming into the screen there on the left-hand side, Mike Gibson, last year's amateur winner. So again, all these handlers using different methods. You saw some of them squat down to get a good look, some standing, others using binoculars, some taking pictures with their cell phones, just really trying to get an idea of the layout here for this first test.
I was sitting in the back. More of it.
I can only call out there.
Well, that thing doesn't make a piece there.
Barely.
Thanksgiving. And I went to the house. I laid in bed. Nerves go from the and I told Kim, I'll go every time I'm at the kids. And then it got, the swelling got quite good. I was starting to go through. I tried to stand up one time.
All right, hey, everybody scoot back. We got a dog.
As we're still settling in here today, getting ready for competition, just wanted to the great awards program we had last night. We did not live stream that, but hopefully you've seen those who were honored last night. But if not, let's run through those winners from last year or from last evening. Leah Spivey and Kane were the Eukanuba Amateur Team of the Year. Stephen Durrance and Cooper were the Open Team of the Year. Stephen Durrance also taking away the Nike Award for Best Sportsmanship. And here, with this being the 25th anniversary of the Super Retriever Series, Shannon Nardi announced that we have started a Hall of Fame, and the first dog inducted into the Hall of Fame for the Super Retriever Series is Super Sue. And it was a pleasure of all of us to have Mr. Jerry Day in attendance. He's here today. Jerry got up on stage and shared some stories about his time standing alongside Super Sue. So it was a great evening at the awards banquet last night, and a great way to kick off the festivities here.
Sully.
5 points. 5%.
You didn't.
Just a little trip.
He just tumbled.
I don't think it went all the way down. He tripped.
So bird one, when you see that dog,
24.
Didn't shake him up.
right. 3, y'all sit down. Bird one, y'all go inside.
Put her back on the mat.
Hey, bird one, y'all watch bird 3. They sit down, and walk off in the tire. So bird 3, as soon as they pick that bird up, y'all sit down.
Deal. On the mat.
Again, for those of you just tuning in, this is Series 1 of the 2024 where we have nearly 100 You're watching the test dog here. For those of you not familiar with my voice, my name is David Hamilton. I'll be the host today, alongside two very distinguished gentlemen, Mr. Pat Burns and Mr. Chris Aiken. Right now I'm a few feet away in our broadcast area, so I have the same view all of you at home have. Chris and Pat have stepped up to the line there with the handlers just to get a full understanding of the test and to get a good view of it. So, back over here before our first competitor, we'll certainly ask them to describe the test for you. Watching at home, they probably have a better idea than I do of the distance on some of these birds. We are in Shreveport, Bossier City, Louisiana. It's currently 72 degrees, about 87 today. Slight wind, 11 miles per hour. 81% humidity, so going to be tasking on these dogs out here in this field running, but certainly all these handlers got their dogs prepared for this competition. Everybody's excited to get started.
Don't say are we there yet.
Speaking of Pat, there he is, on the right-hand side of the screen there.
We can get 50 right
Here! You're falling off the leather. Yeah.
This one right? This the one right?
Can you see it on the bird?
No, I cannot see the bird on the bird.
No, you can't see the bird. Even with these binoculars.
It's over the dog's right shoulder. That's the dog went in the direction. Yeah. Does it land on the back of that?
Hey, Joe's can't count that. Matt.
Did he throw one?
You take my word for it right now. How would I? What if I got to gain out of the damn deal? You know?
Stop him right there. Left elbow backwards. Stop.
Yeah, well, I just tell you, that's all he tried to do.
Once you, hey, here's what she said. Like a little brother. I said, he's so excited. If you'll call me, talk to him.
Will you do that when I'm up there? Stop it. Stop it. Now.
Yeah, but I'll do whatever he thinks. But he won't call him.
Will you do that when I'm up there?
Can we have a buddy? I will be, but he's one here.
Any questions?
A lot.
I got well, that's.
Give me just a second.
You may have to do, you may have to do it in front of camera. You may have to do it in front of Brown Lawyer.
He won't sit down. We had to sit down with lawyers and cancel it.
Did he?
Anything else?
What was told.
Oh, shit. Nothing
I
I
had to
told
sit down with him
But that wasn't what he was talking
this week or next week.
If I'd have told him
And
that,
you
he'd already
advised
done it. If I'd have told him that, he'd already done it. But hey, what I...
They got to walk out to where your person's going.
Ray wants your number.
Hey guys, real quick, listen to me. When you get done running, you're going to receive right over here by this blue tub, and you're going to go out through the trees, okay? Watch the cables. All right?
Steve Blackbird there, get out that way.
Receive right over here.
Receive over there, just watch the tape.
Yes, already did.
Watch it over there, Matt.
Yeah, there's tub on
Today's your birthday, though, right? Yesterday was Stephanie's birthday.
Hey, yeah. That's right. That's right. Good luck today, guys.
You mean tomorrow? Doing all right? Boy, you're looking.
Apparently, he didn't want to do homework.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, guys, let's go. Line them up.
Good luck, y'all.
Single digits. Single digits.
Dang, Marcus.
Can't run that far.
I don't think you can stand that way. Okay.
Good luck. Good luck.
And then the short mark is what? They're like, what? No, the middle one is 220, so they're about, how far apart, like 90?
Don't go past the,
Yeah.
Stay behind the road and then ride the blue.
All right, I guess we better go. Good luck, everybody.
All right, so welcome back here. As I said, David Hamilton joined alongside Pat Burns and Chris Aiken. Chris making his way back over here, but Pat has already made it back over to the broadcast stage, and Pat, you were standing there watching the test dog. So tell us about this test and everything you think about it, what you think the judges are going to be looking for here in this field trial.
Well, I'll tell you, it's a classic field trial type test. You got a 370-yard long retired gun off the backside of a 220. I think it's 150 yards past the middle bird. You've got a long retired bird thrown from right to left. You've got a shorter retired bird that's like 104 yards on the right. And the middle bird is the last bird down, the go bird. They've designated that you'd have to pick up the middle bird first, at which time both the left and the right guns retire. And I'll tell you one of the biggest challenges, maybe the biggest challenge, is going to be able to is being able to tell if your dog is looking at the middle gun station or the long. There's only about a 2-degree difference. It's virtually impossible to see the dog's head and tell if they're looking at the gunners in the middle or the bird that's 150 yards deep of it.
So as a handler, what do you do in that situation?
I'll tell you what I do. I'm going to spend the vast majority of my attention getting them to try to see the long gun station. One thing you can do as a handler is you can, when you think you've got them looking at the long gun before you signal, pull them over to the middle gun. If their head never moves, you're going to realize they've been looking at the middle gun the entire time. So you're looking for just, and you're going to stare at the dog's head, you're looking for just the tiniest shift of their head to differentiate between the middle and the long gun. That's going to be, to me, that's the most important thing I'm going to try to do as a handler, is just make sure I can identify the difference between the middle and the long gun. The rest, the dog's got to do, but that, as a handler, you've got to do. So, big test.
Yeah, Chris, interested to hear your thoughts as well. I know you were also up there at the line for the test dog, and Pat was telling us that, you know, from the line, very hard to tell if your dog's looking at that go bird or to the bird to its left, because it is just a couple degrees difference. But your thoughts in watching this test dog and thoughts of this field trial?
I don't think that looking out there and seeing them is going to be nearly as hard as not diving back into the shorter gun on the way out there. I think they're all going to see them. They're going to see those two. I don't know about they're going to see this bird or not, but they're going to see. But for a dog to go get short bird, get the next short bird, and then have to drive out there, it takes a lot of mental stability, if that's even a thing. There's another word I'm trying to use, but a lot of confidence in themselves to drive past that short gun. They've already picked up 2 birds. They're huffing and puffing going out through there. They're passing that short gun. They've already knew where one was. They made successful retrieve. To drive past that thing, going to no man's land and hunt and find that bird, it takes a hell of a dog to do that. They're acting like 2/3 of them are going to pick it up clean. I'm going to bet against that 100%.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I'll tell you, I've
been around a lot of field trials. I mean, that's your expertise, but that shit's hard right there.
If I'd be coaching my handlers at an amateur national or any event, that left bird is 80% blind, 20% marked. In other words,
point and shoot.
Yeah, and you cannot, if they come back and give you what you think is the best look, don't believe it. Sweat them. You gotta put them in a more blind frame of mind, and you're going to do that by being a little firmer on line. And when you put your hand down to send, what you're going to do, you're going to say their name really loud. You're going to, in my world, I'm going to try to make the dog a little worried, because if I make them worried and I send them loud, I'm telling them to take a line and keep going.
That's right. Here we go.
So, here's a.
Taking a look at Frank Patelli and Sam, our first competitors to the line here at the 2024 Super Retriever Series Crown Championship. They hail from Edgewater, Maryland, as you can see all the Looked up, I was like,
No, it's a
wait,
Chesapeake Bay Retriever and a good one.
I've
Frank's been at a few day schools, and I'll tell you what, this is a darn nice dog.
So tell us about Sam then, if you're familiar with Sam.
Well, I'll tell you what, I started with Chesapeake Bay Retrievers.
Yep.
So I am familiar with them. Frank has had two really nice dogs. That's right, he's got I think this dog finished the National Derby Championship last year. He's got a female that's really nice as well. Lots of energy. Frank is primarily a field trialer. So he would be doing this type of test quite a bit. Well, there's a great look. Now, do you think Frank's thinking about going for the Longbird next? Look where he's looking. That would be, one of the biggest decisions is the order of pickup.
Right.
I don't know. We'll see. The way Frank was looking, I can't tell if he was looking at his dog or thinking about going for that Longbird second.
No way I'm going for that Longbird second. No way.
No, he's going for the right bird. He's going to run off the right. I'll tell you, one of the other most important things, you better, as a handler, better mark where that long bird is. And they were all up there to watch Test Dog, and I was really studying, what's he doing here now?
He is going for the Longbird.
Yep.
Why is he running off the Well, here's a strategy if you're thinking about that. They're a little less likely to go back into the middle bird if you go right back.
He's on swap sides though.
No, he went audible. He thought about going for the Longbird and he changed his mind.
I think you got to get this bird out of their mind. Everything's pulling them to the right. Everything's pulling them to the right. You got to get this out of the way.
No. Okay, that's the holding blind of that gun station because there's a camera holding blind too that I thought.
Yeah, no, that's.
Now I like this bird. I mean, it's thrown across what appears to be kind of a line of cover, and you could screw this bird up pretty easy and have a pretty good hunt. And the longer hunt you have here, the more you're going to take away from the memory of that first bird shot. Now there's a good look at this. The dog's hunting between. He just handled right there on the right-hand bird. And well, I'll tell you what, you hate to handle on that bird and have that long one to go because I was giving him a little grief about casting across that road. And that road's a barrier. You wouldn't think it would be that big a barrier, but both the Test Dog and this dog kind of hit a wall, right? And that line of kind of heavier cover that they're throwing across is certainly going to be an obstacle. Like throwing across a channel of water.
I don't see the dog.
Yeah, he's right by the bird now.
Okay,
Just got it.
yeah.
Frank's got to bear down here. I mean, the last thing you want to do is handle on two of the first 3 marks.
I don't think he's going to be the last one who's going to do that.
No. Oh, he's going to run off the right. He must think this dog is going to push. Some handlers are two-sided, so they're going to use one side to kind of influence him in that direction. And the only reason you'd run off the right here is if you thought this dog would be apt to push way left and flare that middle gun.
Do you like
see what he just did?
Yeah. Do you like double-sided?
It's a love-hate relationship.
I'm not smart enough to run them on the right side.
He did not send with a hand, but he did send really pretty firmly. So if you look in the background, I'll show you here in a minute when we get the view. So I can show you and you can mark. Okay, look in the far tree line. There's 2 gaps in the tree line. One on the left that's a little lower. The right-hand one, and the dog is in line with it now. Slightly right of the right-hand gap is where the bird is. There's it looks like a V tree. The dog's passing it right now, but the dog's still a good 100+ yards short, and he's hunted off the backside of that. He broke down there. So when you decide to handle here is going to be, I mean, the dog is If it's 150 yards from that middle gun to that bird, that dog's 100 plus yards short of the bird. So as a handler, you've got to do two things. You've got to mark where that bird is, and you've got to pay close attention to the wind, so because you got to get them on the downwind side of this long bird to find it.
To me, I dislike this test just for the first series. I mean, it's just going to take forever.
Well, you got the bird there.
I mean, we should have timed this thing, but I bet it was yeah.
I just did.
That's a lot faster.
5 minutes and 34 seconds up to this point. First
a lot faster.
Test dog was 8 minutes and 46 seconds. So you start thinking, like, how many dogs an hour can you get in? And my prediction is 7 dogs an hour.
As the conditions change right now, it's a little overcast, but as the sun comes out, it's going to be more of a challenge for these handlers to see their dogs on that long bird.
You know, I love neutral light like this.
No, absolutely.
The same light that you like for photography, I like for dog training. Bright sun obscures things.
Yeah.
I mean, even you think it looks more visible, but guns get, I mean, the lighting's going to change. I'd prefer to have this light right now. And the judges have put a big, you notice, not only is that a flasher, there's a white ribbon on that to help the dog see that bird. So
slight advantage maybe to be running this morning as opposed to this afternoon?
It's hard to tell what the lighting's going to do, but
the wind's going to pick up this afternoon.
Let me put it this way. It's hard to think running early is ever an advantage.
I agree. I hate running
because
early.
there's, you know, I'm speculating on all the things that I think might happen.
Yeah.
But 9 times or half the time, yeah, it doesn't happen the way you expect it. And the dogs are going to tell you. Okay, so that dog, and I timed from when he hit the mat, and I'm going to time when this next dog comes to the mat. So 7 minutes right there. So you may get 8 dogs an hour. Because that dog had hunts and handles.
Well, gentlemen, 1 down, 90 plus to go.
So you've got about 8.5 hours of daylight.
And you're looking at 8 minutes a dog.
Yeah. But he hasn't hit the mat yet. The next dog hasn't. Yeah, but you are. Nothing tougher than being first dog on something like this.
Hey, Matt, if you actually move it right here, it'll be all right.
Of course, here in the first series, all of the running order is random. They draw the armbands you see on their arms there. And then, of course, later on, as we continue on in the competition, run worst to first, essentially. So, in future series, dog with the highest number of points will run first. Dog with the lowest number of points and who is leading will run last. Join us. Test dog earlier. Last night we honored Mr. Jerry and Super Sue, his dog who is the first ever dog inducted into the Super Retriever Series Hall of Fame. Competition here. Pat, can you just
They're going to want to speed up this time between dogs because they're losing. Now they're at 9 minutes and 15 seconds. Now, I'm sure as they get rolling, they'll be a little more efficient in how they get these dogs to line. And you don't want to lose a minute a dog when you have 100 dogs. Mr. Jerry Day, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing good.
Congratulations on the honor of you being the first dog in the Hall of Fame for the Super Retriever Series.
It was a great honor. Great honor.
So we go way back, don't we, buddy?
Yes, sir. What about, 28 years?
Absolutely. I remember Super Sue when she showed up on the scene. And, well, you mentioned the gentleman, Mr. Andy Attar, who you worked with Sue when you came into the field trial world. And I remember when Andy called me and said, Pat, you're not going to believe this dog. This dog comes out of a hunt test. He said, I think she's really good.
Right there.
And he said, she's 5 years old before she ever even started running field trials?
Right, 5.
That's incredibly difficult to do. We got our next dog online here right now, so we'll continue that discussion here in a second.
Yep, this is Cash with handler Jason Flaster. Of course, Jason made it to our finals last year, so no stranger to the Super Retriever Series or the challenge that is this competition.
That's one of my puppies here, so I got to be rooting for this one.
Big yellow male.
Yeah, I have a dog named Finn that's a grand champion AKC Hall of Fame dog that this dog's out of.
Yeah, I remember Finn.
Yeah, that's my personal dog. He's 12 and a half years old now. Jason's done a great job with this dog. He's well, look at him. His heart's banging right now.
All right. Well, you love to hit that go bird hard like that.
1 down, 2 to go.
Now, when are they going to retire? Okay.
He said when they came back and met the trees right here that they were going to retire. Yep. He stopped to get the mechanics of getting that long gun hidden. Okay, they're doing it now. I see them moving. You know, when they got parallel with that group of trees, I think everybody retired.
That's when they do that. Okay, on the return.
Yep.
Copy that. How old is this dog? You know?
That's a great question. I don't know. I'm going to say he's 7, 8 years old.
I mean, he looks like he's wise. He's got the gray, a little bit of gray in his face.
It's hard to win this game right here without gray hair.
Yeah.
Need a few gray hairs on her chin to do well.
Really accomplished 2- and 3-year-olds, but it's hard to do it here. If you look at the is the most common age.
National, or look at the grand.
Bird right now. He's got 2 down. And Jerry, we're going to get back. Exciting, isn't it? Because the return from this bird doesn't take very long. I'll tell you, as a handler, I'm really. In my mind, I've already sent the dog 3 times at this point. I mean, I've kind of, all right, where am I going to stand on the mat? How am I going to deliver? The most important thing here to me is you got to set this dog's attitude to do something disciplined. Now, if you get too disciplined, they're going to push way left and avoid the whole area. But that hadn't happened yet, has it?
Oh, it will.
So see him step up, and he pushed him a little left. He might have got a, but I like the way this handler's managing this. Let's see. When you're looking for that head to toggle just a little bit off that middle. And he sends, we heard him all the way up here. Big, firm, loud swing. Well, let's see if it worked for him. When that tail starts wagging, they're starting to hunt.
Yeah.
And they'll telegraph when they're about to break down. Hopefully it's on top of the bird. This is a difficult look.
I can't see where he is. You see him?
No, I can't either.
I might have to
those yellows sometimes in that light. Okay, well, ooh. So he's, I can't tell where he is. Feels like he's, yep.
You got to be short.
I said, Chris, this is the anti-mama papa test. You know, mama papa, where they put 2 birds out of the same station. Because it has that look to it. The long gun, if you don't differentiate between the middle gun and the long gun, you're going to see the bird, but you're not going to appreciate the bird. So getting that dog to toggle from the middle gun to the long gun station before you signal, I think, is paramount.
Right here, like you said, he better mark that bird.
The handler better,
And
right?
I don't know that he has.
And you're going to get, this wind's
Why
going
did he
to,
blow a whistle there unless he's standing on top of it?
yeah, with this zoom, it's a little difficult for me.
I think he's got a time delay. I think is what it is on the.
We're going to learn to mark the bird from our perspective as well. There it is. Well, that's a handle to the fall area, is it not? Tell me.
I would say it'd be handled to the area.
Well,
it depends on what the judge what their area is, but no doubt he was, it looked like on the screen he was 60, 70 yards from the
so
bird.
at that distance, the fall area expands.
It's bigger, yeah, larger.
All right, Jerry, let's get back to Super Suit. So, you talked a little bit about, you told the story about getting a puppy out of MD Houston, which
Yes.
I had the fortune of being around and doing his basics. And part of his basics, we teamed up on that. And you show up on the scene, but prior to that, you had quite a career in, tell us Sue's accomplishments.
Oh, well, back then we had Nora. She was a Nora Grand hunting retriever. They wouldn't call her Grand then. What did we call it back with Nora? You run some Nora.
No, I never did. And that's before me.
She was very young, 3-year-old, that went into that. Then there was the North American Hunting Retriever Championship.
Okay.
She ended up winning that. Alan Pleasant, you remember Alan?
Oh, of course I remember.
We ended up
dominant in the field trial game today.
We ended up at the end of it. We was tied, and this was before Alan went into the field trials. And we had a runoff, and we was fortunate enough to win that. And she won a couple other events. And
so you won. Okay, tell us about your. Did you run the SRS when it was the ESPN Outdoor Games before they called the SRS?
Yes. Well, we run, the first one was that I run was the second Great Outdoor Game, which was in 2001.
2001.
And we run it 2001, 2, and 3, and she got a first, a second, and as a 12-year-old, she got a third place. So.
All right, let's talk about this test here, because I'm thinking of Super Sue coming out of the world of mostly hunt tests. And now Jerry says, well, I want to have a field trial dog. To me, this exact test is for dogs to transition. Transitioning from hunt tests to field trials.
To get by the flyer station to a long. You just a minute ago described it looking like a mom, with the exception of the depth.
So, did you start doing that type of stuff prior to running field trials, or did you realize that when you started running them?
When we started running. I can remember one up in North Carolina. And I said, we got to work on this. Wind was blowing left to right. Bird flyers shot out of the test, right to left.
Feathers.
Dog after dog got hung up into that.
Very similar to what we've seen here so far.
So we worked on that, and then thank goodness for Andy.
There's very few dogs in the field trial world that have followed the path of Super Sue, that have waited that long in their career to start running field trials and have the career. She field champion, amateur field champion.
Both, yes, sir.
How many all-age points did she complete?
83 and a half.
83 and a half points.
And that was limited. We run about 7 or 8 trials in the fall and 7 or 8 trials in the spring.
So you told me the story where she won her first qualifying stake.
Yes, sir.
And then you couldn't get to the second one.
Andy run her in the open, and I didn't know it.
So and what'd she do? She got second.
Got second place.
So she got first in the first qualifying, second in her first open.
And then we won the first amateur that we run.
You could name, I bet you there aren't 5 dogs in AKC history that have a resume like that.
Yes, sir.
So, well, she was truly the most all-around dog. And I remember I got to pre-national with you, and I certainly enjoyed every minute of it and got to watch Super Sue. So, Jerry, congratulations on an incredible career and accomplishment.
And thank you, Pat.
All right, bye-bye.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. What an accomplishment to have your dog be the first inducted in the Super Retriever Series Hall of Fame. Mr. Jerry Day, everyone. Taking a look here at Harley and Chuck McCall, our third dog to compete today.
So is he coming back with the Go Bird? Harley's got a little bit of a, must have a bent, broken tail at one point. He's got a little stubbier tail.
And then the next test we run, you kicked my ass.
I don't remember it, but I don't.
Pat, we're only 30 minutes in, and we already had a treat here getting to talk to Mr. Jerry Day, who I know everyone loves having around.
I mean, great dog, man, and even a greater person. And I'll tell you what, the world's been a better place to have Jerry Day around. Makes me smile every time I see him. All right, so this handler has got one bird down.
Oh yeah, that's exactly right.
We love y'all. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Harley.
So Chris, you said there's no way you would consider taking the Longbird second. If you watched 20 dogs in a row handle on the Longbird, would you consider it?
I don't think so. Me personally, knowing what dogs do, these dogs, all right, so the middle bird there is thrown to the right. So we know there's suction there from the old fall, plus the guns being exposed. Then you got this memory bird out here to the right, which is no gimme. I mean,
no, it isn't.
These
You're
dogs
right.
are running all over creation here trying to find that bird. So I believe that's pulling them to the right. So I believe if you line up for that Longbird second, I think you're going to see some dogs get in not only behind the gun, but behind those trees and in danger.
Because they're going to still be thinking about that.
That's what I'm thinking. So I'm just too simple, Pat. I just want to do things. Let's just get one thing out of the way at a time, and then let's just punch out there. But look, this right bird here, this is no gimme bird either. It may be the simplest bird in our mind in the test, but I'm telling you right now, there's going to be a lot of handling on it as well.
It's well placed, no doubt about it.
No doubt. I don't know. I just, those short retireds, there are a lot of vices for a lot of dogs.
Well, there's no doubt the risk. If you send really long here, they might be prone to overrunning this right-hand bird, no doubt about it.
Something that's never talked about, and a lot of these dogs come from hunting backgrounds. A lot of these dogs get to hunt quite a bit. A lot of these dogs are 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years old, and it's amazing that their health has stayed together. Ears, eyes, all that kind of stuff. Because in my world, I'm from Arkansas. We're duck hunters first, and we duck hunt every day. And these dogs that get these guns shot around them day in, day out, and now we're sitting here looking at a 372-yard bird, and a 372-yard bird, the dog's panting, the dog's running cover, making his own noise going down through there, and for a dog to be able to hear that at that distance limits your age. You know what I mean? I mean, we're not out here running with a bunch of 2- and 3-year-olds.
Let's talk about that. So you're talking about, obviously, a lot of these dogs are hunting dogs. To your point, they've had guns fired over their shoulder their whole life.
Sure.
This time of year, also in the dog competition world, is also a busy time of year.
Yeah.
So how do you make sure that your dog is peaking at the right time?
Oh,
from a health standpoint?
I think that's, where a lot of these guys, you take Chuck right there, for instance. He runs the Master National, he runs the Grand, and then he comes in here and runs this as well. And us as trainers, we're kind of boxed in a corner because most of these guys are here with 1 or 2 dogs, and at the National, they got 10 to 15, or like me, we had over 20 dogs. And the deal is, you got to go where your business is. So these guys are having to run those other events, and so a lot of these dogs are running those other events. They get looser, they get wilder, they get away with some bad habits, they get away with, and let's face it, those hunt test events are a lot shorter than what they're doing here today. So they get used to running 100, 150 yards.
Right.
Now we're having to ask them to go here and punch out to 372. That's a trick in itself.
Mm-hmm. Well, and just as a handler, being able to interpret where this dog is in relation to this bird, if you're not used to doing handling at that distance.
Pat, I'm horrible at that distance. I just have to pick out something in the background, like that tree with a vine on it, and that's my line. I just have to work that line out there where I think it is. Which I guess that's what everybody's doing, but it's hard for me to pinpoint something at 370 something yards.
What you got to do is you got to get on the scent cone on the downwind side of where the bird is, and it's hard to tell. See, now you get a little deep and you go over the top of the hill. Now you can't see them. I studied when I watched test dog to see how much distance between the top of the dog's back and the top of that ridge when I saw him get the bird, to have some sort of a gauge.
Wow, that's awesome. So you're looking at
how much of that between the dog's head and the top of that ridge.
I've never thought of that. That's awesome, Pat.
So, it's like judging a deer.
I get it.
If you're out deer hunting.
No, you're just one step
you're going to look at like.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And if they're on top of the ridge, you're deep. You're trying to use anything you can to get some perspective of depth perception.
See, that's where you're showing off your talents at those distances, because I don't use those distances. 200's about as far as I'm going to go in the hunt test.
Well, I don't know about talent. I mean, I spent a lot of time having to handle dogs on marks, so maybe I got lots of practice.
We don't want to practice it that much, do we?
No, you don't. But I think it's one of the hardest things as a handler. Handling on a blind is different than handling on a mark. The dog leaves the line looking for a bird on a mark, and now you've got to shift his attitude to get him willing to be handled. When they leave the line going on a blind, a lot of dogs, they're waiting for advice. Here, they're self-employed until you got to change your mind. But, well, that job, it'll be interesting to see that score. Well, he had a little bigger hunt on the right bird, maybe. But I'm having a little difficulty telling where they're handling in relationship to the long bird, but both those handles
I was visiting with
similar.
Jerry whenever they were showing the scores. What are the scores so far?
I don't think, have we had,
got them yet. Nope.
What do you have, 5 dogs and then they come up? So we haven't seen a score yet.
Okay.
But we'll start to see them shortly, and they'll come up pretty much after each dog, won't they?
Yeah, we'll get a regular update, and I'll be reading those out. We'll obviously update them on social media, but here on the live stream, we'll be reading those out as we get them. All right, as we wait for the next dog to step to the line, nice shot there of our sponsor, Eukanuba. Speaking of which, Chris, you were talking a few minutes ago about health. How important is nutrition for your dog this time of year?
You think about these dogs. I mean, these are your Olympic athletes of the canine world, right? I mean, these dogs are, you add all this up, you got, let's just round up, 800 yards on that one mark. You've got another, let's just say 300 on the other one. So, I mean, we're talking about some great distances here. These dogs are running great distance in a short amount of time. And these dogs have to be conditioned to this. They have to be, in tip-top shape, and they've got to be fed, the very best food you can feed, and that's why I feed Eukanuba, because it is the best food that there is out there. And here's the thing. You're asking this dog to do everything it can for you and give you the very best that dog has to offer. And that's why I feed Eukanuba. That's what I say. I say I'm going to give it the very best I can get. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, man.
But I'm that way with everything. If there's a better shotgun, if there's a better truck, if there's a better four-wheeler, if there's a better whistle, if there's a better whatever, I want to have the very best there is. So that's why you got to do it. But we're looking for the very best.
Right.
So, we're not going to feed these dogs Reese's Peanut Butter Cups and Diet Mountain Dew, right?
Right.
And these are athletes, and they got to be treated like one.
Yep. You get in what you put out.
No, I guarantee.
Or you get out what you put in. Sorry, there we go. Got that one backwards. I hadn't had my Reese's
we're off to the
Cups
races right here.
Yeah. Jig and Clint Sullivan here.
Absolutely, they're athletes, and I think in recent years we've started to treat them more like athletes.
Well, I mean, here's the deal. On all these dog foods, we got to worry about muscle tone, hair coat, eyes, good clear eyes so they can see. We got to be sure we're not having all kind of deals with their ears, because as well, bad dog food can really cause a lot of ear infections and ear problems and all that. And then they got to have the energy to be able to do what we're expecting them to do. And this is a land test. A water test is 10 times more grueling than this, you know, especially when you get into an open level water set. I mean, you're talking 20, 30 minutes of swimming the entire time. I don't know about you. You may can do it. I guarantee you, Pat and I can't do that. You know, it's it takes an athlete to do what these dogs do.
It's been at least 2 decades since I've run 375 yards.
Oh, yeah, in fact, you see me run that far, shoot whatever it is chasing me, would you? See, he's going in a little thin right here. I think Chuck, he was a little bit further to the right, and he worked that a little better, because once those dogs get thin, they seem like they get thinner.
Well, you can see them, they hit that road, and they kind of follow the road, and to the judge's credit, they've got this test setups where you don't win the bird when you're on the road.
Yeah.
That's a definition of good bird placement.
Absolutely.
When the dog takes the easier route, he doesn't get rewarded by smelling the bird, because you're trying to judge their marking and perseverance, and a well-placed bird will certainly do that. All right, so you get 2 pretty clean. Yep. I tell myself here, if they act like they know where it is right now, don't believe them. Sweat them. Take more time. This is the bird you have to take the most amount of time on. You're trying to let that Polaroid redevelop.
His momentum is weak right here coming off the line. I want to see one.
But you know, sometimes a dog leaves more at a measured blind pace. They'll keep going.
He's doing a great job right here.
Well, you'll see, and watch. Now again, watch if and when the stride changes. Are we going to see him pass the middle gun here?
I don't know this dog, so I don't really know how he does, but I
can't. There's the middle. There's the go bird gun. He's awful close to it.
Yeah.
But now watch and see if his.
But look here,
stride.
this is the first dog we've had that's actually willing to run past him. Come on, dog, run. Yeah,
there's a little change.
He's got an inkling. He knows where it is. Look here. Come on.
He's out.
He got the idea though.
Boy, it's the toughest call right here. Yeah, because if you wait. Hunting off the side of that.
No, for sure. Come on, finish this up right here.
See, I think a bird like this is really 80% more about the attitude that the state of mind you can create with the dog on the line. In other words, I want him concerned and a little worried.
Mm-hmm.
And I want him, and I said, I think this is, a lot of times I'll say this retriever is 80% mark, 80% blind, 20% mark. If I can put him in a blind frame of mind to take a line and just keep going, I got my best shot at it, based on what's happened so far. And no dog has been too far left yet.
No. Nope. You're fixing to watch it happen, though.
Well, people are going to start making adjustments. You're right.
Yeah, and see, he swapped whistles on us right here. So he's. The good thing is the wind blowing from our backs to the dog, carrying that sound down there. Most of them gonna be able to hear it. They act like he saw it then, didn't he? No.
Okay, so now I've got that bird marked a little bit in reference to that more prominent trunk tree there on the left. So I'll be able to interpret this a little bit more. The last 3 handles on that bird have been somewhat similar. You know, some dogs have been a little closer to it. This dog might have taken a few less whistles.
I'm gonna give him more credit than the others because he actually made an attempt to go past the shorter gun and drive on out there. He actually had an inkling it was out there.
Right.
The others were basically just told what to do to get past it.
Right. When you're as a judge, when you're judging handling on a mark, you're still trying to judge how well they had an idea there was a bird there. So the closer they get to the bird before you have to handle is a pretty good indication that they had a better idea.
What happened here? Shut everything off on us.
Hey guys, you guys have video in there now? You have video? Or it's just us?
Can they hear us talking over there?
No, they could see. They. All right, we lost video feed in the main tent, so.
Don't get too close, because your mic will echo the TV. You're gonna call.
Well, I can't stand, I gotta have the suspense here. Hold on a minute, let me get away so I.
I don't know how we lost video.
All right.
All right, so watching over here near the gallery, having a little bit of technical difficulties over in our broadcast area. So if you hear any background noise, it's because we're over here with the competitors and the
So this
audience
dog
in the
got
gallery.
handled on the go-bird. Or is handling on the go-bird. That long retired gun doesn't retire till later, and maybe if you push a little too hard. Yeah. That's the last thing you want to have happen, but it happens.
It happens.
Because at this point, every bird second, you watch. Well, he's not. You can tell the way he's standing. But it'd be tempting because that dog obviously saw that long gun and was. Or maybe it'd be hard to get him to go back on there where he handled away from, but it'd be pretty unconventional to go longbird second. That's not the way the vast majority of us people train, right? Yeah, I'm talking right now. I'm watching here. All right. Well, he's handled on the go bird here, and I say the go bird, the last bird thrown. The judges said specifically you must pick up that middle bird first. In the SRS, the judges are allowed to dictate which bird you pick up first. Because if it was game day, you'd have to almost sit there and wait and see if the dog went and got the long bird. If it was field trials. But so he sent for the right-hand bird. Handler's already planning his hook. Maybe go out and hammer it. All right, here he is. So I just had a great conversation with one of the better border collie handlers in the world of sheepdogs, and he said something that is really profound in all sports. The difference between average and above average handlers is communication. And communication right here is going to be absolutely paramount. Must have been going right back into the middle bird. Well, it's not getting any easier, is it? So the sun's starting to pop out. Now the lighting is going to be a little different. We'll see if it makes a difference here. The field is definitely brighter. Mm-hmm. When you have a test that spans 8 hours or more, the test is going to change multiple times. Mm-hmm. And it'll change with lighting and wind typically, and dog trails. Those are the three things that dogs are going to, some dogs will really key off the return trail of the previous dog, and the smart dogs learn that the trail leads to a bird.
And in years past here at the Super Retriever Series, I'm sure with other competitions as well, but here, at the end of the first day, sometimes the judges give those last couple handlers the option. Do you want to run into day to day, or do you want to be the first guy tomorrow morning? And it's up to the handler to decide which conditions they'd rather compete in.
Yeah, I mean,
same thing's going to happen today because they're not going to get done with this series today.
Yeah.
Jay Sweezy, an old-time field trailer, said to me, he says, well, you know what the conditions are now. You don't know what they're going to be tomorrow.
Great advice. Great advice. Well, I mean, a lot of it depends on if you know where the sun's coming up, know where the sun's going down, know what the wind's going to be. All those can be a big factor in tomorrow's test.
Mike Lardy would say the evolution of a long retired gun in the first series, it'll change 3 times. The first time you don't have any little or no scent in the field. The second time you're able to take advantage of some of the comeback trails. But then it turns difficult again because the drag back can make it even harder. Now, you don't think of drag back, you think of it more with real birds and feathers, but here they still are incredibly affected by the scent happening with the dog returning with what it's just retrieved. And so how they interpret that, we can only imagine. Significantly brighter all of a sudden. This is Luke, 4-year-old QA2 dog. Obviously he's done his share of field trials with this dog by getting qualified all age twice, so let's see how he manages this. You see the lighting? That little click toggle of the head is what you're looking for as a handler. I tell my handlers, you spend 80% of your attention as a handler watching the dog watch the birds. You don't need to watch the birds. You've already seen him thrown.
Right.
All the information you're getting is looking down at your dog. Yeah, there must be some cover that catches the feet a little bit.
There's some of these vines out in these fields out here that are twisting up.
That's why we talk about, These dogs take their years of tumbles, and just like any athlete, and they may be smarter deep in their career, but the aches and pains of tripping and falling and soft tissue injuries can add up. It wasn't a big fall, but it does scare you every time they tumble. Yeah, see, you can see the dog where he's going through there. There's some little undulations in the field, and if the cover's higher and the dogs can't really interpret that, sometimes they'll take a spill. Luke's doing a nice job. See how he kind of swung that dog real smoothly into the next look? The art of that as a handler is a really key factor, because you want his first impression when he swings around looking in where you want him to go. And you got a good start. The dog's got to do his part now. How hard you push at this bird would be a dilemma for me, because nobody's overrun this right-hand mark.
No, and it's been a lot of bouncing off that road and staying thin
But
on that.
that's
thing.
not a bad mark. He came up with it pretty quickly. But I might nudge him over a little harder, but then you do that and you miss it on the outside and keep going. Now you're really going to be mad. All right, here it goes. Pay close attention to how Luke does. Like right now is the important time. See how the dog's kind of his head's bobbing back and forth. He's trying to figure out where have I been and where do I need to go.
Mates!
Well, you notice Luke put a hand in.
I think he casts a
worked
little
up.
fat too. I think he's a little fatter to the left. What most of them been sending.
Well, you can see, look at the background. He's a little outside that bird, but the dogs give it. And a lot of times when they're doing this, they're kind of respecting that middle bird. In other words, they're pushing off of a little bit.
Yeah.
They're telling you they know they're not supposed to go back there. This dog's got that measured pace. I'm going to expect this dog to go the distance. Look at him. He's
fixing to get the bird. He's starting to fall right in there where he needs to be now.
We're going to see our first really good job here.
Is that your tree right there, Pat?
That's our tree right there. Now, did he cut underneath it?
No.
Look at that. Look at the dog make that look. This is now, you got to be rooting for this dog. Look at this. Look how smart he was, how he did little figure 8 passes. Dog's trying to use the wind here. And did he just wind it? But he's up a little deep maybe, because remember.
He's done a great job.
Boy, he has done a great job.
He's in the area. I mean, obviously.
Oh, come on, buddy. Come up with this bird.
He got it right there.
Oh, he did. Whew. Well, that's how it's done, gentlemen.
Yeah, very impressive run there by Mays.
I'm ready for some scores.
Well, I know that score is going to be something.
Yep.
Something what you're looking for. All right. How many dogs have we run?
Well, we don't know. We lost video there for a minute, so how many we lose? One in there?
6 or 7-ish. This is our first dog that didn't handle on any of the birds. So. You notice he started out slightly wide, but I had an inkling. You watch that dog's pace. It was very methodical, measured, thoughtful. I say a lot of times that dogs get at this level, they don't need to know where they're going. They just need to know where they don't want to go. So if they can kind of, through process of elimination, said, I've been here, I've been there, I know I'm going somewhere else, you got a fighting chance. But that dog marked that bird. You watched how he came in, he broke his stride. He was pretty darn incredibly accurate. Pretty darn cool. If that doesn't make you get excited and give you goosebumps, nothing will. Mr. Rhodey Best coming up.
Joining Rody on the line here is Reese, 5-year-old.
You notice he cued that long bird with a hand, trying to really identify the nature of the retrieve. That's a cue that I use regular. Really strong cue and a firm. Rody's watching the dog. Look at these. He glances. He looked at. And you're really trying to, as a handler, get a read. Did they see it or not? It's going to affect your strategy when you send for it. So he's a little behind the gun, is he? His head looked like his head looked at the long gun again right before he set, but let's see what happens here. Yeah, he's behind that go bird, isn't he?
He was going to try to go for the long gun.
No, he's handling on the go bird. I saw a little flick of the head right before the set, and I was wondering from our angle, did he look back at the long gun? And judging by what just happened, he must have done that. In a training strategy, a lot of times, a lot of handlers will do that long bird as a single first in training. So it's not uncommon for a dog to think that's what they're supposed to do. So, and in this instance, it kills you because you're handle on the go bird. We've had one other dog handle on this bird in a very similar fashion. He's shaking his head a little bit. I know how he feels. I mean, I do. I feel his pain. I've been there many times. Because you're really planning, oh, how am I going to do the long bird? And then you end up screwing up the first bird. And you're like, ah. But you can't let down as a handler.
Reminds me of shooting pool, right? I'm trying to leave the cue ball somewhere and end up missing the shot.
Yeah. But you've got to gather yourself here. I think this is where the great handlers, they may have made a mistake or something goes a little wrong. How do you recover it? David, it's like being a quarterback or a defensive back. You throw an interception, you give up, you got to get right back out there.
Put that one behind you and move forward.
Exactly.
We hear the old cliche in an event like this. It's such a challenging event with such quality competition. You got to take it one bird at a time, but in a moment like this, you quite literally have to put that one behind you, take it one bird at a time.
Yeah, if you can come out and jump on these next two, I mean, you can salvage it. There's all different types of cues you're going to use, communication things. The volume of your send. In my world, whether you put a hand in to send versus not sending them with a hand is going to communicate a different thing. And on a shorter bird, vast majority of the time I don't put a hand down. On a long bird, I almost always put a hand down. And that combined with a more strict posture and a firmer send, in other words, is going to help you give that dog information on what to do. Let's see if this dog can remember that long gun.
Reese.
Well, we drop the hand in. And you've got a pretty good view. Look at those two little dips in the far tree line. The bird is slightly to the right of the right one. That's going to be your reference when you see that online when you're a handler and when you see it from that camera perspective. Dog's between the two dips, bending in right. He's about in line with the bird right now, and he's going the distance. Look at there.
God,
well,
that's incredible. Good job.
I mean, he put him just downwind of that fall area, and Rody said, "Oh, I should have pulled him over a little bit before I sent for the go bird." But man, oh man, that's
incredible.
hindsight. That's hindsight. Well, we've had 2 dogs in a row do the long retired bird successfully.
Yep.
Is this a little bit of a shift in the pattern? Or was it just a dog by dog handler?
I think it's just the dog.
Yeah, probably. But you can bet these handlers are going to school on the other handlers.
You bet.
Rody's got to be pleased with that dog's effort. He's certainly disappointed handling that go bird, but that
You
dog
bet.
did what he was trained to do after that. And I think that that dog was actually trying to be a good dog, thinking that maybe he needed to get the long bird first.
Yeah.
Because we do it a lot in training.
Yep.
All right, Mr. Lyle Steinman working his way towards the line. You can't believe how difficult it is to tell the difference between the dog looking at this long gun versus the middle gun. It is such a tiny shift in the head. All right, I mic'd off there for a second. I said, you cannot believe how difficult it is as a handler to tell when the dog's looking at the long bird versus that middle bird station. They're just if it's 2 degrees difference, the only way I can tell is I give them permission to look at the middle bird. In other words, I pull them to it, and if their head never moves, I realize they were never looking there at all. And then I can toggle back from the middle bird to the long bird. And I'll sometimes do that a couple times before I signal to try to. Do we have a no bird?
No bird, I guess.
I'll do that a couple times prior to signaling to kind of get a read, so that when I get ready to send the dog, I can tell when he's looking long. And it sounds good, but it is what. In other words, you know what I mean by giving permission? Like I'll say to myself, I think they're looking at the long bird. And I may say, if they're on the left, I might say here just a little bit. And if their head never moves, I realize they were looking at the middle bird the entire time. Then I'll step up and I'll look for just a tiny degree click off of that. But this gunner could be 15 more yards to the left, and then you'd still have that challenge.
Sure.
Telling them where they're looking
Absolutely.
at the middle or the long. And you said earlier, I think they're going to, even if they aren't looking at the long, they're going to see the bird in the air. I just don't know if they're going to appreciate where it is.
Yeah. It's a long way out there, let's face it.
Ugh. I heard Mike Lardy say one time, and I agree with him. I said, your success rate of doing a test, if your dog wasn't looking at the gun before you signal, is significantly diminished, especially on this. In my opinion, it's almost more important that they identify the gun than even see the bird. If they can appreciate where the gun is, I can get them to the bird.
Well, let's face it, these dogs, I mean, this 6-year-old dog right here.
Yes.
Most of these dogs are. I don't know. I got 2 theories on all this marking stuff. I think there's really good markers. But is a marker not really just the best problem solver?
Absolutely.
Or a marker, so these dogs are problem solving more than they are marking the bird.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. I would put them in 2 categories, good markers and good finders.
Well, that's problem solving, though. You know,
Right,
I
it
think
is. That's exactly what it is.
And the dogs, that's the reason these dogs are 7 years old out here that are doing it, because they're problem solving the whole way. I mean, that's the name of the game. And, you know, these guys that can problem solve, obviously, they're going to the area of the fall, and then they're trying to work it all out, and they're finding the guns in the field. And I mean, they're just working it all out. They're just using everything, like you were talking about a minute ago. You're marking off a certain tree, you're marking off the height from the dump in the back to the top of the dog's back. They're doing the same thing in their own way.
Absolutely. And we can only imagine what the dog's nose is like our eyes. I mean, they smell so many more things. And the information they're getting from human scent of where the thrower was, the return scent of other dogs, and all those kinds of things, as well as the bird itself. And I always say, when they're really well trained, sometimes you don't need to know where you're going. You just need to know where you've been.
Need to know where not to go, don't you?
It's like a multiple choice question, and didn't you love those in high school?
And yeah, so he's nailed too.
He did. He's nailed too.
Great job.
If I know it's not A or C, I can guess on the other one. And that's sometimes when the dogs get really well schooled. They do that a lot.
All right, girlfriend, let's go. Let's pull in here.
Yeah, we got two nice.
That's probably the best two birds so far. I mean, there was 0 hunt, straight to him, straight back.
You notice Lyle's working this dog, trying to get a pre-delivery look, like an idea. Boom, so right there when that bird comes out of their mouth, they're going to telegraph where they think their bird is. He hasn't moved him much. See, nice firm hand, and I could hear the send of that handler from a long way away. Now, boy, he's a little tight to that middle gun.
The dog's either fixing to flare it or fixing to end up right in the middle of it.
Boy, there must be some rough. Ooh, I'll tell you what, if this dog gets this bird, I'm going to be incredibly impressed.
Well, let's see right here. We're fixing to find out.
He's still going, isn't he?
Going the distance, though. Look here, look here, look here, look here, look here. Oh!
I misunderstood who that was.
That's Sean Jackson.
That's Sean, okay. I saw Lyle go up, and I just... That's right, Lyle's got an orange hat on. Well?
Is he a little deep? Looks a little deep to me. He acts like he's not, though. Let's see here. It's hard telling this camera. All right.
I'll tell you what.
Hey, that wasn't bad.
That was a good job of handling.
That was.
It was a good job of handling, because that's knowing when to handle on that mark is a tough call.
Sean did a great job right there.
Absolutely.
I got a root from Arkansas boys anyway.
Yeah, would it take 2 casts to get to the bird? Wasn't much more.
I think it was a little bit more than that.
Good girl.
Chris, think of this. The majority of the time when you handle on a mark at a trial or at a test, aren't they most of the time they're a verbal cast of some description? They've either overrun the bird and you blow a come in, or they've hunted short and you're giving a verbal back, or they're going back towards another fall and you give a verbal over to get out of there. On your first cast, it's vast majority of the time,
there's a score.
some sort of verbal.
Scores right there.
Well, here we go.
Luke with a 26.
Wow. Well, there you go. Well, that's... And Rhodey with the handle on the go bird, 68. There's another 68. Okay. Well, you saw what a near excellent job looked like. It was 26.
Yeah.
He had some hunt. He hunted the right bird a little bit,
Yep.
and I'm sure he got.
He's sitting there with a 4-year-old right here.
QA2. And this is Lyle, okay.
Yep. Good job, buddy.
Good job of handling.
That'd be quick.
You did.
She showed breakdown. Jet.
The thing so unique about this game is that you've got to be able to be good at all these different venues. You would expect the dogs that have been mostly run field trials would have a better chance at this, but then they'll have to do some of the other things that the other dogs are going to be more skilled at. The wind's kicking up a little bit more, but it's mostly downwind for that.
I think he says it's going to have 20 mile an hour today.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Well, that might help with the temperatures.
Here. Here.
Water is perfect
Here.
for me.
Here. Set. Jet.
Lyle's got one bird solid. He's sending for this right hand
Man, they just all seem like they're so thin right here to me on the video.
closer to where the gun threw from. Well, he came up with that bird pretty quickly, didn't he?
Yeah, did a good job on it.
All right. Notice how Lyle kind of whipped him in pretty quick, looking for that, influencing his attitude a little bit more left.
Here.
All right, he's really working him here, which he needs to. And as a handler, again, I'm looking for that same toggle that I saw before I signaled from the middle to click over in the direction of that long bird, because that's the only real reference I have. If you push too wide, well, nobody's been too wide yet, but too wide left is what I meant. You could go out to no man's land. At some point, he's going to have to take his best look.
Yeah!
He just did. Well, this may be.
Looks real wide to me.
Yeah.
Do you?
Well, he's definitely, in the beginning he is, and if he keeps on that line.
That's what you were talking about
Yeah.
earlier. You know, you want.
You sweat him too much, you make him too worried about the old fall, you could push him out to no man's land, and boy, I think that's about what's to happen. Lyle just put the whistle in his mouth.
Yeah, he's got him real fat.
And you're not going to find any. I mean, you may go the distance, but you're not going to smell. And he put the whistle on him there.
He ain't gonna be happy with that.
Well, you know, when you pull the trigger on him there and you work him, sometimes you realize maybe I pushed him, worked him a little too hard. Danny Farmer, who's obviously one of the greatest field trial handlers you ever see, says, knowing when to get out of their way. And that's, in other words, when to believe that they know where they're going. It's hard. Well, look at, I remember where that white pole was,
Yeah.
way left, and that,
Yeah.
that is quite left of the, that's not the easiest handle either.
Here! Come here! 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 Here!
He just called him in.
Well, you know what,
Here! Here!
you've got to look out for the well-being of the dog at some point. It's not super hot yet, but Lyle obviously felt, I'm just not going to get him over there, and I don't want to take any chance that this dog's going to get overheated. And you see his tongue is dangling quite a bit. He's
Here! Come here, God! Here! Come here! Here! Come here! Here! Here!
Well, we said sooner or later somebody was going to be two left, and Lyle was the one there, unfortunately for.
Well, maybe he set the stage for that. That's no man's land out there.
Here!
All right, we're a little bit after 11. I don't remember exactly when we ran our first dog.
I know Lyle well enough to know he's learning from that mistake. He won't
Sure
make
is.
that again. Unfortunately, this dog drew his first run, and he's going to get a lot of education off that one
Yeah,
dog. But
absolutely.
maybe he can use it to his advantage on the rest of them.
And that's going to happen. You're going to have to pick dogs up, and you're going to second guess yourself. You always do.
It's a law of averages too, right? I mean, we have over 90 dogs out here. You can't imagine every single one of them is going to be able to
Wow.
But if
finish a series.
they did, they wouldn't have enough tests.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, when I watched him, it didn't feel like he pushed him that hard left. The dog's conscience kicked in, and he was just trying to stay safe. And unfortunately, that put him where he couldn't recover from. I tell you what, you're walking up there, you got butterflies. You shouldn't be here. Seven years old, also qualified all age too.
And Ernie is no stranger to this game. As you see Ernie D'Antoni there with Harley. Ernie's been a qualifier here for many years in the amateur category.
Yeah, when he looked back at the short bird, and you've got to get the middle bird first, so you can't risk that. It looks like he did a good job of talking his dog back in there, didn't he?
This dog moves good.
He sure does.
Smooth.
You can see that
like
little rough area in the
Yep.
field. That's where the
a little
dog.
water diversion on the land there. This dog moves really nice. All right, big
He's in
guy,
front of the
let's go.
gun.
Come on, turn it.
Okay. There's obviously a little right to left component in the wind. You see where that dog winded the bird under the arc
Yep.
and a little deep. That wind's quartering a little bit from right to left over your right shoulder.
One down, two to go.
One down, two to go is right.
Take them one at a time.
Well, and I tell you what, that's a good point, because you can't can't take this right bird for granted.
A lot of confidence in this dog, though, leaving the line both times.
Oh, yes.
This dog moves really well. He's fun to watch.
He is fun to watch.
He's thin here, bad. Come on, dog. I didn't think that bird was going to cause that much trouble. I'm not saying these dogs have had to handle a ton on it, but they've had some hunts on it.
But this, you talked about, this dog is on both things. He was very systematic how he hunted. He went under the arc of that bird, made a little kind of reverse pivot, and broke away using the wind to find that bird, and very efficient. Now let's see if he can solve one more big problem.
Yep.
Coming off that previous handle where that dog went left, you got to be a little worried pushing too hard now.
Harley!
And then bent into the bird. No. Well, he's going by the middle gun.
He is really.
Looks like he's got the right attitude and pace, doesn't he?
He sure does. This is
You notice the stride hasn't broken. He hasn't cracked his tail yet.
Look right here. This is fixing to be a. Look right here. He's right on your line with your tree, Pat.
Is he going to?
Watch this. Watch this. Watch this.
Look at him look over to the right. No,
come
wait
on,
a minute
dog.
now.
Come on, dog.
But this dog, watch how he's. Let's see if he makes that same move away from the gun. Watch him. See him identify. There's where the guns were. That's what. Boy, that. Oh. That was
strong.
So did they get very smart? I'm telling you what that dog did. He bent in to kind of reference the gun. He smelled where the gun stood, where he threw from. He kind of, it's almost like he looked over at the holding blind and then made a reverse pivot, went away from the gun, used the wind. Fantastic job. That's a good one to have in the books for you, boys.
That's a strong score right there.
I was about to say our best score yet is Luke and Mays, who we saw a few minutes ago with a 26. I mean,
this one's going to rival that.
This one's going to rival that, I think, for sure. So, Harley and Ernie.
Beautiful.
Beautiful run here in Series 1.
Unbelievable.
I mean, everything. That took an entire team effort. A dog on the right page, a handler giving them the right information. I mentioned earlier, and you guys probably didn't hear it, I said I've gone to a couple of the big sheepdog herding events and met some of the great handlers, and a gentleman from South Africa who's one of the real dominant handlers, and he said to me the other day, he said, the difference between average and above average handler is communication. And this is that fine degree of communication that is so subtle. And that was a great example of it.
Up next, here's a good look at Rona, handler Ray Cato. Rona's a 4-year-old female, and they hail from Groveland, Florida.
So you can talk to your dog while the birds are being thrown. A little bit of here, sit. I wonder if it's hard for handlers that run venues that you can't talk to because you have a routine. But that's certainly helpful when maybe they look away and you need to get them to look back at the bird that's about to be thrown. Well, excellent first bird. Oh, 18. There's the score to beat right there. Woo.
That is the score right now.
Where did they
18
where did
for
they come up
Harley
with those
and
points
Ernie
at, you
D'Antoni.
reckon? Had to be on that right bird.
Yep.
Of course, Ray Cato and Rona here at the line, but Ray and Carol Cato,
Well, don't
a couple
you have to-
dogs here qualified. Have
You've got to
Frank,
leave room for the.
and then also
Right, but I mean, 18 points. Where did that come from?
Traeger. Sorry, gentlemen, what were you saying there?
I was trying to come up with where they came up with 18 points at. I didn't see 18 points, and I'm not.
Well, it
not
was.
up there in the tent, but I tell you, that looked pretty
Pretty
brutal.
Well, I think anybody on these grounds would take 18 right now.
You dang right.
You could sell that in a heart.
Yes, sir.
But you got to leave room for the perfect 10. The Nadia Comaneci
That was strong.
gymnastics.
That was a strong run.
That was a darn strong run. That's the run that it gets blue ribbons. At least it gets you a start. He had small hunts in the fall area in all three birds, and they were small. Uh-oh, here's our first handle on the right-hand bird. There's a dog that went through it, must be headed back towards the go bird. He still doesn't have the bird, does he? You notice the handlers moved up onto the road. The judges mentioned that you can feel free to walk over there if you have to handle for better visibility. If you have to.
I'll tell you something. At the Grand this time, we just got back from it, and they let us use these Avery handlers hats this time. And they've never let us take our hats off in the past, and so now they said you could use your hat to handle with.
Mm-hmm.
And these handlers hats it could be any color on top, red, blue, black, whatever, camo. But on the inside, it's solid white, bill and inside of the cone, right? That made a huge difference.
It did.
At the Green. You better believe it made a huge difference. And it really helped. And I think that resembles why there was a few extra dogs that made it through the Grand this time. I think because they were able to see, because at the Grand, you're in full camo every series,
Right,
head to toe.
Right.
I mean, shorts, pants, hat, shirt, everything's full camo. And your dog gets out there at 150 yards, it's hard to see you.
How did everybody feel about it?
I think everybody's ecstatic about it, and I know I use it every time I handled. I use the hat, and it's just, hey, every little bit helps. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Sure it does.
That's an important point, because that's one of the things when people ask the questions at the handler meeting in the morning and they're watching the test dog, what's allowed, what's not? Because if you know what's within the parameters, you know where you might have an advantage or where your dog might be able to see you better, but you also know what's not allowed. I mean, think about anybody who watches this sport remembers last year when Carter climbed up on the boat.
Oh, yeah.
Remember, this thing is lost and won at 2 points at a time.
Mm-hmm.
Been there, done that. I've done it many times, did 2 point difference.
Mm-hmm.
So any little advantage you can have costs you or helps you by 2 points.
Yep.
May make you end up winning this thing.
And knowing that you can walk over on this particular
Yeah.
test over to that road and not be penalized.
Yeah.
Yeah, another handle, huh? He's obviously hung up short on that long bird. And after you've handled on the right one, you're hoping not to have to. Wind is coming getting a little stronger and a little bit more of a right to left component. I was watching some leaves come off these trees. Well, you're going to watch this test, like I said, evolve. Eight dogs in now. Things going as you'd anticipate, or anything that you have seen here so far that you didn't anticipate? I thought it was going to be a lot of handling on that long bird. Maybe that right-hand bird has given him a little more grief than one might expect. But you had to know when you saw the distance of that bird, the long bird in relationship to the middle bird, the success rates were going to be pretty tough. But it's always a guess. I mean, you think, I think this is what I think's going to happen. And then the dogs will tell you what really is going to happen. And like I said, it's going to evolve. Lighting's going to change a little bit.
Well, dogs do what dogs do, and you're going to see what we've seen is going to be a representation of the entire rest of the day. We're going to have dogs that's going to have trouble on the go bird.
Yeah.
Dogs have trouble on the right bird. Dogs have trouble on long bird, and we're going to have dogs that do all three of them perfectly. And so, you know, it is what it is. But, you know, every dog's got his day, right?
Mm-hmm. But you make a good point, Chris, because when y'all came back from watching the test dog, you said that you'd heard the judges said they thought, you know, at least 2/3 of the dogs would run this fairly clean, and you said that's probably a high estimation there.
I mean, man, there's just no way. That's too big, too long. Here we go, got an 8-year-old dog right here.
Mr. Wiggles, Rob Robinette from Samson, Alabama.
QA2, another dog with some field trial background.
Mm-hmm.
Big yellow male. I think it's a male.
One down.
The cleaner you get that middle bird and really identify it, the mark itself gives you a good score, but real clarity of where you've been is also equally important. You know, if a dog is really trying to
clarity
do
of where not to go back to.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Right.
clarity.
That's what I mean.
Clarity of where not to go back.
You know, and sometimes a dog will find a mark and you're not sure if he really realized how he found it.
Yep.
But when you go out there and hit that middle bird,
I think that's the deal. Clarity on where not to go back to.
Right.
Especially in this setting.
On this test specifically, You're right. You notice the handler's worked. You notice how he's worked the left side of the mat there?
Yeah.
Almost off the mat where he's trying to get a little different angle.
They told, if I remember right now, well, he's on the mat.
Oh, yeah. But you notice, but he's in the far left corner.
Yeah.
He's trying to change his angle on that right hand bird, get that road at a different angle.
Yeah.
Chris, you were bringing up a point earlier. Some handlers switch which side they send from. You said you generally send from one side.
I have to do it from the left side, but now I'm just too old school. I'm too simple-minded. I can't do that both sides. I can't read the dog on my right side.
Well, here comes another maybe a handle on the right bird.
Always send them too far to the right when I run to the right. So I don't know why. I'm just handed, I guess. You know, I just have to run them from the left side. And I've talked to some of the best dog handlers in the country about it. You know, and I mean, like Farmer, I was talking to him about it one time because I knew he'd tell me, you know, you need to run from the right and left. He said, Chris, I can't run them from the left. I mean, I'm so proud to hear that because I'm the same exact way, you know. And I'm not saying he doesn't do it now. It's been several years ago, but I just can't I can't get a good read. And it's one thing, like I'm a hunt test guy, so I'm 200 or less, you know, on the yardage. Here at 372, if I can't read that dog at 50 or 100 or 200, I sure can't read him at 372. You know?
So it's really just personal preference is what works best for you. Some people will switch back and forth, and some say I got to stick on one side.
But I can see how it's another level of communication and another level of another tool in the bag, if you will, to help your dog get to the bird the right way. I can see how it could be to your advantage to do it that way. I'm just not smart enough to run it from the right side.
I think the biggest advantage of two-sided isn't sending for the birds, it's for watching the birds. So in other words, if you had a left-sided only dog and you've got a real short bird on a flyer on the left and a hard to see bird on the right, there's a distinct advantage to being able to watch the birds off the right and influence your dog to see the bird. Now, if they creep out and head swing and stuff like that, but it does help in some situations more watching the birds than anything else. And I've done it both ways. I did one side, I went to two sides, partway through my professional career, I felt the same way. My clients were more worried about what side to run on than things they should be worried about, so I switched back. But when I went back to work for Lardy, I had to readapt to two sides. And I see both sides, but there are times, and it's just like a switch hitter in baseball.
Right.
You're gonna be more accurate on one side or the other. There are advantages to batting left-handed and right-handed, depending on the pitcher. And I think this is similar. But does every batter switch hit? No.
Come on, Wiggles, get that bird. Come on.
Remind me, did he handle on the right-hand bird?
No.
It looked like he was thinking about it. I watched his posture. But he's handling.
Wiggles had a great run going. I tell you, made a great stab at it.
Oof. What do we got here? Is he calling him in?
No, he's not calling him in. He's just trying to finish up.
Right. The dog was coming in, but maybe he had gotten left and he needed to bring him in to move him over. But
Wiggles has stayed with him nice, though. They've
yes,
great team.
absolutely.
He worked with him, and I've seen really one cash refusal out of all of it. Wiggles has done a great job, so has Rob.
Well,
Wiggles may have got
there's the tree from this angle. Yep.
I tell you, that was a great stab at it, Rob.
Yeah.
Good job. I tell you, at that distance, it's just hard to handle to the bird. It's just hard.
And you don't handle to the bird. You got to handle to the downwind side of the bird because you can't. The bird's like a needle in a haystack.
Absolutely.
So you've got to find that scent cone on the downwind side and put them downwind.
We've also got the advantage here on the live stream and television of zoom camera lenses. Human eyes don't do that, so at the line it's a lot harder to see.
Well, we're taking out the element of nervousness,
right?
Scared to deathness, right? And we're just trying to get the bird. We just want it so bad, and we're taking all that out. We're sitting back here doing the armchair quarterback deal, and it's a lot easier for us to say what we would have done or should have done.
Oh, sure, absolutely. Yeah, when you watch Test Dog and they were handling. How many of us knew where the bird where the bird was?
Yeah.
No.
Could you turn off the light?
All right, John Robertson and Kate, 4-year-old female, from Ellettsville, Indiana. Also, QA2, so to Pat's point, field trial experience here, helpful in a test like this. Pat's going to step away for a moment to eat a little lunch. Got to be grateful for the, y'all, I'm not from Louisiana, so if I miss this word, I think it's Natchitoches. Natchitoches Power Sports. Providing lunch for all of us today. Great lunch. Super appreciative.
Dan in here?
What you thinking here, Chris?
You know, the dogs obviously marked that bird extremely well. Got downwind of it just a little bit, picked it up. 1 down, 2 to go. We'll see.
Did you see there on the screen, the last team that we saw a minute ago, Rob Robinette and Wiggles with a 62? Pat said a few moments ago the sun came out. I think it's even brighter now than when he said that maybe 20 minutes ago. So
Yeah.
conditions have changed once again.
Well, I mean, you look up here at these clouds, it's going to be changing all day. Dog came in, really identified that bird. Let's see if he stays over there. Everybody's been hitting this road and bouncing left, and there's
Absolutely. To your point, dog confident on that one and did not do 2 down, 1 to go. There's the one that's going to determine the outcome of this series. Obviously a week-long competition, 5 very different tests.
look at this dog's tongue right here.
Yep.
Look at this right here. This dog's
Hey,
this dog's got a long way to go. The dog's already obviously he's already fatigued right here. He's hot. It's going to get hot today. We're going to have to really keep a close eye on these dogs.
You up to that point about
Pat, I don't see your tree back there yet. The dog obviously knows he knows it's back there past it, doing a great job. Just hope he's on the right line. I can't tell from here. There's your tree. Look here, look here, look here, look here, look here. This is fixing to be a fabulous job. Oh, oh, oh
Boom.
my gosh. Oh my God.
we were talking about that other run was pretty much perfect. This might have just set the standard. Wow. Whew.
Man, he'll remember that. He'll remember that right before they put him in his casket. He'll remember that the rest of his life when he's fat. He'll remember that the rest of his life.
A smile on his face says it all.
Oh,
wow. a great run there to set them up here in the first series. Chris, to your point about it being hot and they're going to have to watch the dogs, we do have some kiddie pools about 50 yards behind the line. So obviously when these dogs get off the line, their handlers can get them in the pool, cool them off a little bit. And
well, you know, when you look at this dog right here, that dog literally didn't take one step that was not needed. Not one
not
step.
Not one. Yep.
Not one step. There's going to be some dogs that are going to add several steps to that.
As you see there, as we run through all our scores, Ernie D'Antoni and Harley with the lowest at 18, but that may not be the lowest on the board in another 5 minutes or so.
You know, Maddie there with Sean Jackson with 39. That's going to be a strong score.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so. We're still averaging what? We're probably still averaging 60 points, right?
Mm-hmm.
On average.
I was about to say anybody that has probably less than 50 is going to feel pretty good coming out of this.
Yeah.
As we see there, Frank Patelli and Sam with an 86 started the day off, full leaderboard there. We'll run through all those again in a moment, but now next dog to the line. Ronan and Hilda Wood. Ronan's a 6-year-old male. Last score is 17.
Come right back, or?
Certainly don't want to criticize our judges, but Chris, I think your says everything. maybe a little higher than we were anticipating there with a 17.
Well, you know, I know it's a little different from the line up there, but I mean, that was a fantastic job. Looked like we had a no bird.
So we're waiting here with a no bird. Thank you to a lot of our different sponsors. You see Eukanuba there, but we have a lot of other great sponsors that gave us some prizes here. While we have a second, we'll just talk about that. I mean, some of the prizes this year for our finalists and for our winners will get, all kind of things we've got over here. We've got some stuff. I mean, it's all just kind of piled over here on our stage. Obviously, you folks can't see it, but they're going to get beds and blankets from Carhartt. They're going to get the winners are going to get Lucky Duck Kennels. They're going to get a 3-day hunting trip worth about $3,500. All of our finalists are going to get some great clothing from Shin, as well as Duck Dog companies, giving them some gift cards. We have obviously food from Eukanuba for all of our finalists. Zoom Dog supplements. Lucky Duck spinning wing decoys. All kind of great prizes. Dog trick collars for both of our amateur and open division winners. So again, thanks to all our sponsors for all those great prizes. To see a full breakdown of those prizes, you can just go on our social media channels and get a nice look at what our finalists and what our winners will be taking home. Speaking of social media, that's a great place to keep track of scores and also running orders for future series. So obviously check us out on Facebook, on Instagram, Super Retriever Series. So after that no bird, taking the time to rebird. Chris, I think this gives us a moment to talk about the Super Retriever Series 25th anniversary. You obviously competed in some of the early years, back when it was the Great Outdoor Games, and then when it kind of became a freestanding Super Retriever Series organization. Just talk to us about, how you've seen the sport evolve since those days.
Well, I was thinking about this morning as I was up there, and I think the game has gotten so much better from the dog's point of view. Back when I ran it, I'll tell you, it was a handler's game. And, you obviously had to have a good dog to run it, but it was definitely a handler's game. And nowadays, the training techniques, the breedings that we're doing out here, all the not making all the mistakes in training, I guess, is the most important thing. People just understand how to train so well right now and how to get the most out of the dog. And let's talk about the training equipment. It's also much better. I mean, e-collars back years ago compared to now are daylight and dark. And, all the way down to the nutrition on the dogs, everything's just gotten better. And just all the way across the board, it makes these dogs so much better. And now the handler is probably a smaller equation. Let's just say that just for fun, that used to, it was a 50-50 deal, dog and handler. And from what I'm seeing, the way these dogs are marking and getting these marks, I'm going to tell you that it's a whole lot less handler and a whole lot more dog now. So it's probably 75-25. These dogs are very well trained and very well versed in how to go out here and get these and problem solve and work out the equation and then come back with the birds without aid of the handler. So, it's an incredible. We watched 2 runs here today, that ran out there that just hit those 3 marks just like they put them out there by themselves. And I just don't think that would have gone on back in the day like that.
We're going to get more insights from Chris Aiken here in a moment. While we're rebirding, we're going to take a quick commercial break. So let's toss it to commercial, and we'll be right back in a few moments.
The Super Retriever Series Crown Championship is presented by Eukanuba. Sporting dogs give us everything we ask and then some. Their nutrition should do the same. By Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission, we are focused on you. Louisiana Tourism, feed your soul. And by Lucky Duck Kennels.
Your puppy only gets one start to set the foundation for a lifetime of performance at your side. Fuel growth and activity, support digestive health, and give him a training edge to one day flush, point, track, retrieve. So when the gear comes out, he'll be ready. Make every milestone count with game-changing puppy fuel. Eukanuba Premium Performance Puppy Pro.
The Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission is here to help you with your amateur, collegiate, professional, or Olympic sporting event. Centrally located in the Arklatex area, Shreveport-Bossier is a premier sports destination, ideal for hosting sporting events of any size. With our wide variety of venues, including stadiums, convention centers, rivers, and universities, we are sure to have the perfect location for any event. Our team is ready to make your event a success. Visit us online at ShreveportBossierSports.com or on Facebook at Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission and let us host your next event.
2 birds of a feather. We flock together every day, and I'll do anything to protect that loyalty. Durable, dependable, and downright dirty. And I'm not just talking about my dog. This 5-star crash test rated kennel is lightweight, secure, and made right here in America. Loyalty goes both ways.
Dating back to 1874, the American Field Sportsman's Journal was delivered to the homes of sporting dog enthusiasts and hunters across America, paving the way for the all-around sportsman's publication. Now under the ownership of the United Kennel Club, the American Field Sportsman's Journal is reborn as an upgraded version of its original grandeur, celebrating the lifestyle for those who value a day in the field with canine hunting companions. The new journal will be a quarterly publication designed once again to showcase our way of life with all sporting dogs, including bird dogs, retrievers, hounds, beagles, and other types of hunting and working dogs. We will also embrace the outdoor lifestyle, bringing attention to wild game, cooking techniques, veterinary medicine, conservation matters, and game shooting topics, all right to the fingertips of our readers. From first-time handlers to lifelong dog owners, we value everyone's story, and we're working to cultivate a community of like-minded individuals who dedicate their lives to their hunting dogs. We invite you to join our movement as we honor our past, embrace our future, and provide a gateway for hunters and handlers of all levels to explore the unbreakable bond we share with our dogs.
Training the dogs is one thing, but training the people, that's really where it is, because now they can be better to their dogs. Their dogs can trust them more, and they're going to be more successful. And I've done a lot of coaching of people at Nationals, and it's really what turns me on, is putting together the dog-handler combination and helping them understand each other. And, well, success is bound to happen when you can do that.
In my Louisiana, the day starts at 4 a.m.
In my Louisiana, every meal is a celebration.
My Louisiana really makes me wonder.
Ours is fast!
With real-life swamp creatures!
In my Louisiana, music is a way of life.
My Louisiana is sheer magic.
From sun up to sundown.
Till sun up again. What will your Louisiana be?
When you find your Louisiana, you feed your soul.
They're partners, ready to do whatever it takes. Athletes that pound for pound can outrun, outwork, and outperform anybody you're watching on Sunday. No contract required. You don't waste that kind of potential. You train it, fuel it, unleash it. You feed nutrition that holds nothing back. The Eukanuba Premium Performance Lineup.
Buying an RV should be easy. I found the perfect RV for my family at BayouOutdoor.com. Bayou Outdoor made the whole process so easy with their great low prices.
Come see a line of Brinkley campers new to the industry. You'll find customer-driven product designs in the lineup of fifth wheels, travel trailers, and toy haulers. Come check out the Brinkley collection today.
So stop wasting time with other RV dealers and get your family camping now. Bayou Outdoor Supercenter, Bossier City, Louisiana.
And we are back here at the 2024 Super Retriever Series Crown Championship, presented by Eukanuba, Series 1, here at the Cecil Plantation, Shreveport, Bossier City, Louisiana. After a rebird there, now back here at the competition. We've run about a dozen of the dogs, of the nearly 100 that qualified, both in the amateur and open divisions. We'll get to see them all here in Series 1 and obviously Series 2 before we cut the field. But we are now back live. This is Hilda Wood and Ronan. Qualified for the Crown Championship this year with 12 points.
One down, 2 to go. Let's see what we got right here. That looks like a great spot to me right there.
Yep, picked up the go bird, and now over here on the second bird.
She's liking that.
Mm-hmm.
She's really focused on this long bird. Let's see what we get.
You stand, you're good.
Pat rejoins us now. So Pat, our first dog back. Ronan and Hilda, while you were away, picked up both of those first 2 birds pretty clean.
Well, I've seen Ronan from time to time, so let's see what he can do here. He's a little outside the bird, but going with purpose. It's a real critical decision area right in there. And looks like he's still going, doesn't it? Ooh, 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 ooh. Starting to break stride a little bit.
Wow, wow, wow.
He needs to look at him looking for information. He's looking for a little bit of, this is where you hope they don't come in from here. Oh, she put the quick, well, she put the horn on him. So he obviously broke down short on that long bird. You could see as that dog subtly changed his stride when he started to think, I've gone far enough, which wasn't far enough. She's giving big verbal backs. Ooh, now don't give up now, Hilda. It's a little bit longer, I think. Keeping your composure as a handler here is not easy. She blows that second whistle. Do you notice that? Because she thinks he hadn't quite stopped, and the dog's interpreted as a come in both times. You see him start to come in. She blew beep, and then another beep. See, she blows the second one there. Does he do the same thing? That time he didn't come in on that second whistle. Because a multiple blast is a come in, but you're just fighting for your life up there as a handler. Well, she got it. She got it. She had to work hard on that handle to get there, didn't she? She had the outside line, but obviously just didn't have the depth. So this was our first dog after the rebird?
Correct.
I didn't miss much, did I?
You did not. A great time to take a lunch break.
You see where that dog stumbled a little bit on return?
Mm-hmm.
that also plays a role in those dogs breaking down. It slows down their momentum. So if they're thinking about hunting and they break that momentum, it kind of encourages them to not keep driving. You've got to have a lot of conviction to keep going. Well, she missed the bucket.
All right, so we'll await the score for Hilda and Ronan.
Been a lot of 60s, right, in the beginning.
I'm afraid that was going to be a little higher than that.
Yep, I'm going to be a little higher for sure. And yeah, Pat, while you were away, Chris and I were talking about at this point, 60 is about the average score.
Yeah.
So you get anything 50 or below, you got to feel pretty good about your performance here.
It's looking like, I was talking to one of the setup guys, and like it's going to be real challenging to finish this test today. Now they're staying in the area for the next one, so logistically that'll help them. But all right. Chris, what would be your routine in showing the guns here? Would you show the guns in any certain order when you come to the mat?
I think I would have to go short, medium, long, and then back to short for the call for the birds.
Well, the long bird goes off first, then the right, then the middle.
That's right.
So would you show the long, go to the short, and then re-show the long?
I would definitely have to. I would definitely have to re-show the long.
Yeah.
And focus and just stay on it and make sure that dog stayed on it for a long time, because I'm not going to trust many of them to stay on that thing with a short bird right there.
No.
Let's take a good look there at Ron Anderson. Guys, here's some trivia for you. We've talked about this before. When they split into two separate divisions and started naming both an amateur and a open champion in 2018. Every year since then, it has been either Ron Anderson or Mike Gibson who's won in the amateur division, and they've rotated years. So for example, the first time we named separate amateur and open champs, 2018, Ron Anderson and Smoke. 2019, Mike Gibson and Trigg. 2020, Ron Anderson and Bella. 2021, Mike Gibson and Trigg. 2022, Ron Anderson and Rip. 2023, Mike Gibson and Blaze. So guess Ron, Mike's saying, tag, you're it.
Well, I'll tell you,
I'm sure there's plenty of these other competitors who want to end that streak of those two winning every time in the amateurs.
I recently did an hour-long interview with Mike Gibson. I found him, when I met him last year, just his story really compelling, and thoroughly enjoyed it. And after spending some time talking to him, I can see why he's successful.
Him and Ron, both really great guys.
You bet.
Ron has 2 dogs qualified for this year's crown.
That little bit of crosswind has made that right bird a little friendlier. See how that dog, you'd have to have an inkling it's over there. 73 for Hilda and Ronan. Yeah, you predicted a little higher than the average. Different handlers' routines. You notice how he was trying to get a pre-delivery look. He was real methodical about it. He's up really far, high on the dog, forward, to try to influence him past that middle gun, but not too far left. So he got a little bit of a left look there. What's he going to take? Yeah, he kind of rethought that. At some point you say, well, it's out of my hands. You know, you've done all you can. Other than if you have to handle, obviously, but.
Well, that's one of the things we were talking about while you were away. I'd asked Chris, as a competitor that had been in this sport, you know, when the Super Retriever Series started 25 years ago, and what's changed. And he said back then it was probably more of a strong handler game. Now the dogs are so strong, it's probably 75% the dog, 25% the handler.
I think that's happening in all dog venues. Look at this job here. Now he's going the distance.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but he must
Deep
be
enough, right?
handling. But is he? Oh, did he go by it? So he went. Interesting. He obviously made a decision not to let this dog hunt.
Mm-hmm.
Just. I don't have the perfect perspective on, but that took me by surprise that he didn't watch and let that play out a little bit. Unless he was, I can't tell if he was really left, because he blew a come in on his first cast. He's rolling another come in. See, you said a great point. We're looking at a zoomed in picture.
Right.
You're looking at a speck on the horizon when you're on that mat. And because he's blowing a come in when I'm really confused here.
Yeah, out there at the mat to run, that dog's about a third of the size of what we see here on this screen.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's a dot.
There's the bird there.
I'm going to be interested to see what his score is versus Hilda's right there.
Right.
I know he's not happy with that. He's disappointed.
No, he's not.
This is Daisy with handler and owner Brian Broussard. Brian competing here at the Crown with Daisy and also with Huck. A couple dogs qualify.
Hit that one nice. Keep it rolling.
All right, so the Go Bird went pretty flawless there. Let's now see how these other two go with Daisy.
So I got a little better understanding of what happened with the last dog, because I didn't have a great perspective here. The dog, it was left. And a little bit like a Lyle, but not quite, but was still going and looked like he was going to just continue over the...
left and short or
left and
beyond
deep.
the bird?
Oh yeah, he was almost going to, he was as deep as the bird or even getting deeper. And obviously he figured if he waited and that dog kept going, he'd never get him back. So I couldn't tell, because his first cast was a come-in, so I'm thinking like, well, he's certainly not doing that if he's short.
Well, there you see a 79 is the score.
Yeah. Well, what was Hilda? Somewhere in the 70s?
70s as well.
So I guess they were similar, weren't they?
I mentioned I thought it would be.
Yeah, because they were both extended handles on the Longbird. So one thing I'll say is sometimes the more sophisticated and refined the dog, the more careful you have to be. I mean, if you false line or you give the wrong information, well, I think Ron, I mean, it looked like he was right on, but I think obviously he regretted the look he went with.
Well, I mean, you can't help but try to fade that out just a little bit too far to the left, try not to fall back into the old fall.
Oh, I know.
You know what I mean? And the next thing you know, you're way out in left field, literally.
But the vast majority of handles have been short and right. Ooh, short.
We got a pop here on the right bird.
Right-hand bird.
Not for long, though. I don't think he handled. I think she just decided to go on.
She went on her own. So Chris, is a pop on a mark scored differently than a pop on a blind?
I think a pop's a pop. I think it's 5 points either way.
Okay, that's what I'm looking at the chart here.
Yeah.
Most of the handlers look like they're getting their dogs wet before they go to line, and it probably makes a lot of sense.
I tell you, when I walked out there a minute ago in the sun, I noticed that it's really warming up. You can tell by this dog's tongue. This dog's fatigued and tired. This dog's got 800 yard worth of run right here coming up. And that's if it does it flawlessly.
Oh, here's an early pop and early handle. So he's kind of obviously he's disappointed there with this effort. So you guys were talking earlier about the nutritional factor of treating these dogs like athletes. I think one of the biggest changes that we started doing is more conditioning, an established conditioning program. And after being a part of that, and Dr. Janelle Appel is a specialist, she started taking muscle mass measurements and respiration rates when we started tracking the conditioning program. And one thing we ended up finding out is once we got them in tip-top shape, they lost conditioning with just normal training. Wow. They deteriorated. And with hard normal training. So you realize you could not keep them in ultimate shape by just training them. And
what was your favorite conditioning to do?
We call it long, slow distance. It's more, we put them on a boom with a harness, and we control their tempo at about 5 to 7 miles an hour. And you force them into a trot, not a gallop. And you'd think, wait a minute. And it was amazing how fatigued they got at that pace. And again, you didn't let them run and you didn't let them stop. And you started at about 10, 11 minutes, and then you worked your way up to as long as 30 minutes.
Wow.
And then we would do similar with kayaking and conditioning.
Well, I expected you to say swimming. I just love swimming. I love
no doubt.
swimming the dogs. I just think, it's low impact, it's easy on their body, and they stay cool as they can, depending on time of year. And I just think you get so much out of swimming. Just so much out of it.
When you did that conditioning program you were just talking about, did you see more of a change? You said you tracked it before and then afterwards. Did you see more of a change in muscle mass percentage, or did you see more of a change in lung capacity?
Both.
Both.
What we did see is with some of the older dogs, an increased performance, because we actually trained them less and conditioned them more. And I remember going back when I had left Hanjum already at the last time, and they had a really good year after I left. I was wondering if it was because I left, but I asked him. I said, Mike, what was the single biggest reason you think for your success? He said, conditioning. I didn't even get the question out of him. So, what did Vince Lombardi say? Fatigue makes cowards of us all. No, I mean, this is fatigue. I mean, to think clearly and be able to, and you may not need it all the time, but between injury prevention, overall wellness, and not being able to keep your composure, and the other thing is the relief of stress for the dogs that were non-training was substantial. They learned to love it, and it was just great. Their attitudes were great about it. So and it's hard sometimes to take time away from training to condition it.
Well, that's what I was thinking. I mean, 'cause that's a setup. You know what I mean? You can put a setup in the amount of time it takes to.
It's more than a setup sometimes, but we felt it paid off. It was worth the effort. And when you come into a big event of this level, when you're in great shape, you can watch how their body temperatures recover quicker and things like that. You can track it in a lot of ways. And so it's one of those things that moves the needle just enough. You get a little bit of a 2%. So we started using some of the pre and post exercise supplements that they use in the world of sled dogs, because they're the most. There's a lot of stuff that can help you. All right.
RTR's Aunt B, qualified all age, 4-year-old black female.
Good looking dog. Look at nice
handler, Grace Williams.
Big, strong, good looking head on that female. What do we have happen? Maybe
I wonder what's going on there.
My guess is they signaled and the gunner didn't react, or the gun didn't go off. They were having a little bit of trouble with the gas guns.
So a score there from Brian Broussard and Daisy at 109.
You're playing catch up after that, aren't you? So remind me, they'll do this and then the next, and after the next they do their first cut?
Correct.
Gotcha.
Field to be cut after the second series, field cut again after the third series, and then field cut down to the finalists after the fourth series. But every competitor
18, 12, and then 6, right?
Correct.
Okay.
But everyone that qualified, as long as they don't get a DNF, gets to run at least 2 series.
Perfect.
And to clarify, you said 18, 12, and 6. That's on both sides. So that number of dogs in the open
division.
and
correct. Okay.
Yes, and in the amateur.
So you get 18 dogs in the pro division, 18 dogs in the amateur.
Total of 36. Correct. 18 and 18, 12 and 12, 6 and 6. Correct.
I haven't looked, but what is the breakdown of amateurs to professionals out of the?
I was just thinking the same thing. We've had several AMs right here right in a row. I know it could be just coincidence.
I'm going to do the old finger test here, dudes, and count this on this nice, handy, and ever so sharp and looking program they have this year.
Beautiful. Well, they do an incredible job here. Got one bird coming back. Some dogs learn to pace themselves. Some just, they can't help themselves. That wind lays down, you can feel the heat, can't you? Even in the shade here. So she elected to put a handle on, and was the dog going by the bird, or was just?
I don't know. I couldn't tell. I think it might have been just a little bit to the right of it. Might have been hunting upwind. I'm just guessing. It's hard to tell from here on the screen.
So it's maybe it's a strategy rather than have an extended hunt. Even if she's going to find it, you're going to preserve a little bit of the dog's energy.
Yeah.
And you're not penalized as much for a handle in the fall area.
You don't want to burn up any more memory than you have to for this long bird.
Well, that's true. Dog wants to look, appears to want to look pretty left initially. One reason to take your time is to let the dog catch their breath, regain their wind.
Dog looks real thin. Let's see.
Yeah, a little bit tight. You're going to know here.
You know, a dog's got to have a conscience right here. You know,
right.
He's got to know he's been back in that old fall, or back at where he's already been. He knows not to go back in that old fall.
I think
any dog with a conscience is going to try to flare that a little
peel
bit.
off a little bit. The dog actually gets a little concerned, but
she's not going to let it happen.
So how many dogs have not handled on this test? Is it just
Maybe
2?
2 or 3.
3 at the most.
I believe 2, but I could be wrong.
I think it's 2. Right. The 2 really low scores.
2 that have the 17 and the 16, yep.
tree. I think that dog's a little bit upwind of that bird when she. Now. Okay, there's the tree. Yeah, it was a bit upwind. Got it.
Wind's really picked up, hasn't it?
Yeah. And some of these banners are blowing around pretty good.
I looked a minute ago, the wind's going to be, today it's between 11 and 20, and tomorrow it's going to be around 13 is for the most wind we're going to have tomorrow. So I'm assuming this is going to run over tomorrow. The wind direction is going to be exactly the same, and the temps are going to be about exactly the same. So maybe we're going to look out and have the same test.
And they've got a short move, I think, right over here in front of us. I see some maybe equipment in the field already.
I just always worry about those deals where you divide the test up over 2 days, and one day it's undoable, and the next day you can't mess it up.
Right.
You know?
I think you could mess this test up in any wind conceivable.
I know I could. I know I could.
But the one thing, if you had a wind where the dog couldn't hear you to handle that.
That's exactly
if the wind came in your face. But
well, and here again, we've seen several 4-year-olds today. We've also seen several 8-year-olds. I just think those dogs with, especially some of these dogs that hunt.
Now, Stephen hasn't been up yet, has he?
Nope.
All right.
And to your point, the wind is blowing behind the handlers out rather than in their face. So at least that's an advantage from
the dog hearing you, correct.
Right.
I've certainly seen that happen. I remember one of the St. Louis Nationals, they had a third series set of watermarks that the wind switched and the temperature dropped and it went over. And the success rates plummeted on day 2. And it turned from a nice, doable test into a bloodbath.
I remember one time at the Grand, we had a banded water test down in South Carolina. And the first day we ran 94 dogs, had 4 of them that 4 of them did it clean out of 94 dogs because it was 22-mile-an-hour wind sustained all day. Next day, 0 wind, they ran 94, 95 dogs on it and had 4 of them handled.
Something.
This is Ice right here, and I know a little bit about this dog. I trained his mom and dad both. His dad's a 6-time grand champion, master hunter in Hall of Fame. Mother was a grand champion. This dog comes from a really good line of dogs. Trained his brother too. He's a grand champion.
Well, he certainly has a presence on the mat, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's a 4-time grand champion, a master hunter in Hall of Fame. So this comes from a long line of really nice dogs. Jim's done a great job with this dog. He's done all this on his own, and he spends a lot of time, puts his heart and soul into it. He does a great job with him, and him and Ice are kind of as one, if you know what I mean. They're a great team, and I mean, you can look at all the accomplishments that they've made together, and it's pretty impressive.
Jim and Ice this year actually tied for 5th for most points to qualify for the Crown. So for the Team of the Year competition.
This would definitely be a dog I'd be worried about if I was an amateur, for sure.
Very good.
Seeing the score there for Grace Williams and dog B, a 109.
I can think of a lot of great amateur dog teams over the years, and you're right, that some of them were quite. You're rocking on with Don Strait back in the day, and
well, you take a pro.
They're hard to beat.
And Pat, I'm not telling you anything. You know way more about this than I do, but like with us, we're running 15 to 25 dogs at a test, and you got to remember everybody's little micro tendencies, and all that. And I'm getting old. I'm forgetting things, and so I don't remember all of them as I should. You got one dog, one handler. Everything's just a reaction because that's all you know, and that's a dangerous team. That's a dangerous team. And this dog right here is definitely a
well, look at him.
I mean, he's a fierce competitor, and he's got a great handler, and they're a great team together.
Danny Farmer said one time, I'm not worried about the pro with a 16-hole dog truck. I'm worried about the amateur in a Suburban with 2 crates.
Whose dog sleeps in their bed with them, goes to work with them in the morning, and spends 24 hours a day with them, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I tell people all the time, it's hard for a dog to learn anything in chain link and concrete. When they're with you 24/7, they know everything there is and they know about you.
Did he miss this right in bird? He must have. Did he miss it on the outside a little bit? He crossed the road strong, but the handler's moving right, and he's obviously doing that to. Ooh. You get deep with this bird, you could end up in that middle bird in a hurry, couldn't you? Oh. I'm assuming he missed that bird on the outside, on the right. Which, with the wind blowing right to left, if you get on the outside, you... Ooh. Not only is his tongue out, it's curled up. See how when that...
Yeah, I mean, he's got a lot.
When they start curling...
I tell you, I'm petrified of these dogs overheating. I mean, we just don't want
You have to be.
Dogs. Yeah, you just have to. I'm always probably worried about that more than I should, but...
No, you can't worry about it too much. Impossible.
I don't think so either, but...
All you got to do is see one dog go down, and... yeah, he's...
Now what's the penalty nowadays for going back to an old fall? Switching or going back to an old fall?
20 points.
Woo! So you're going to see a 100, 125 point run right here. That's not what I was expecting to see.
No, I wasn't either. Well, his trouble on the right-hand bird ended up taking its toll.
Wow, yeah.
I mean, you could see the dog's fatigue factor, and this is scary here. The dog's way out there, and even their ability to smell now is compromised. There's a lot of tents and stuff behind the line. I could see where it could be hard for a dog to see the handler. I think.
I wish this dog would hurry up and pick his bird up. I can see his tongue from here.
And these kinds of dogs, they don't want to pick up if you have to pick up, because they want to find a bird. And so it's not easy to pick them up if you have to either. But you got to be worried about them.
Well, we've seen situations in the past where the handler makes that call, and we've also seen the situation in the past where the field marshal and judges make that call.
Yeah, I know. There was some discussion about at what point are you going to... He's picking them up.
Yeah, I think that's the right decision. I know Jim's heart broke over that. I would be too. That's a very, very nice dog.
And if that hadn't happened to you, you haven't run enough, because it's going to happen.
Well, it is, that's for sure.
Like, you see, I told you, this dog is like, I don't come in without a bird. So getting him to come in isn't that easy. There he comes.
Yeah,
that's...
I hate it for him. I hate it for him. I know everybody here puts their heart and soul into their dogs, but Jim sure does. He's a He's a great dog man for sure, and I know he's got to be disappointed.
That miscue on the right bird is what
Yep.
just set him up for, I mean, the dog was, you could tell, look at, he didn't want to come in now.
Come on, Jim, get him in there.
Either that or have the guys come out and give him the bird and get him out.
Pick him up on a ranger.
Yeah, he might. Yeah,
they threw him one now.
Yeah, you got to get him out of the field.
All right, so a disappointing day here for Ice and Jim Templeton, but to your point, the right thing to do in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, you've on every account. You're going to want to make sure you, when you get this bumper out of his mouth, you keep this dog moving. In other words, you don't let him dive under the truck and get him wet, but just try to walk him in some shade somewhere. And I know there's not a lot around here, is there? Get a fan on him or something. Well, and some dogs manage this better than others, but
just like people.
Yes.
Just like people. I work with some guys that can stand the heat way better than I can. I'm fat and old and lazy and all that, and then some of them guys can handle that heat real well.
Yeah, and just a reminder that, you know, as these dogs come off the line, we do have a whole area set up with kiddie pools, with ice.
Yeah,
you know, they say, you know, the big deal is you don't want to cool these dogs down too fast. That was one of these lessons all vets want to teach. You know, I come from a hunting background, so while everybody hunting, I see, like, let's take opening day of dove season. You know, these dogs been laid up on the couch in the office doing nothing all year, and we're going to go out there and dove hunt them in 100-degree heat. And they think, oh, I'm going to cool my dog down and go dunk him in a cooler, you know, with all their favorite beverages in it, full of ice, you know. And then that clots that blood up, thickens the blood up, and it causes more troubles than if you just cool them down in a moderate way, you know, just put some water on their paws and bellies and under their ears and cool them down. Lyle had one time I think it was in the 08 Crown. Lyle had one that got hot. We had to stop the whole test, and we cooled him down. Had some vets on staff, and I watched what they did to him, and they taught us a lot on the correct way of doing that, and that dog ended up being fine. I'm not too sure that wasn't Jack, but it was it got hot that day. We were down at Mayflower, and it kind of same deal, the same time of year, pretty warm day in October.
Good look at the big fella here, Traeger. This is Traeger. Traeger's
boy here.
Well, Traeger's full name is My Daddy's the Big Black Dude. So if you ever knew anything about Dude, apple didn't fall far from the tree. Big guy here.
No.
Traeger and Ray finished second in Team of the Year in the amateur, 35 points.
I'm glad they recognize that. That's such a huge deal to be the consistent dog. You know, every dog can have its day and end up, you know, getting lucky or, you know, be on the right side of the wind or whatever, just kind of luck into something. But man, for a dog to be that consistent, you know, all season long and really be, you know, placed in every single event, that's just amazing. You know, just like with ice or just like with this dog here. I mean, it's amazing. It shows you their true training, their true character, and their true handler. You know.
Oh yeah, and those competitions this year, the Eukanuba Team of the Year competitions on both the amateur and the pro side came down to the end.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
A lot of good quality dog and handler teams that were performing well throughout the year.
Dogs do what dogs do, man. They're going down there and run that thing too thin. Trying to stay in that mode stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Wind's really helped them out there. That wind's coming, they got a real slight angle to it coming across there and giving that bird to them, even on the dogs that cheat the cover a little bit.
I'd say what, 75, 80% of the dogs we've seen so far run that thin?
Yep. If it wasn't for the wind giving it up to them, it'd be a different story. They still got this long bird to go, though. They're not going to give them anything there.
Mm-mm.
Is it warming up to you or is it just me?
It's hot.
Yeah, it is. It's warming up. Well, he turned him around and fired him off pretty quick. Let's see what he does. This dog's moving like he's got something on his mind here. I don't think he knows what he's doing.
Chris, to answer your question, the temperature has increased 11 degrees since our first dog. The first dog ran, it was 72, and now it's 83 here.
I knew it had warmed up.
High today is going to be around 87, 88. So
come on. Keep it going. I don't know how much he is short, but I think he's quite a bit short.
yeah, from here it definitely appears that he's a good bit short for sure.
Ray trusts this dog. He's not in any big hurry to handle. He's letting him work it out. He depends on him. He knows what he can do, what he can't. Now he's just said, all right, you're getting a little bit too far out of the picture. I tell you, it's a long way out there to be handling very far. Trying to get big overs or, well, see, that tree I have it marked off of, it's not even on the screen right here. He's got to go left probably another 40, 50 yards, looks like to me.
Because the bird's right in front of that tree with the vine, right?
There's a big tree that's got a, see, he's trying to get him over there.
Happy to the report that as Ray and Traeger are competing here, just saw Ice go by, and Ice seems to have cooled off.
Yeah, he looks good. I'm tickled to see that. He looked like he rebounded real nice.
Yeah, rebounded real well and headed back to the truck.
We have his brother. We had his brother in training. We just sent him home. He just passed the grand again, and he has a lot thicker coat, a lot longer hair than what Ice does. It's amazing. Full brothers and their hair coats are completely different.
He just missed that right end bird he set on the outside and got deep and put on an extended hunt, and that really.
I tell you what, strategy-wise, as I watch this, and I know everybody's got a plan. They're hoping to get these dogs to pick it up clean, but when you get two of these clean, that dog makes any bobble on that long bird, and he's in between A and Z. I'd almost have to put me a safety whistle in there, cast him, and move on to the next series. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I got a feeling, I see Lyle coming up, I got a feeling that's the exact strategy he's fixing to use.
Oh. It's Jim, right?
Yeah.
So Jim was saying that about 2 weeks ago that dog tore a chunk of his pad off and hadn't been able to be trained, and he said,
really?
It's just been recently that he's been able to work him from a torn pad, and he said so between maybe not working a little bit and maybe being a little compromised, that all leads to some challenges. All right, so we got a dog handling on the punch bird here. What's he done on the other two?
Pretty well. On the right bird, he went a little thin, but he winded it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's safer to be under the arc of that right-hand bird because the wind's going to help you. You miss it on the outside.
I'm telling you, I don't know. If I got them two right-hand birds, I line that dude up. The first time I saw that tail or them ears twitch, I'd be tweet and cast that dude right to the bird because I'd have that thing marked like it's a beach ball out there. I'm telling you, I would know where that bird is.
It's a legitimate strategy.
Yeah,
well, you won this thing.
Well, I'm just telling you, but it's different now than it was then. I know we got better dogs now, but the deal is that You know, this guy here, he's going to come in, you know, he could come in with some triple digits here if he don't watch out. And that's just, you know, we just don't want that, where he could have got out of there with a 40-50 with handling under in a pretty quick manner and moved on, you know. Everybody's got their way of doing it. That's why they're running. I'm sitting over here.
Way up.
It's easy to say what you would do if you didn't have a dog in it.
Three more lunches.
Yeah.
See anybody over there? And just give it to?
I bet you go over. All right, we got Quincy here. Let's see what he can do. You know, something still hadn't been done. Nobody's tried going for that Lombard second yet. I got a feeling somebody's fixing to have to try to pull that cat out of the bag here in just a second. That little diversion levy there breaks their momentum and breaks their stride.
What would influence that decision to change the order if you think your dog saw the long bird better?
I mean,
on the right?
obviously, you're burning memory every time, you know, the longer it goes. So, if they, and then the other thing is too, I think part of the strategy is they just went in there and picked up the 12 o'clock bird. Now you come back and poke them in there to the 11 o'clock bird, and they remembering that they've just picked up the 12 o'clock bird, and the dogs with a conscience will flare that and could possibly flare straight into the long bird. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So I'm not saying every dog's got that big a conscience on them, but I'm saying most of these do or have in the past to get to here, you know. So, but somebody's fixing to pull this off here in a second.
Ray Cato and Trigger there with a
Pat,
106.
Pat's walking back in right now. Pat, you know, we were just there talking about nobody still pulled off going for the Lombard second. You know,
I thought that's what I heard you guys talking about.
Yeah, and you know, you and I were talking about that earlier, and Luke's already looking for the right bird here. I mean, there's no doubt that's exactly the way I'd run it, the way Luke, the way everybody's running it. I would run it that way myself, but I just got to think somebody's going to come in here and try to help the dog's memory and go get that Lombard second here.
Well, there's arguments for there's two reasons you might consider it. A, you're right, their memory's cleaner, and B, the dog isn't as tired. What bird can you get easier if you don't quite remember it? It's going to be the right one.
Well, I know this, I can handle a whole lot easier on that right bird than I can that long bird. You know, and so if you do think you can pull that long bird off second, the deal is I say, Pat, that a dog with a conscience is going to do a little bit better going after that long bird second.
Sure.
Because they're going to know they've already picked up that 12 o'clock bird. Now we're sending them for a 1 o'clock bird.
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
Without a doubt. I mean,
I'm not saying all of them got conscience. I'm not saying.
No, but if you're here, you got training.
That's what I said. They did have some conscience sometime, or they wouldn't be here.
You know, when you think of some of these complex quads and there's different variations of picking it up, I often think, what bird can I pick up that's going to make the next bird easier? And that would be the argument for going for the left bird second, because the middle bird would, I think, if you just retrieved it, make that long bird a smidge easier.
Sometimes a smidge is the difference between winning and losing, Pat.
No doubt. As it heats up.
Yep.
Now Luke, with his other dog, hit this bird pretty good, didn't he? Isn't he one of the really low scores?
Let me ask you about that. You brought up a good point. We've been talking about the heat. We've been talking about memory. We've been talking about marking. Is there also an advantage to running the long bird before the short one on the right, just because you go ahead and get the fatigue out of the way?
Oh, absolutely. That's one of the biggest arguments.
Now Luke did a real nice job on his last dog. Now see, this is what I said was going to happen right here. they're just going to stop them early and cut the bleeding. Just stop the bleeding, you know. And obviously this dog was fading to the left more than what Luke wanted to do, and he's just going to put a Band-Aid on it here, and you know, he got a whole lot better shot at giving some tight angles and getting to that bird, calling it a day. I still think a guy could get out of here in the 50s, maybe even high 40s with this strategy right here. If you're man enough not to let them get too far out of whack.
Right.
He's having more trouble than I thought he would.
Well, that's right. And he's all the way up on that berm trying to. Now, what'll happen, the handler, when I'm looking at the sun here, will become backlit a little bit. In other words, the sun will be in, and white isn't the most visible thing a lot of times when the sun's behind you. And I can see they're you notice how the dogs are taking see, he cast right, the dog went left. You have to assume some of that is just a little bit hard to see. .1247, so what did we say? Sunset is 6:30-ish. So you don't have 6 hours left. You probably have 5.5 max.
Sunsets at 6:26.
Yeah.
With it being 12:48, yeah, you got probably over 5 hours, but definitely not 6.
Yeah. Yeah, right. It'll be.
We're looking for a good run, guys. We've kind of had some bad runs.
Yes, we have.
We're looking for something good. And here it is. I mean, these things run in cycle depending on the day, like Pat said. You're going to see this thing. It's going to look like a graph chart, up, down, up, down, up, down, and we're definitely in one of those downs right now.
Well, you always see that.
They're showing the way the sun is right here with the clouds. You got sun and clouds, sun and clouds. That's
you'll see stretches where, and it'll be odd because the conditions won't have dramatically changed, but obviously make a big difference.
Sure.
A little bit of lighting, slight degree in wind change. It's mostly lighting and wind that turn a test from doable to brutal.
A couple years ago, we were here, and I said, not a cloud in the sky, and there wasn't. And then an hour later, it looked like this. That's how quickly. Next competitor's at the line here.
Sitting up proud and tall looking.
This is fancy.
Male, female, fancy.
Handler Dustin Owens. Fancy's full names, One Chance Fancy, like the Reba McEntire song. You got to be thinking that he's thinking, here's your one chance fancy, don't let me down.
Don't let me down. I love it.
He competed and made it to the crown. Here's your one chance fancy, don't let me down. That's your new lyrics. Right?
Hit that bird hard. Look at that. I like to do what he's doing. He gets down on the mat. He wants to get a little more perspective of the dog's view. You're looking for little holes in the cover, little paths to kind of get you in the sweet spot.
Matt, some of this hit me. You know, they designated the go bird for you to pick it up first. Let's say they didn't designate that. With your knowledge on this field trial setup, what would you do?
I'm not going to decide to start primary selecting my first time at the first series of the Crown. So, I mean, it's not every now and then something will happen.
Well, you know, all these dogs have done it. All these dogs have practiced it. So, I mean, but what would you do anything different? See, they just popped a score up here, Quincy and Coeur 97. So what I'm telling you, boys, somebody's going to come up here in a minute. They're going to pick them 2 right birds up. They're going to line up. They're going to send for it, and they're going to dang near treat it like a blind.
Right.
And they're going to get out of here in the 40s or 50s, and they're going to look like a hero.
Mm-hmm.
It's fixing to happen. I'm telling you. And that's, I don't know what we're waiting on. Everybody's just hoping they're going to come out here doing this thing clean.
And did the dog win the bird?
They did gum. The ones that have done it clean have been in 18, 28, been 20, 30, 40 points.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And that's clean, isn't that right?
Yeah, no, the 2 best scores we've had so far, 16 and 17. So 40 definitely keeps you in contention.
Yeah, that's what I'm screaming.
Has there been anything in the 40s? We've had 50s and 60s.
We've had a few. We had a couple in the 30s, a couple in the 20s.
Did we? Okay.
And then a 17 and a 16.
See, here's one of those hunts.
It's early in the game to give up 30, 40, 50 points.
Mm-hmm.
Dog's going to get the bird, but I'm sure a little bit bigger hunt than this guy was hoping for. Oof. Yeah. Boy, dog.
You see, look right there. See those white trucks? Like, that white GMC, and then there's my white Suburban right there. So I'm not sure that's not hurting. I don't know what.
Well, if you walk over the handle, you handle it, right?
I know. I just noticed that. I've had that happen to me in the past. There's a reason.
Sure, yeah, we all have
noticed it, right? But I'm telling you, I'm not too sure that that's not detrimental when they step out here to the right, like they think they're getting up on top of that deal. I'm not too sure that. That's not hurting. I need to be paying attention to that.
That perspective you just pointed out is real. Yeah, here comes a handle. The dog's starting to peel into the middle, back into the middle bird. Real tight to it. Oh, going just behind it though. Here in the next 10 strides, you're going to know whether this dog's going to keep going or not. Well, we can't quite tell from there, but I think this dog's still going. If this dog can get on the trail of where the gunners walk to hide, because I think this dog is right, but still going. Let's watch when this dog hits that scent trail right there. That's where the gunners walk to retire. Now, well, that's still quite a ways from the bird.
Over too far right.
Right. But, dog's using. The dog's going to come up with this bird right in there. Is that the tree? And their ability to smell when they really get warm, but isn't that it right there? Mm. Yeah. So that dog almost looked like it was going to go back into the middle bird. and then broke just off the back of it and just had the presence of mind and training to keep going. When it hit the trail where the gunners had been walking, it stopped like it hit a rock. It made a little right and then sorted it out. That's thinking there. Well,
much better run than we've seen most recently.
Well, he had 2 hunts.
Right.
No handle.
Right.
Didn't handle on either bird. Now, that'll be an interesting score there. Had a pretty good hunt on the right bird. And
isn't it amazing to you that they go out there and hunt on a bird like that right bird, which is, I mean, that's a run-of-the-mill, everyday mark for every one of these dogs, right? I mean, that's just a requirement bird, right? I mean, that's not anything super special. And then go out there on that long bird and just absolutely front-footed. I mean, isn't it amazing? I can't stand a dog to handle on one of the early birds in a triple or a quad, then go out there and spear the one that can't anybody do. I'm like, what is that?
But what that dog did on the right-hand bird, the dog was going on sheer marking. And that bird, the dog was going on training.
Yeah.
And that dog made some training decisions.
Now watch this right here. I'm gonna give a little credit where I think credit's due. Now Lyle's not gonna let the same mistake happen twice. Okay, he's just he learns from every dog, and I think he's gonna come in here and he's gonna make some corrections right here, and he's always trying to win everything.
Look at those guns. Look how tight they are.
Yeah.
I mean, are you kidding me? I mean, the ability to differentiate, and with 150 yards difference between the middle and long gun, that's really tough. Really tough.
This is a look at Jordan. She's a 9-year-old female.
9-year-old female.
Jordan, no stranger to the Super Retriever Series.
9-year-old, been there, done that. Dogs, obviously QA2, field trial experience, master hunter.
With a handler who's been there, done that too.
Yeah.
7-time crown champion.
Yeah.
Guys, you asked me a few minutes ago how many dogs qualified, how many entered. 105 dogs qualified this year. 96 have entered. Obviously, we've had some pass away and some others unable to compete.
In heat. We had some in heat.
Correct. Speaking of which, this past year, 2 of our past champions passed away. Stroker, who was handled to a crown championship by Clark Kennington, and Bella by Ron Anderson. And 5 other dogs that qualified last year. Cappy, our crown champion from last year with Carter. Hatch with Lyle. Smack with Carter. Bazooka with Clark, and Smokey with John Lamar. We've all crossed over the Rainbow Bridge, but qualified in the past to compete here at the Crown, and certainly will be missed, but there's plenty of other ones out here competing, like Jordan here, who continue to impress us and put smiles on our faces.
Well, this is a real dog right here.
Look at Lyle digging in up there. He's just, he wanted to get traction.
He's got a plan. He got a lot of confidence in this dog. And he's damn sure not short on confidence in himself. So we're going to.
Well, that's half the battle, though.
we're going to dang sure see something right here.
Yep.
We're going to see something right here. I got confidence in him.
Some of my best dogs and best amateur handlers, I said they were often wrong, but they were never in doubt. They had to believe. I mean, and sometimes, I tell you what, and that confidence, and we're going to do it, is contagious to the dog.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a huge thing. You want to make adjustments based on the other dogs and your previous, but you don't want to do something really different than you would normally do.
You know, and that's the big disadvantage of being a ham. I mean, let's face it, most of these hams got one dog in here, and a lot of the pros do too, but a lot of the hams got, I mean, you got one bullet, you don't have time to learn. You don't have time to make adjustments. You got to figure it out on one dog and be done with it. And I'll tell you, it's a huge advantage.
Well, there's 2.
Yeah, and I'm talking about chalk lines. He's going for broke right here.
What's number 77 going to do?
If he doesn't handle, if that dog bobbles, I'm going to talk about him bad. I'm just going to tell you. He better line old Jordan up and watch him step over. Where did he get 27 points? Where did that come from?
Well, that dog didn't handle on either bird, so they
I mean,
get.
I didn't think that dog was 1 foot off line on either one.
No. The one that just ran. Remember he had.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was this dog. I'm sorry. I was already
No.
I was mad just thinking.
No,
about
that was the dog that had.
No, that was a great job, but that was all on that right bird. Yeah, Fancy did a great job. I'm sorry. I was thinking it was this dog. I'm like, what?
No. He.
Come on, Jordan. Let's see you go do your thing. And we all know this dog's capable of going out there in his front foot and this line.
I mean, he's got the. That's the line at the bird.
Yeah, this.
You can see the little dip.
He's got the hand on the hip deal, like you better
Pushing
get that bird.
Dog pushed off a little bit right there in the middle part.
This dog knows where it's going.
Certainly, well, with two.
He's got his whistle inside his jacket. Okay.
Maybe it's in the truck. Do you think he forgot?
Yeah, he might.
I don't think so.
Come on, Jordan. This dog knows where he's going. It's over.
Wait.
Come
okay.
On.
You're gonna know in the next.
Come on.
10 steps.
Come on.
You see,
fading in.
Well, she's. All right.
This dog.
I tell you, you're right. She looked a little right, but she more as a reference to where she's been.
Upwind, that was the problem.
Ooh, there's the breakdown.
See, I did not handle. I was telling you. There you go.
Yeah.
I hope he gets that cast. Yep.
God, it looked like she had the pace to just keep on a measured going pace, but you're right.
Come on, dog. Come on.
He gave her a second.
You know, the problem is with great marking dogs is they're not always the best handling dogs because they don't practice. You know, you're good at what you practice.
Especially on a mark.
And I promise you, this dog right here doesn't handle on very many marks. Pick it up, dog. Pick it up. Let's go. Pick it up. Now let's see what this score is.
Right.
This is my strategy right here. This is the way I would have played it. This is the way I'd have run it. I think this is the way to get in and out of here.
What you think, a 35?
I'm thinking 40.
40?
So the over, I'm going to say the over-under is 50.
I've been saying 40 all along to get out of a handle on the long bird.
So if you were a betting man, you'd go under on the 50?
It'd be close. I think we're going to be between 40 and 50. I'll
Under.
say that.
I'm going to take the under on 50.
I'm going to say between 40 and 50. He just played it exactly the way I think I would too.
Well, I'll tell you what this is going to do. This is going to give the rest of the handlers a lot. I mean,
they're sitting over here listening to us talk, thinking the same thing. And I mean, you know, and then like you said, now they're going to see it be done. Now we're just going to see who can handle the best on the long bird. You know. Now I got handlers texting me telling me they're fixing to pick up the long bird second, so we're going to find out here in a minute.
All right. Do you have to call your pocket in this thing?
I guess so. They're telling me what they're fixing to do. I tell you, I'm not good at arguing with a dog at the line.
I know.
Not when entry fees are on the line. You know what I'm saying?
Well, no, you're right. I mean, I was looking at the one dog came in and wheeled in and stared right at that right-hand bird. I said, are you going to talk him out of that now?
Man, it's like last week, there was people telling me, said, you know, why'd you pick up that long bird second? I said, that's the dog came in and wheeled right around. What am I going to do, argue with him about it?
Well, that's right.
You know, we can do that Monday through Friday.
No.
We can pick out the bird we want Monday through Friday. Let's go get them where they know how to get them on Saturday and Sunday. Keaton. All right, Luke, let's see what you got, buddy. 6-year-old female.
Indigo's Wonder, qualified all age. Call name Keaton. It's Luke's third dog today?
Uh-huh.
Yep. Got a pretty good feel for the test at this point.
You were right, yes, I was. I tried twice, I couldn't get it, so I lined it up.
Frank, you were saying that first dog, he tried to send for that long bird, the dog was hanging down.
Yeah, I saw that.
So we got Luke back up there, huh?
Yeah.
One of the early handlers came up to me just a minute ago and said, there's a discussion about possibly picking up the long bird second, and he said that was his plan and he set up for it. He says, but the dog was having none of it. So he just said, all right, I got to go for the right one. But he said that was plan A. That's when you say Omaha, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's change the play on the line.
So 37 right there. You were right.
There you go.
Around a 40.
Woo-hoo.
That's the play. That's the way to play this thing, guys. I'm just telling you. And that's old school. I mean, that's the way we always played it before. I mean, I'll be willing to tell you, the dogs are so much better now. I'm not saying that the Super Sues and the Tickets and the Ritz and all those dogs that had more letters in front of their name than the alphabet it offers, but 90% of the dogs back when I ran this thing could not get that long bird clean. They just couldn't. You know, they just weren't practiced at it enough.
But you say that was old school. That was just good handling. I mean, because I tell you, if I was a betting man, if you'd have waited, that dog would have had a hunt and the same handle and probably worse.
Yeah.
Because I don't think that dog was going to come up with that.
I remember a mark, and I'd have to get with Shannon, but I remember a mark we ran one time in the middle of the dog track in Hot Springs, and the mark was, I think it was either 525 or 575.
What?
Is what it was. It was from one end of the horse track to the other, and they had guys in chef's hats, big tall chef's hats, white coat, white pants, and Shannon can correct me where I go wrong on this, but they had like 3 of them out there, and they remember we're inside the horse track, so there's all kind of colors everywhere out there. So we had to do what we had, but these chef's hats were 2 feet tall, just doing everything they could so that the dog
see the gun.
Yeah, and I don't think there was a single dog, and we're talking about that was the Crown if I remember right, and there wasn't a single dog that picked those marks, and we had some strong dogs in that pack there too. And but now we did. I think everybody picked it up, but we were, praying and hoping and handling, But anything over 500 is a long way. Yeah. I mean, that's. And you remember, like the dogs that I ran back then, they were my personal dogs, and they were my everyday hunting dogs, and those dogs are, they hunted 60 days minimum a year, and so the hearing at 525 is not always the best,
Oof. Okay. So the one dog started on this line recently and then just peeled off the backside of the gun, and that's the one that kept going.
Let's see what happened right here. This dog,
man, it
good
looked like
momentum going.
Yeah, but
he's handling.
The line was. They're either going to break right or left at that point. They're not going to run right at that middle gun. And he was going back into that right hand bird.
Well, I just got more confidence in these dogs having a bit more of a conscience not to go back in that old fall.
But I think sometimes if they break right, they may be breaking right of the middle fall.
Yeah, but those trees there, though, where are they going to go?
Right.
I mean, that dog's still right of the gun.
Right.
Of the center gun.
So did Luke, was it Luke that first dog did really well?
Yes.
Second dog handled by going too far left?
Yes.
And he might have, I wonder if he was guarding against pushing too left and then.
That's a great way to put it. Yeah, could be.
Because that's what happens when you're handling. It's like, all right, I pushed too hard that time, and maybe this time you're thinking I didn't push hard enough.
It may have just been the dog. It may have been nothing.
Well, there you go. That's true.
Let's call it the dog's fault. I mean, Luke's obviously a great handler, and he's trying to win this thing. He's going to do all he can.
Yeah.
He just the dog just made a bad decision. Some days you're the pitch, and some days you're the statue. Is what I say.
Yeah. Oh, I like that. I like that. That's not the windshield and the bug. That's the pigeon and the statue. Okay.
I've been both in the same hour.
Yeah.
That's still not horrible. That's still not horrible. You're going to be 60 plus.
Okay. 60. So I got to ask you now. 20 points. Hunting in the area of an old fall. That wasn't hunting, and the dog never hunted.
Nope.
He
stopped him beforehand.
He stopped him beforehand. But what it is, a handle to the area. So that's not a return to the old fall, because the dog never actually, it was headed that way, but he never actually stopped and hunted. What do you think?
Yeah, well, here's the thing. He was trying to handle out of there, and the dog wasn't handling, so he was getting some cast refusals and all that. He wouldn't have let that dog get back over there, so he was trying all he could. So he racked him up some points.
Sure he did.
I'm gonna say he's 60, 70 points. We'll see.
Right.
Still, he needs.
Who's the handler with the most dogs here?
Oh, Lyle.
Lyle is.
Yeah, Lyle, Florida.
So you were giving us the stats on the numbers. Did you ever end up saying how many amateurs and how many pros out of the 96 entered? Did you ever get there?
I will find out.
All right. Mr. Demerer here, huh? Our last year's judge, one of our last year's judges.
Michael Demmer here with Cajun.
It's a big test for a 3-year-old dog, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes that naiveness is a beautiful thing.
We've seen a couple 3 and 4-year-olds do well here. To your point earlier, it's usually a little bit of an older dog's game, but there are the exceptions.
Boy, is there a chance this dog is a little hard to tell, but this dog was a little left to begin. 63 on that last job.
63 with Keaton and Luke.
Yeah, you were pretty. Yeah, see, this dog's going for. He's going to have to handle. He's going for the long bird first.
You can't go for the long bird. You got to designate. Remember,
Well, wait a minute.
designated middle bird.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. He just didn't see it. The dog wouldn't run out there like that.
Oh.
That's not how you want to start off.
Wait a minute. What's? Yeah, no, it's not how you want to start off. Is right. Oh, it happens all the time. You've got this big strategy on what you're going to do on the long bird, and you run into trouble on one of the birds you.
All right, so here is the stat. We originally said 96 dogs, 95. AJ got pulled because she came into heat, so 95 dogs competing here. 50 open, 45 amateur.
Pretty even split.
Yep.
Pretty even split.
And obviously the way the armbands were drawn was random here in Series 1, and it just seemed, to your point earlier today, Chris, we had a lot of amateurs at first, but we've seen quite a few in our pro division now.
Just the way the draw worked out.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Michael, come in here and rebound. Let's see what we can do right here. Now, interesting enough, right here, watch this, Pat. Now, it looked to me he's lined up for the long bird second. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Cajun was halfway to that long bird anyway on the go bird.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the dog was handled off of the long bird. I don't know how they're going to interpret this.
Yeah. He knows. He thinks he's already picked it up.
I think that's exactly what happened, isn't it? That's, if I'm strategizing about thinking, I don't think this gives you a... If I'm strategizing about whether to go for that long bird second or not, I don't think this dog gave us a real read on it, because this dog went for the long bird first, had to be handled out of it. So, you're right.
This is your retriever on drugs right here. That's basically what happened there. That just blew his mind.
Right. Well. A young dog trying to do the right thing, might have just interpreted as, I got to get the long single first, because we do it a lot of time in training. The breeze has kicked up. We've gotten a little more cloud coverage. It feels like it's a little bit friendlier for the dogs right this minute.
And me in this wool blend.
You think of these dogs, you think of some of these football players in these early season games.
Oh.
It's unbelievable. 100-degree temps.
Yep.
Okay, but I would be paying attention to this if I was thinking about it. This is the first dog that's going to get the right-hand bird last. Now it's handled on 2, but you're going to have to do a sell job on this, as you know, because you. The dog kind of broke out, went just behind the holding blind. Well, he's at risk of handling on 3, isn't he? Yep. Well. Yeah. Oof. Feels like he's headed back towards the middle bird, isn't he not? Yeah. Oh. Boy, that would shake your confidence if you're half thinking about going for the long bird second a little bit, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, when you were discussing the pros and cons, right? You were like, okay, you get the fatigue out of the way, you get the long memory out of the way, but you still have to meet that one on the right.
No doubt it's going to make the right bird harder.
Yeah.
Luckily, he's got another dog in this thing, so he can make another stab at it.
Yeah, you're shaking your head. Absolutely.
All right, good look at some scores there. Harley and Chuck McCall with an 83, Gus and Leo Joseph with a 94, Mays and Luke Core with a 26, Reese and Rhodey Best with a 68, Jet and Lyle Steinman a DNF, Quincy and Luke Core a 97, Jordan and Lyle Steinman a 37, Keaton and Luke Core a 63. Guys, we were talking about, more scores here. Sam,
we don't have a
Kelly?
score in the 40s. There's 30s, there's 50s.
37, 39 with the only 2 we had close.
Mm-hmm. Our low score still is 16.
Yeah.
Guys, we were talking about our winners, obviously. We'll have that great pride of always having that name attached to both them and the dog. The dog gets the title. There's trophies, there's ribbons, there's prizes, but there's also cash, right? Everybody loves cash. So let's talk about our prize money here in the open division. First place will take home $25,830. Second place, $12,915. And third place, $4,305. And then the amateur division, our crown champion will take home $15,255. Second place will take home $7,627.50. And third will take home $2,542.50.
That's something.
And then there's a huge prize pack over here. We were talking. There's for our champions. There's a 3-day hunting trip, a waterfowl hunting trip in Arkansas, valued at $3,600 for both the amateur and the open winner. There's kennels for the winners. There's generators. Of course, all of our finalists also get some prizes, some great prizes here today. So check out our social media channels for all the great prizes provided by our sponsors. But everybody loves cash too, right?
Well, that's something. That is something.
All right, so Lyle Steinman back on the line here.
I love that view of with the camera behind the dog on the send.
Yep.
Especially on the sends on the memory birds. That's the most, for me personally,
Come
the
on,
most.
dog. Let's don't do anything silly right here.
Is he up? Did he miss the middle bird?
Back of the bush, I'm afraid.
On the middle bird. Oh.
Well, what that view gives us, Pat, obviously we love all the different angles we have, and the production crew, videographers all do a great job here, getting good shots of the dogs and the handlers. But that jib there, operated by our good friend Mr. Jib Joe, gives you really the back view of what the judges are seeing, and also kind of the handler view. Even though it's behind the handler, it's basically the same vision that he or she has of their dog out in the field.
It's the most realistic. I mean, that's the only time you can put yourself on the handler's shoes with.
You were making a football analogy earlier. Now that they have that camera view of all 22, where you can see all 22 players on the field at one time, it's the exact same, but in this game you can see everything, right?
That's fantastic. I mean, there's nothing like it for a learning opportunity, let alone just enjoying the game and appreciating the dogs. But as far as the refinement and subtle adjustments the handlers make, that's without a doubt the most valuable from a learning standpoint, right there, right behind, right as the dog comes in to deliver until, maybe 20 yards offline after the dog is set. That view right there. Because there's communication before you take the bird out, after. It looks like Lyle, you notice he looks like he's pulling just a little bit more at the bird.
Well, they're bouncing off that, so even if he's just one click to the right, I think he's at the right spot. That's a beautiful spot right there.
You think? I mean, you would.
Watch this.
Should win the bird right in there, should he not? If he's got the right, you would think, but maybe it's going a little more downwind again. Tell you what, that is really good bird placement. Dog's got to mark the bird. I guess that's the bottom line, isn't it?
He may need to change the batteries out on his GPS right there today. Some days you just don't.
And possibly that wind's going a little bit more downwind there where you don't wind it on the left. But that's all you can do. You put them under the arc of that bird. Oof. So we've had the last 5 birds have been handled on. That previous dog handled on all 3. This dog's handled on the first 2.
Yeah, he's going to handle on the long bird too. He put his whistle up.
What's he gonna do? Big tongue there, huh?
Dog's hot. Yep. Dog's hot.
That tongue's twice as big as they are when they.
Jockey.
The dogs will never give up. I mean, they just.
He looks wide to me. Now I'm gonna tell you what Lyle's doing right here. He hadn't. Nobody's let their dog go out here to see if they're gonna end up turning into that thing or not. So he's just gonna let this dog roll and to see what they do in the end. To see for his
The dog's
next
definitely
few
not
dogs,
broken
to see-
down.
Yeah, because obviously he would have already handled.
If
But
he hadn't handled on the bird.
See, he just wants to. He knows he's not going to be in the middle of it.
He reaches
So
for his
now he
whistle.
just- Yeah, but he just wants to see what they're going to do when they get out here.
Do they win the bird there?
Yeah.
Just about to get deep of the bird. You got a little. I can't. Dog
This-
went over the crown.
This is an
the crest of the
investigation
hill.
on his part.
You do have to be careful, though. You lose sight of that dog.
Well, my problem is that dog was hot before he ever
Hot,
left.
exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Six birds in a row have been handled on right now. I didn't say 6 dogs, 6 birds. Last 2 dogs I've handled on all 3. Ooh. He's just going to pick them up. Well, he hit. So did you notice Carter going up in a black jacket?
Yeah, I seen that.
Some handlers would say, if you're standing there looking at the field and you see your shadow in front of you, you wear black.
Never heard that. I like it. I'm gonna tell you what.
You
I'm gonna tell you
understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm gonna
If the
tell you what,
sun's, if
you
you're
watch
backlit.
Carter, watch Carter. So when if he does handle, he's gonna run up on top of that road, get in front of them 2 white vehicles, and that black jacket, he's gonna handle.
Well, he's
done. That's what he's gonna do. That's what he's gonna do.
Maybe he's like the heel in wrestling. Maybe he wants to be the villain. He's dressed like Darth Vader. Yeah.
No, he's got a strategy. He's thinking like,
sure.
well, I can tell that the dogs are having trouble seeing the handlers in white. I got to try something different. Well, the dog doesn't look much different than it did prior to sending, but he didn't waste any time. They're keeping that pool full of cool water. I saw some ice in there, and
Who we got here? I wasn't watching. Is that Ron?
I think it is. Yes, it is.
Yep. 11-year-old dog. Think about that. 11 years old.
Wow.
11 years old. Crown Championship, 1 SRS, qualified all age 2, Master Hunter. He's been everywhere but the electric chair.
Well, now you just want to get the go bird clean because the last 2 dogs in a row are handled on the middle bird.
Yeah, my bet's on him. Boy, I tell you, he sure moves good for an 11-year-old.
This dog right here was the first ever
Amateur champion. Obviously, we had amateurs and pros in the same division up until 2018. 2018 split them off into 2 separate divisions. And Ron and Smoke that you're seeing right
So
here.
this particular dog, wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Well, I'll tell you, there's been a number of 10-year-old plus dogs win nationals in the field trial game.
Just takes that kind of experience.
Yeah.
If you're in the whitetail world, you wouldn't compete with a spike. You know.
Right. A little bit of a pull.
Did he turn into him?
Well,
looked like to me he's trying to.
He pulled and then
play
now
it.
he's pushing a little bit, but he must have got a little wide look, and
Yeah, yeah.
he didn't want to risk missing it on the right. Now that was a mark.
That was the 11-year-old dog mark.
Yeah.
Don't waste any steps.
Watching Ron handle there. I mean, it's, you know, our advice typically is on a lot of these: identify where the gun was, influence over to the bird. You know, try to. And it looked like that's kind of what he did. He got a little bit, he pulled, and then he had a little bit of an outside look, and he pushed in and went right to it. But maybe the dog just knew where the bird was too. All right, here's.
He didn't have all those letters before and after his name for no reason.
All right. All right, he's taking his time, letting that dog kind of settle in now. Got it. Yeah,
They're going to put him a little wide to the left.
he said, all right. Well, another thing, he's giving this dog a chance to catch his breath and make sense out of where he's been. You see him kind of pushing out a little bit. See him.
I call it.
Well, Ron's
That's
done
a
his
great
job.
line right
He's done
there.
his job.
Yep. Yeah, he did a good job.
Now, dog's got to make a good decision somewhere right here. Dog's now he's broke a little left, it looks
pushing that?
like. Yeah, it is.
Now, not to me.
No, he's right here. He's right there.
He's fixing to front foot it.
He's almost right at the bird right now.
Yeah.
If he'll go the distance. Now, he's just passing that gun.
Wish that guy'd be still.
Yeah, you're right. You don't want him talking on
man,
himself.
that's ugh.
This dog's pulling a little bit. Hasn't really broke down. There's a little change in stride there. This dog can hit where the gun walked, and he's going to do it.
He got it.
Ooh, 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 ooh. It's going to be this
Oh,
next
come
move.
on,
Not
Smoke.
quite
Come
now.
on, Smoke. Come on. Man, what a
Now,
great
does he
stand.
break? Does he
Oh.
break?
Yeah, good job.
Yeah, that's
Good
probably
job.
a really smart.
Good job, Ron.
It had been tempting to let it play out, but I think you're absolutely right.
No, man, why
No,
would you?
no, you wouldn't. Ooh, but see
Oh,
that?
come on.
Tell you what. Without a doubt, the handlers must be hard to see. You can just watch.
Oh, yeah, I'm telling you right now, those colors, those vehicles parked behind it and all that.
Well, they've been there the whole time, but that combined with the lighting,
Well, yeah.
where the sun is, must be making
We're
it
going to
hard.
see when Carter gets up there with his black jacket what happens.
Well, he's hoping he's not going to need a jacket, but
Amen to that.
but
Is he calling him in? Please don't do that. Please don't do that.
I think he's reeling him in enough to try to get a cast. Boy, if that had doggone 30 more yards, he'd have hit that trail where the retired guns walked.
Come on, Ron, get it done, buddy.
Is he picking him up altogether, or is he just trying to know?
Surely not.
No, he was trying to get him in position to get this right-handed cast. That's our tree there. Oof, oof, oof.
It's hard to watch, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I mean, and sometimes the dogs will turn their nose off when you start handling them on a mark, too. You know, he's...
Ah. Come on, Ron, let's get this done.
Yeah, he's an 11-year-old dog. Is he? I think he's... No. He's pulled the plug on him. Oh, my goodness. Wow.
He told us earlier this week that this would be Smoke's last competition, the Super Retriever Series. Not the way you want to go out, but a very distinguished career for Ron and Smoke.
He did the right thing.
Yep.
I mean, the dog had 2 excellent marks, but it's warm out there.
Yep. All right, guys, so Pat and Chris, this is to you, but also to everybody watching the live stream. We're going to do something kind of interesting here in a moment. We're still going to be live, but as some of you may know, due to my full-time job, I can't be here all week.
Oh, okay.
So we have to record some opens for the television. Now, we're not going to stop recording the live stream, so what we're going to do is, as the dogs are coming back on their return, everyone watching this on the live stream is going to hear me, and we're going to record some intros. So they're going to see kind of how the sausage is made for television, right?
Okay.
So when I hold up a finger like this to the two of you, that means shh, let's be quiet. And to everyone watching on the live stream, just bear with us as we record some generic intros with my voice, so that then Shannon can edit them into the television show and the live stream later. So if y'all hear me just randomly in a few minutes, you'll be like, we're watching the first round. Why is David doing an intro for the quarterfinals and the semifinals? That's why. So
I'm not going to think you got Tourette's syndrome. Or
correct. David got hit in the head and he doesn't even know what round it is. No. We're recording intros here in a little bit.
Tough time to run now, buddy. Because that dog was set up to do this test with his experience and 2 birds.
Ooh-wee, man, yeah.
I think the prediction of 2/3 of the dogs doing this test well is not going to happen.
They had me impressed.
All right, so if
I don't think there's anything different.
So if you were a betting man,
yep.
If I wanted to say to you, I said, is it going to be over or under 12 dogs that don't handle on a bird here? Would you say over or under? Well, we guessing now we've got 4.
How many we run? 20 probably.
Well, it was 13 or 14 right at the bird change. It's it's
I'm
probably
gonna
20.
close to 20. So you say we've had 3 do it clean.
Yep.
So if we tie, it'd be 15. I'll go 15 or less.
15 or less.
I say 15 or less. The only thing we may have going for us is we have run nothing against. We've run, it seems like to me, a lot more amateurs than we have pros. Nothing against them. But these guys, not that the amateurs have less dog than the pros do, but the pros are getting more shots at this thing, got more bullets, and they're figuring things out as they run. And they may learn some things that may help some of their later dogs on the draw. Okay, so I'm gonna say 15 or less.
Okay.
So here's Rig, 3-year-old, running with Carter.
He's off to a good start.
Carter's our defending Open Division champion.
You want to see an animated handler, you watch Carter. It's fun. Lots of energy.
A lot of passion there. He loves to win. He ought to win. He feeds Yukonuba. He's got a definite advantage.
Well, no. Look at these. What?
All right, guys, we're going to go record the first one here. Here we go. All right, Shannon, if you are recording, we're going to roll on this one in 3, 2. Welcome to the 2024 Super Retriever Series Crown Championship, presented by... And they tell me they're not rolling.
I thought you just forgot your script.
All right, in 3, 2. Welcome to the 2024 Super Retriever Series Crown Championship, presented by Eukanuba. After countless hours of training, trials, tribulations, successes, and failures, only the best of the best make it here. Who's going to be this year's crown champion? We have a week to find out. 5 series, and now all these dogs are competing with one thing in mind: winning the crown championship.
So, do you think he was thinking of going long, or did he try to get a look where the gun was?
He wanted to go long second, and he didn't do it. But
he's hammered 2 of them.
Now he's fixing to handle quick.
He's trying. Look at him put his nose down before he takes the bird.
No bird here. No bird here.
What's he done, Pat?
Well, he's.
You call it sweating him?
Well, did he point at the middle gun and know him off of it and reheel?
He may have.
Like almost like you would a poison bird. He definitely rehealed him, took him off his feet.
That's what it looked like to me.
Well, I guarantee you that's what he was thinking. Now, does it give the dog the information? Get a dog.
Is he fixing to stab it? Now he treated this more like a blind than he did a mark.
They may just need price.
He thinks he's got it. He thinks he's got it. He got it.
Was it the black jacket that did it?
I thought the black jacket had much to do with it.
I'll tell you what. Well.
Okay. Let's talk about that. So what's that score right there? So we've seen dogs handle this thing clean, but he's got to be in the single digits. If he's not in the single digits, I don't know how they're scoring this thing.
He's got a big old smile on his face, doesn't he?
Yeah, that smile says it looks like I got single digits.
Yeah, that's with a chocolate dog too.
Hey.
I don't know.
And he stabbed that thing.
I was at the National where the only chocolate in AKC history won the National Open.
Really?
Maryland Fender's dog, yeah. Ardmore, Oklahoma.
Okay, I can't help you. Black's better. Unfortunately. No, he didn't help me for my last dog, me. Good luck to you, bro. Oh, boy, what a dog.
People over
there. Heel.
Pull the gun.
Heel. Heel.
All right, up next, Mark Polkey and Cutter.
Say he ran that thing as a blind. I just heard Carter say he never saw the long bird, so he just ran as a blind.
When you set him on back.
Yeah, that's why he took him off the mat and lined him up.
With a congratulatory Cheeto. Getting back to the truck.
I'm still interested to see the score coming up.
So you were partially right. He feeds Eukanuba and Cheeto.
Yeah. We call those supplements. We don't call them Cheetos.
Yes, supplements. There we go.
Performance enhancing.
I tell you what,
Yes.
if Cheetos make a mark like that, I'm fixing to buy some bags.
Look at.
6. Wow.
I told you single digits.
All right. So Rigg and Turner putting in our first single digit.
So remember I said it treated 80% blind, 20% mark? Was that 98% blind, 2% mark?
I would say so, because he said, I heard him say he never saw the long bird. He said he lined him up and just sent him.
But did he see the long gun? Did he have enough information just to get
I don't think so. I mean, if you don't see the bird, how
know.
The gun, I mean, especially with it being retired, so he just lined him up and...
Not only did he line him up, knowed him off the middle gun, rehealed him, took him off his feet, and walked back up. And you know what you're trying to do is just create that you better go as you're sent. And you better keep going. So we just saw a 6. Oh my goodness. That sure breaks a streak of bad work. Is this guy, is he going for the long bird second?
Sure is.
Guys, just talked to Ron Anderson as he's taking Smoke back. Smoke's cooled off, Smoke's doing well. And he did confirm that Smoke is now officially retired. So Smoke won the crown in 2018, came in second in 2022, and we just saw Smoke's last run. Smoke's going to head to the truck now and call it a fabulous career here at the SRS.
I noticed they're walking off with the rubber bird in their hand. Well, I guess they're going to keep that as a memento.
Mm-hmm.
Quick hand.
Let's see what he does here. Don't get out of earshot now.
Okay. Well, I guess I misread that. He got the right bird second, didn't he?
He must have. I
Because he
missed
just
I missed that too.
I was thinking for a minute there that he had sent for the left bird second, but Satchmo.
Satchmo.
Is it Louis Armstrong Satchmo?
It is. What a wonderful world.
Yep.
We have a dog in this competition. Its full name has a Louis Armstrong lyric in it, a Reba McEntire lyric, and Stephen Guzman's dog has a Dr. Dre rap lyric in the dog's name.
So at the National Derby Championship, they started, you had to pick your theme song, and they played a song when you came to line. And people were just having a ball with it.
I'm sure.
It'd be
a lot of pressure in picking your walk-up song.
Your walk-up song, exactly. But I guess if that's their name, it'd be pretty easy to do it, wouldn't it? It's a little rough in that one section, boy. They consistently. I haven't seen anybody totally fall, but they certainly. Like 39 on that.
I told you that's the way to do that thing, Pat. I'm telling you, pick up them two and handle on the longboard and call it a day. Move on.
It'll certainly be quick to handle. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be. I mean, as soon as they get offline, boom, get it done.
Well, you'd take a 39 and run, wouldn't you?
Every day, all day. Like you said, you could sell them.
And twice on Sunday?
You could sell them pretty quick right now. What you bet?
Yeah.
You could sell them pretty quick.
Dog, remember the rough spots. He kind of slowed down and picked his way through there a little bit. All right, got one bird down.
Satchmo! Good.
All right, he's thinking positive here, isn't he? Two pretty darn clean marks.
I don't know if that was to hype up the dog or to keep himself calm. The little clap there, maybe a little above.
Probably just the.
He's just trying to think of how he's going to run his strategy here.
All right, so he's getting them back deep. He's going to walk him into the look there. No, not two left now. Ooh, I went with a pretty wide look. Ooh, he handles right there, huh? So I have a question for you. So, 20 points right there. Is each handle to get to the fall area 20? Each handle's 5 after, or 2.
Well, two for the whistle.
But if it takes 7, right.
And every one of them have to be pretty proficient cast.
And then if you get cast refusals and another whistle, I got you. I'm following you.
Things can snowball on you in a hurry.
His initial look, I mean, he was trying to be real, take a wide left look, and it kind of went where he ended up going.
He got your black jacket. Steven's coming up with a black jacket now, too.
Well, we don't know if the dog could see him better.
Come on, handle.
Yeah, once you got going, you got to feed him the bird.
Could go from 20, 30 points to DNF pretty quick.
You see how that, I assume that handler is moving and the dog isn't moving right away.
Yeah.
You could only tell if you were behind the handler, but let me stop. You know, when you get into, you gotta have a strategy when low visibility handling mode. You gotta plan on walking your cast out more, creating a lot more animation, and a lot of times you're handling with your whole body, not your arm at that point, because the dog can't see it.
Mm-hmm.
So you're trying to move aggressively enough that the dog picks up the motion. But sometimes you're only guiding him with your body. And to go with rigid cast without any waving or cracking is, you know, oftentimes the dogs just can't see it. And when you see dog after dog not move, you know that the background's got to be tougher. You got the bird. Gonna get hit pretty good there, though, isn't
60, I'd say. Just guessing.
Matt, y'all see that
We
cow?
got a rebird coming up, it looks like, maybe.
Yep, headed to a rebird right now. Test has taken a little bit less time than we thought in the morning. I mean, in the morning we thought it was going to be about 8 minutes per dog. Now it's been a little bit less, I think. Yep.
What time did we kick our exact first dog off? I don't remember. It was,
I believe it was around 9:20.
9:20?
I believe.
So we've been roughly 4.5 hours.
Mm-hmm.
That's 270 minutes. I wonder how, we'll pretty much figure out how many minutes per dog.
Thank you, sir. You can turn it back on.
Thank you. I'm going to run up and get a total number of dogs we've run real quick from the marshal and we'll kind of see where we stand.
While we've got our rebird here for a moment, obviously you see a couple of our different sponsors there, Eukanuba, UKC. Also want to make a big shout out to the Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission. They've been great hosts for us the past 3 years, and this year, our 4th year, having the crown here in Shreveport-Bossier City. They've been wonderful hosts to us again this year as well, so grateful for all the hospitality they've shown to us down here once again for this year's crown championship.
The Super Retriever Series Crown Championship would like to thank Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission for the opportunity to showcase our retriever teams. We would also like to thank the sponsors of the Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission. the Super Retriever Series Crown Championship would like to thank all our gifting sponsors for their donations to our competitor teams. The Super Retriever Series Crown Championship is presented by Eukanuba. Sporting dogs give us everything we ask and then some. Their nutrition should do the same. By Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission, we are focused on you. Louisiana Tourism, feed your soul. And by Lucky Duck Kennels.
They're partners, ready to do whatever it takes. Athletes that pound for pound can outrun, outwork, and outperform anybody you're watching on Sunday. No contract required. You don't waste that kind of potential. You train it, fuel it, unleash it. You feed nutrition that holds nothing back. The Eukanuba Premium Performance Lineup.
Training the dogs is one thing, but training the people, that's really where it is. Because now they can be better to their dogs. Their dogs can trust them more, and they're going to be more successful. And I've done a lot of coaching of people at Nationals, and it's really what turns me on, is putting together the dog-handler combination and helping them understand each other. And, well, success is bound to happen when you can do that.
In my Louisiana, the day starts at 4 a.m.
In my Louisiana, every meal is a celebration.
My Louisiana really makes me wonder.
Ours is fast!
With real-life swamp creatures!
In my Louisiana, music is a way of life.
My Louisiana is sheer magic.
From sun up to sundown.
Till sunup again. What will your Louisiana be?
When you find your Louisiana, you feed your soul.
an RV should be easy. I found the perfect RV for my family at BayouOutdoor.com. Bayou Outdoor made the whole process so easy with their great low prices.
The Imagine line of travel trailers has wonderful features. You'll find fully equipped kitchens, full-size bathrooms. Some have recliners, some have a fireplace. Come discover what the Imagines have to offer.
So stop wasting time with other RV dealers and get your family camping now. Bayou Outdoor Supercenter, Bossier City, Louisiana.
Your most devoted friend doesn't put on his seatbelt or stand on two legs. You are his keeper, and you'll do anything to protect that bond. The Lucky Duck Kennel is 5-star crash test rated. It's durable, dependable, and secure. If keeping your dog safe from the unpredictable wasn't enough, we made it lightweight, customizable, and right here in America. Lucky Duck, because loyalty goes both ways.
Our Super Retriever Series Crown Championship presented by Eukanuba. Just had a rebird bringing our next dog to the line. We are here in Shreveport, Bossier City, Louisiana. Stepping on the line now, our Eukanuba Open Team of the Year, Stephen Durrance and Cooper.
Six-year-old black lab male in his prime.
And
good-looking dog there, huh?
Oh yeah, and the race for Team of the Year between Stephen and Cooper and Lyle Steinman and Jordan came right down to the end, but big congrats to Stephen Durrance and Cooper. And last night, not only did we celebrate Team of the Year winners, including Stephen and Cooper, but celebrated Stephen as this year's Nike Award winner. That award's given to the handler that shows the most sportsmanship throughout the year. Stephen joked that there must have been points in the season when maybe the judges weren't looking, but anybody that knows Stephen knows that he's a gentleman at all times.
So something funny happened there.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know what happened. You could watch it from the side, but the dog looked real left on one of the shots. And when the birds went down, Stephen kind of rehealed. He had to really settle him in there, as if he didn't maybe see this bird. Now, it really tests your handling skills sometimes to recognize that, but you see he's behind the gun. Yeah, something funny happened when the birds were going down. The dog looked way left when one of the shots happened, and he was scrambling to try to get him to see the go bird. And it certainly felt like he never saw the bird, the way the dog acted, and Stephen rehealed him and tried to line him in there, but I had to handle it here, Hunter. You could kind of tell when the dog left. He left at an odd pace, like he says, I'm not sure where I'm going here. And I'll tell you what, you've got to contribute something like that, again, to the challenge of differentiating between the middle and the long gun. In other words, the dog acted like he didn't expect another bird to come out of what may appear to be almost the same station. But something caught his attention to the left. It's a real challenge as a handler here to kind of settle them in, and because they definitely took off a lot with more animation on that send.
Taking a similar path to many of the dogs we've seen so far.
Yeah, they hang on to that road a little bit.
And cut back as soon as they wind it.
Satchmo was 79.
That was the dog that handled real early right off line, right before the gun change, wasn't it? Yeah. Well, you got that bird okay. It was a bit of a hunt, but not too big.
Yep.
And this is a real challenge too, to talk this. See, the dog wants to look left right there.
Uh-huh. You're right, that dog keeps looking left every time.
Well,
he's been doing a good job of
he's
getting Cooper back.
You're gonna have to really sell him on this. Goes with the big send, and he didn't go. He did not take left. At least not right away. Big, powerful
If he
send.
stays on that line, he's gonna be way left.
Yeah, just
He's
you know
steadily
what?
going left.
When you don't really make sense out of one of the early birds, you know, like being the go bird there, it really skews your perspective, the dog's perspective, especially a dog as good as this that really is used to really understanding and making sense out of tests. Now I can't tell, is he as left as he
How far left do you think he is?
Well, I think pretty darn far left. Dogs try. You notice the dog's nose is down? I think a lot of times these dogs, when they're uncertain, he's looking for that comeback trail of the other. Watch, let's see if he finds it. Now, finding it and knowing which way to go once you find it, is it? But he's still hung up pretty short, isn't he? Stevens really. That's like one of those broken plays in football, you know. The quarterback and the wide receiver weren't on the same page there. Something just didn't go quite right on the mat. This dog never got a real feel for this test. Well, that's not what Steven envisioned going up to line. A good friend of mine when I first started this game, his name was Roger Magnus, and he was still one of the legends. And I said, Roger, how'd you do on the test? He said, well, it's not quite what I wanted, but it's what I got. And that's pretty much what Steven's saying. I mean, great year. Wasn't what he envisioned going up, but
Steven's a competitor, though.
Oh.
Steven knows this game. He's got plenty of time to try to close a gap here.
I guarantee he hates giving up that one, though.
Yep, for sure.
so you wonder if you weren't required to pick up the go bird in that situation, would he have considered trying to grab one of the other birds that the dog?
I said that, I asked you that earlier. I just don't think you still would mess with it.
I know.
I wouldn't anyway.
I agree. I mean, it's certainly, but he worked hard to try to talk him back into that last bird. It was all about the last bird down that just really got that dog off track, that he never could seem to recover and make sense out of it. I say a lot of times it's more important to know where you've been than where you're going. And he never really made sense out of where he'd been.
He can turn into a Labrador repeater pretty quick.
Yeah. He just. Saddle back. Go Canes, man. Yep, that's fantastic. I'll be rooting for you. See you.
Goodbye. Dog definitely got her credentials. FC, Master Hunter, Super Retriever Series.
There's another big, majestic-looking male
He is
Labrador,
a
isn't he?
good-looking dude, isn't he? I really don't understand why he didn't handle right there.
All right, I was getting my microphone kind of reset up. So what you said, you didn't quite understand why he didn't.
Yeah, like to me, I mean, he ended up working it out, but he was really hunting right around the gun more than what I thought he would let him do.
So do you think if a dog handles on a mark, it affects his attitude on the next mark?
I think it'll cause him to lose his focus and lose his confidence.
But maybe on a mark that they've got to be more responsive to the information the handler's given, and maybe it sets you up better for this bird. I guess it's a dog by dog thing.
Yeah.
He goes out and gets this bird.
Henry.
He must have liked his look. He didn't take a ton of time. But if he's got an FC in front of his name, he's done a test like this more than once or twice, but he's pretty tight to that middle gun. He better, I don't know. Looks like he's breaking back into the middle bird, doesn't he? Wow. I just can't see a dog going under the arc of this go bird and getting that long bird, but maybe. Oh, did he break behind the gun? Yeah, he did, didn't he? Whew. Boy, there was some thinking going on there. He's got that methodical lope.
Well, he's 9 years old. He's got a lot going on in there. He knows how to make good decisions.
I would guess this dog spent the majority of his early career being a field trial dog with that FC. So he was born and raised on this test, or tests like this. Come on, I want to see. I know he's getting. He's
sure is relaxing.
He must have. Well, I'm guessing the dog hit the trail because he was going the distance. Is he? Yeah. Remember how the other dog hit that trail, checked over in the direction,
there he goes,
and then trailed over.
Pick it up,
I mean,
pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. Come on.
They make sense out of that.
Look at that.
There you go. You know, Chris, if I say to myself, the last thing I say, if I can get to where the gun stood, that's all I want to do then.
Yeah.
If I can find the gun, where the gun threw from, you're going to get that bird. Well, hunts, but certainly no handle there. Tell you what you don't hear, the gallery's not close enough. You don't hear big applauses.
Yeah, can't see it. They're watching on TV too.
They're watching on TV, and well, I tell you what, you're looking at this test is going to span a day and a half. Looks like.
Right.
It's a marathon. So Luke has done it with 2 dogs that haven't handled now, right?
That's correct.
Well, Luke's got to be happy with that. Well, there's a good look there. See, what? That's the dog's eye view. That's right. Look at how those long guns are lit up all of a sudden. I'll tell you what, I mean, if you want to look at it from the dog's height perspective, that's exactly what you would see right there. Is that the jib camera doing that? I tell you what, he's really good on that camera. That's some great stuff. Notice the handlers have gone, a lot of them, to black jackets, thinking that, because the dogs were having a little trouble seeing, and in certain parts of the country they'll do that more regularly based on the background.
Yeah. It's a good looking dog right there.
Well, I'll tell. Yeah, just an athletic looking dog, a little younger dog, looking sleek. And
it's a good looking dog. Pretty focused.
Yeah. He started to maybe not see that middle bird for a second, but then you could see him watch it in the air, and it looks like he's certainly got to do this one bird at a time, just like eating an elephant, I guess. One bite at a time.
Look at there, Henry and Luke got a 38 and didn't handle.
Yeah, but
had a pretty good. They've been hard on those hunts.
On those hunts, but I'll tell you what. Right, wasn't there a 39 that did handle?
Yeah, that's
But you said it was a really good hand.
it was, and I'm telling you, that's the strategy, man. I think that's the
But
strategy to do.
hit 2 birds hard. There goes Luke Core walking by now with his. Good job there, Luke.
Thank you.
Be still, dude. Be still.
Yeah, I know. These young men that are throwing here, I met them a little bit this morning. I think they're from the Air Force Base here locally, and they're doing a great job. Ooh. That's the first thing that surprised me when last year, which I didn't realize, that you can use the word here as a cast, like a come in. And it, in some ways, I've always wondered, like, all right, you can say over, you can say back, you can blow a come in.
They take it as a level of intimidation.
Well, wait a minute, Chris. When a dog is on a point hunting scent and you scream over as loud as you can, you think you're not trying to use intimidation?
Yeah, that's right.
If they hang up short on a long bird, you think when you scream back, it's all the same?
We ain't gonna argue on much, and I'm not gonna argue with that either. I agree.
But but it's not convention. It's just, I've always wondered, like, you can give a verbal over and a verbal back. When they said you can give a verbal here, I thought, well, okay.
Yeah.
But you're right. It's more typically you hear here when you're calling them in to be done, to pick up. But I always thought that was interesting. Intimidation. Like, wait a minute. I mean, everything. Oftentimes you're trying to reestablish control in a dog who's on the edge. I mean, you're trying to gain the upper hand. There's a degree of that.
What did he do? Call it off?
Something happened there. Now, there's a discussion going on. Do you think there's a chance? See the gun movement?
Yeah, a guy moving
If
around.
they thought
Whatever. I guarantee they're going to give him a rebird.
Rerun. Do you think there was an interference possibility?
I would not be happy about it. I can tell you that.
Well, it wouldn't make any sense that he wouldn't continue the test otherwise, right? On his own volition.
Yeah.
Been plenty of dogs that have handled on the go bird. I don't know. We're going to find out, though, won't we?
I guarantee that's what's going on.
Well, when somebody walked up to him to talk to him. So it's always interesting when you get a rerun. What would they have? I'm trying to recollect it. You're going to score them up to the point of interference, correct?
Yeah, but they don't think he'd done anything because remember the dog just ran up there and was kind of hunting up there with those guys standing up there, getting in the bucket and doing all that. I mean, look,
I guess you'd have to decide when they got in the bucket.
They just got to give that dog a pure rerun from the beginning.
Yeah. You know what? Anytime you give the dog the benefit of the doubt as a judge, I'm on the side. Whether it's sometimes whether I'm on the winning end or the losing end of that. But anytime a judge gives the dog the benefit of the doubt, you never can go wrong that way. Now, I don't know for sure that's what they did, but
I'd almost guarantee it is.
Well, there's a good view of the Eukanuba emblem, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're seeing a lot more black jackets up there now. Once again, what a perspective on how challenging it is for that dog to see those, make sense out of those two that middle and left station.
I mean, look at this dog. Four-time grand champion, incredible, master hunter, master national Hall of Fame, 6 years old. I mean,
Well, he looks like he's all business.
He looks the part, doesn't he?
Oh yeah. He says, "I got that one." He said, "There's those subtle movements the handler's making to help him see." What happened there? I guess he did. I didn't.
You couldn't hear the shooting.
That last shot was pretty muffled.
Too little, too late.
I know, but I just started to watch him struggle.
Well, right now, you're sure. Right, right as can be. You were right in the money. Oh, God.
You got a good run going here.
Yeah, that was a nice, smart, sensible hunt. Number 66, huh? As an old Packer fan, that was old Ray Nitschke's number back in the day. Hall of Fame linebacker for the Packers. Well, hopefully, this dog looks like Ray Nitschke. He's working him. Well, you can see a lot. There's a lot going on between that handler and dog. He's got the start.
Good start, boy.
You know, a dog pushing off that middle gun and just showing that, giving that station a little respect. You just hope they don't flare too much.
He's running a right-hand move. He's running with a purpose. I mean,
you bet he is. You bet.
He's not going out there just to say. He knows.
Well, there's our trees. Now you got to keep.
Is that our tree right there?
That's to the left. Now the big deal now is going to be when he makes his first hunt. Does he hunt in or back?
You can't not go back to those two guns.
It's going to be the next move that's going to be critical. Does he handle there? You got to think about it right there.
I'm just, this is.
Well, I tell you what.
They're gamblers now.
His dog hasn't expended much energy yet. He's going to get this bird. He gets to that book. See him look over to the right? That's got to be where your guys are retiring. Now, if he comes in now, ooh, you're right though. Well, he's decided to wait this out, hasn't he? The dog's going to get this bird.
But.
Well, he's.
What are they doing to him right here?
Well, he's had an extended hunt. Now he's still. I think he's still a tad short.
Lyle and Jordan got a 37 minute to go handle him.
He got that bird out of his own.
Luke came up there and ran it and had a hunt and got a 39. So you watch what happens right here. I bet that could be 50 or 60 points.
Had a small to medium hunt on the right bird. fairly substantial, but smart.
I'm not
think,
saying
hunt.
it wasn't educated.
No.
It was educated.
Yeah.
A very educated hunt. Did a great job, but I'm just telling you the way they were scoring.
Yep.
It doesn't matter what me and you think's the way they score.
Yeah, you're right. Well, it's the first. It's the beginning of the first quarter of a 4-quarter game. So, boy, that was. There was a lot that happened right there. The dog. The handler did a fantastic job of working him. He bent away from the middle gun, bent back in, but just hunted a little bit short. Made a couple in passes. Made sense out of I don't belong back in that middle bird, and gradually worked his way back till he found the trail where the gunner has been walking to retire, and then just sorted it out from there. For me, I feel good that my dog did everything he could do. I mean,
oh, he did. He did. He didn't handle them right. Just had a good, educated, truly great hunt.
Going to be interesting to see what that number is.
I bet you $100 is more than 37.
Oh, okay. I'm going to say that might be our first number in the 40s, huh? We don't have a
I'm going to say it's higher than that.
Okay. Yeah, I don't. You've got the experience, not me.
Well, I'm not sure what they're doing up there.
We've had a bunch of big, brawny-looking male Labradors, haven't we?
Been a pattern, hadn't it?
See the dog raise his head up? He felt like he saw that bird. I mean, just you see him how he just raised his head up a little bit when that bird was in there, and he never. You'd like to think he saw it. Every dog's got their own indication that they have seen a bird, and sometimes it's so subtle, but you need to learn what your dog's behavior is when they say, I got it. Some of them change their breath, some of them close their mouth, some of them raise up. There you are.
Woo!
34.
Better than I thought.
They gave him a lot of credit for that.
But it was a very educated hunt.
Well, all I can tell you is that from years of standing next to retrievers doing tests like this, that made me smile as far as, I mean, anybody can do the test when the dogs know right where the birds are, but when that dog makes sense out of it, I gotta give him all the credit I can get. And it's a two-team deal. You saw him work, Scott working that, just really settled him in on that line, and well, there's a reason he's got all those accomplishments in front of his name.
Yep.
Well, Steven didn't take, he pulled the trigger quick there, didn't he?
I noticed that on his last dog. I've never watched Steven run a dog, ever. I've never been the same fly to him in any event. I've never anything. And I noticed that on his first dog. He pulls the trigger real quick, way quicker than I thought he would.
I didn't name it. Chopper Tooth, ever go to New Orleans? Road and Chopper Tooth is happening.
Putting on a bit of a hunt. He did come up with it, but little bigger hunt.
This one's yours right here.
What are you doing?
Hey, I'm up. Get on, man. That's what I was saying. He says, I keep little babies.
All right, I bet she takes his time a little longer on this one.
On it!
I love his form there.
Yeah.
He worked him, he put his hand in, he stalled a second, his cadence on the send, and the dog ran out from underneath the stationary hand. And to me, that's the way I was taught.
See, now, I don't run with a hand down. I just run with their head and their eyes. And I've always been intrigued by people that
You wouldn't send with a hand on that
I
long
don't
bird?
use a hand.
I'll be darned.
Now, I'm not saying I'm right.
Yeah.
I'm just saying I don't do it.
There is no right or wrong.
I tell people with dog training, it's like coming into Shreveport. There's 7 different highways coming into Shreveport, but they all end up in the same place.
Right, exactly. Yeah. No, there's no doubt about it.
He looks pretty calm right there.
Yeah, but he's going to need. He's got a lot of work to do. He used the hand to punch him, but he didn't quite get. This. I'm going to predict this dog's going to handle. He hadn't. Now, boy, he's trying hard though to try to look for some information. Problem is when he gets the information, he comes back towards us instead of away from us. And on a long retired gun, you don't like to see their face. Boy, Steven is really letting this play out, isn't he? He's got to have a lot of confidence, this dog. There he finally puts a horn on him, didn't he? This dog just never gave me the sense he was going to drive. When he broke down, he was pretty dedicated to hunting that distance.
At 350, 375 yards, that's a struggle to handle. It's a struggle. That's just a long way out there.
Yeah, if I had to guess, he hung up at about the 300 mark.
Yeah.
You know, so I tell you that the last 75 yards is a long way. Now that dog seemed to see him okay.
Yep, in the black.
Yeah, I mean that might. Now there's not shadows in front of him. He's kind of in the shade, but as you're looking for something to contrast with the background. So the numbers, they go in reverse order.
Yep.
Well, you got to look and you say, well, I know we got 65 dogs to go, right?
60. Yep. Yep.
Well, there's your hat with the black and the white underneath.
Yep.
The only bad thing about the hats with the white underneath, though, underneath the brim, is if you're on water. You notice all fishing hats, the brim's dark underneath because it reflects in your eyes?
Yep.
But the intent of those white under brims is the visibility for the dog.
Oh, absolutely. We use them, and we hunt out of duck blinds, then you know, all that oak brush and all that on there, old river style blinds, and we use those to hold out the windows, you know, so dogs can see, because it's hard to see in this amount of room right here.
Oh, absolutely.
Those things shine like new money out there. Here's my buddy Bobby. Let's see what he can do.
Right.
7-year-old, old Max.
Well, back when I really first started, you did not see that many good yellows, but boy, there's been a lot in recent years.
I'm a fan of yellow for sure.
Oh yeah, there's been a bunch of them. We talked about Candlewood's MD Houston, Super Sue.
Yeah.
I trained a dog named Candlewood's Captain Kid who got 200 all-age points, and he was as good as they came. And,
I remember getting puppies out of that dog.
Newt Cropper won a national amateur with, actually, I guess a Houston son named Cotton Pickin' Cropper.
I had several puppies out of it too.
And Newt was a big time handler. Well, this dog's hunting up that go bird pretty bad, isn't he?
Yep.
He's gonna get it, but he hunted a little short and went hunted behind the gun.
He's gonna get it right here.
Yeah. If that's his worst mark on this whole test, he's gonna be happy.
He'll be good.
$70. Stephen got a 70.
That's a big hunt and a big handle.
Yeah. Looks like Bobby's planning his next shot here. He got a really strong right-hand bird, it looked like. So you're, you know, as a handler, see these little dark weeds right in front of you, just about maybe 15, 20 feet out. I mean, a lot of times you're trying to find something like that to reference when you're trying to, because you're looking down at the dog and you're going to pick a spot in front of you. Because you can't see the end of the deal and the dog's head all at the same time, so you're trying to find something like that as a reference, almost like you would in a bowling alley with those little lines in front of you.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, okay. Well, this dog started to bend back into the middle bird and then pushed off a little bit. Times those yellow, look at him, he's pushing him.
He thinks he must be on line.
Go, go, go. He's, oh.
He really broke down.
What you don't want to see now is his face. In other words, you don't want him to turn around. Look at that move he made now. He may be deep enough that he can get, if he can find where the guns walked. I think he's still a tad short, isn't he? But not much. He's going to get
come on,
it right
dog. Come on,
in.
turn around, right there, right there.
There is where he's going to make a move.
We got to work that corner, don't we?
Did you see him look? Wait, he looked over at the holding blind, I think. He looked over at least where the gunners were, and you see him turn, and he said, okay. Looks like a bird.
Love it. Love it, love it. All right, so what's your score? 40?
Yeah, because he had a hunt on the
Still a
go bird.
Hunt on go bird.
Excellent right-hand bird.
Yep.
And hunt on that bird. Yeah. He was helping him out there, wasn't he?
Yeah, oh yeah.
With his hands, and
he pushed him on out there.
He was willing him.
Thank y'all.
Look, he's got a thumbs up there. Yeah, you got to be happy. I mean, right now, you'll take that all day long. Okay. Alrighty.
Rerun. That's that rerun.
Oh, this is the rerun. Oh, okay. Did you get the scoop on that?
I did not. I just know that's who it is and same dog.
Well, like I said, good for the judges to, if they thought there was any chance of interference. Which they obviously did. Boy, that's a great look right there. Look at, my goodness. What a great perspective right there. You can see the bird in the air. That's the view you don't, you just love. That this
What are you doing, dog?
Ooh. Some dogs, if this is the rerun, does this dog get a little spooked by something that went on the first time?
Yeah, maybe.
He sure acted like it. Where's he at? He's in. Now, he never picked a bird up, did he? They had him pick up before you got him. Oh, something was really funky there, wasn't it? That dog really acted.
Let's see how he's handling right here with that black jacket up on the field.
But he's in a bad spot, isn't he?
Sure he is.
Is that between the right hand station? Is that holding blind the camera person? I think it is. That holding blind you saw, I think, is one of the cameramen. Boy, the dog doesn't like anything going on over there, does he?
Nope.
You gotta believe, and some dogs just don't respond well to that rerun thing. Because he left, like you can see his pace, he's pretty worried about this whole thing. See, there's some instances where if you have a no bird, you wait 3. If you have sent your dog and they have you call them in and rerun, you run at the end in some ways. But it sure didn't look, though, like the first thing would have created that much of a quandary. But this, whatever went on there, the dog didn't like the looks of this. It's one reason sometimes in training you do those organized confusion drills where you actually have the people walk around and do stuff so the dogs get
You know, we worked on
desensitized to it.
we worked on this very same thing with a lot less distance right before we went to the national. And what we would do is we would throw, let's see here, we would throw the short mark, the center bird there. We would, no, we wouldn't. We would throw the right mark, middle mark, long bird. No, excuse me, long bird, right bird, middle station.
So just like this is, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Same order.
My memory's not that good. All right, so then we would pick up the short bird.
Yep.
We would pick up the right bird, and then we would have our gunners stand up and face the dog.
On the long bird?
On the short station.
Oh.
And then we would have him face it, and then we would send him past it out to the long bird. But we wanted that guy to be a distraction to
Oh, so they had to learn to run by it, so you made it harder to go.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm with you. I'm with you.
That's some of Scott's tricks, you know.
Sure. Well, you're trying to give them deal with.
All right, we
what
got
goes
two
on.
of them. Let's go out here, Rob. Let's get this long bird. We worked on that right before the national. We did that every day for, I guess, 2 weeks. We did that every day, trying to get those dogs to push past that short bird and not really, and a lot, tell you the truth, a lot of them just not look at that short, because obviously our distance was shorter because we were getting ready for a Master National. But
there's still some of the same
yeah,
challenges.
Same concept, just shorter mark.
See, if this field, I think it's got cover. You can see there's a little uneven. It's a little rough. If this is a mowed short field, I don't think the dogs have this much trouble going the distance. But there's just enough to slow their momentum down.
Yeah.
You see? Well, he's left of the middle gun.
Yeah, and she's
probably in a
caving back in. She caved too much, didn't she?
You see her kind of pop right, looked right a little bit. She hasn't kind of totally turned, and
You better get ready to handle.
when you got to know your dog.
She's way short.
Yeah, she's way short. Some dogs are good at recovering, and some, once they break down, they're not going to get there.
I think he gave up. Long way out there.
It is a long way. And I tell you what, if they threw those birds and you had to go find that long bird,
Yep.
I'm telling you.
So tell me, Pat, when you taught that concept right there with your younger dogs, tell me what you would do.
Well, I do a lot of it and not retire the gun, and I do a lot of it by rethrowing the bird before I send. I mean, certainly when you're talking about young dogs, I do everything I can to get them to see it. I throw a jumbo boat bumper.
Yeah.
I throw. We talked about some of our old friends. Maybe this was Joe Harp even, but I remember Harvey Shue. I've seen him throw 5-gallon white buckets.
Sure.
Throw the 5-gallon white bucket, just bounce out there and have a bird out there when they get there.
Yeah.
But you try to get them to see it and just get in the habit of going long when you need to go long. Now, there comes a time where I think some bigger dogs learn to do those punch birds by being handled, but they can't be afraid of them either. If they fail them every time they see them, that doesn't work. And I think especially when you're coming from, a lot of these dogs come from the hunt test venue and then start doing this, I think it's not only the most difficult, it can be the most, I think dogs can learn to really be fearful of those big birds. And And then some dogs, I had some dogs, they liked that better than they did the flyer.
Yeah.
They just like to run. But they were brought up on it. But I do everything I can to make sure it's visible. And I do a lot of that bird as a single after I've done the other ones. I mean, probably, and I still do that with the big dogs. But with the young dogs, I get them used to picking up a couple shorter birds and then getting in the habit of driving past them. And I use the gun to help them a lot to get there initially.
Yeah.
And if you go overboard on this, I mean, if you go in and do this big test and they cave in and they get in a lot of trouble, well, it has a negative fallout on your other birds.
No.
You know, your short and middle distance birds are going to suffer. So anytime you kind of get out of balance, there's a price to pay. So, I don't know if this is true, but I think it probably is. In our field trial nationals, Lardy made the comment, he said 80% of the dogs go out of our nationals by overrunning birds. Now, a lot of the early series, the bird marks are shorter, so you probably see, you don't see the big long retired guns in nationals. You see them more in weekend field trials. You'll see them. There was a big one in Montana. Well, it wasn't that big though. They didn't have a bird over 250, crazy long, but long. But the well-placed middle distance retired gun that's not short and not long, when you get that right, that's the best and hardest of all. Where you can fail it by running by it, you can fail it by not getting to it. And when a bird's well placed and the factors are such, they got to do, they just got to mark the bird. You can do a lot of things, but you can't put the bird in the mouth for them.
That's right.
Well, I'm watching a lot of these dogs come offline, and handlers are doing a nice job of getting them cooled down. They're warm, but nobody's looked in jeopardy. I had a couple that I was a little worried about when I saw them, but they seem to recover. They've got pools, they've got shade up there. They're doing a lot to make sure these dogs are taken care of and good for them. Okay. I was going to go behind the holding blind, isn't he? Boy, did you see him throw his nose up right there? Behind the holding blind? I'll be damned. Well, I just feel that little gust of right to left wind right there. Isn't that what happened?
Exactly what happened.
We didn't feel it right away, but he just, head went up in the air and he made a right-hand turn. 104. Well, and that's why they got a nose. They're supposed to use it. Ooh. See,
it looks
if
thin.
it were me, I'd want to be further up on the dog, further forward.
He's thin, boy.
I
think he did that.
No, I just did. Cut him pretty quick, and he was far back on his body, and that dog had a little bit of a right lean. And now it's easy to stand back here and see that, isn't it?
Look,
I tell you, the dog went under the arc and kept going.
Look right here. Look right here.
Yeah, I don't think. Look at him. Ooh, ooh. I tell you what, if this dog figures this out, I'm going to breed to him. Yeah.
That's a tough spot to handle from.
Oh yeah. Look, holy shit! See that cast he got?
Yeah.
He had to have an instinct there was a bird long to take that cast that smoothly, but Oh, look at there. 30.
And Bobby Wills, yep.
Got a finishing handling job, buddy. Ain't you? So in my world, on that send, I don't want to false line them left, but I want to be far up on them. I want to close, we call it closing the door to that temptation. You notice, if you would have looked at that dog, his spine was pretty good, but his attitude was a little right. His head was a tiny bit right. And when you're far back on him in that situation, you open the door to the right-hand temptation. But if you crowd up, get up between their shoulder and their ear, a lot of times you can change your attitude on that. Now, at least that's the theory. But it's, you know, and I've done it enough, and it is what you try to do. And if he could have got that dog left of that gun with the same attitude, I think he had a fighting chance to get up there.
Oh, yeah.
But going underneath the arc of that right-hand bird, or that middle bird, I think it's
pretty remarkable the dog made it back there like that.
Yeah.
He did.
You know what Joe Harp would say? He said, Rin Tin Tin couldn't do it from there.
Yeah.
Those some old friends of ours. Even Rin Tin Tin couldn't do it from there. A few pretty awesome jobs, a handful of really nice jobs, and then, you know, then some dogs that are going to stay in the hunt here with smart handles. So it'll be interesting. You'll start to see on the next series kind of where your cut line's going to be pretty quick, aren't you?
Yeah, right now just surviving. Just surviving.
Because you're going to cut to 18 dogs in each. And what did we say? There's 50, what, there's 94 dogs, 95 dogs? Was it 54 and 50 or something like that?
Yeah.
So you're going to lose after the second series 32 to 34, 32 to 35. It's going to, you know, it'll cut 40% of the starting number will be back. But I saw a few of their late series. I'm talking about it. I said that if you're still standing, you got a shot from when it. This is Luke. You see him really, he spends a lot of time watching his dog. He steps back, influence him right. Now he'll step up slightly, but you don't want to step up too much because you don't want them to think they're going for that long bird. So I want to ask you a question. I've heard Wayne say this, Wayne Curtis. He said, sometimes you release the dog and sometimes you send them. This middle bird, a lot of times you're releasing him. You're giving permission to go get it. You're not trying to sweat him. The right-hand bird may be a little bit of that, but that long bird, that's a bird you're sending on. Does that make sense at all?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Guarantee it does.
And I think, you know, when you talked about the hand and no hand, it isn't that the hand is powerful. There's the distinction between the release and the send. There's some sort of, it's like silent and verbal casting. One makes the other more significant. That's just the theory behind it. But you've got your own language that does the same thing.
I mean,
It's
that's
different.
the deal. That's the deal.
Here.
Boy, that's a good look. See him just drawing him and pulling him over. Give him a little here. And he's kind of working his hand, but his hand's not visible to the dog there. It's just kind of more for his reference.
I'm not saying I don't do that.
Yeah. Well, I don't think that a dog can't see that hand.
Yeah. I think I do that.
Just Luke said, don't hunt this short bird that hard. Did I get you the bird over there? Maybe. No, he's still up on the road, isn't he? He's probably wishing he'd have pulled a little harder. Yeah. You know, a lot of times you think these tests are harder when the birds are tighter, but that bird thrown against the grain out of the test, this right-hand bird, has really proved to be a really good bird.
I'm not telling you that the dogs of this caliber, I'm not telling you that they all saw that bird. I think these dogs mark better than this. I think these dogs that are hunting like this dog is, I got to blame a little bit of that on him. He just didn't see that bird. It's a mallard colored bird.
Okay.
And the tree line background, maybe the way the lighting is, I just think the dog didn't see it. I got enough confidence in that dog to know he's a good marking dog, and I think the only reason he ended up with that bird is because he found the gun.
We figured it out.
And worked it out. Back to my problem solvers, you know what I mean?
But you go out there and stab this bird, and that's going to look a little, that hunt's not going to be quite as significant. But you end up having a big hunt to handle here, and it's going to. All right, let's see what he's doing here. Taking his time, going for a pre. There's two times that are really significant. The minute that bird comes out of their mouth, they telegraph kind of where they think. Luke didn't do a lot of changing to this dog's mind. He liked to look, and yeah, I can see why.
Come on, dude. Drive out there.
Again, he's got that.
This dude got a passion now. Here you go.
Just pushing a little bit off that middle gun to give it respect. Boy, he's looking.
Man, they all just start fading right there so bad to go that corner.
Bended. He's getting. Yeah, he's not going to waste any time. And he goes to that big verbal back because his biggest emphasis is to go deeper. Once you get deep enough, then you go with the silent and you move him over to the bird, but you got to punch him out of there. Now he may be a little too deep. He's over the top of that berm. You got to get him up. All right. So he had a extended hunt on the right-hand bird and handle on that one. And a, 5-6 whistle handle?
You know, I'm going to say that's going to be 50-60.
Okay. I must be starting to get the idea here because that's kind of what my instincts were too.
Yeah.
Deep in thought, isn't he? You notice that big streamer on there. The judges were doing what they could to make sure the dog's got a reasonable look at this bird. Mr. Durrance again.
10-year-old.
Oof. I think that's the hardest light, that broken up shadow and sun.
Yeah, yeah. You know, those dogs look like they're left to me on that mark right there. I think this dog is left, isn't it?
Well, he's right. He's right of the gun. He's under the arc.
No, there we go. There we go. Okay.
I'll tell you, when you look there, those long guns really show up, don't they?
Ooh, man, that looks good to me.
Have you ever judged one of these?
Mm-hmm.
The Crown?
No, I judged
weekend stuff?
Yeah.
I guess field trials are really, I think they're one of the only field sports that professionals cannot judge.
Yeah, for good reason.
Yeah. But you judge hunt tests. The Springer Spaniel on nationals and we are judged by professionals judge there as well. And professionals judge here. Well, as a professional, I applaud judges. You put yourself out there. It's hard work sitting up there.
Trying to be fair to every single dog.
Oh my goodness.
Watching 100 dogs run, trying to distinguish the difference in one to the next.
Trying to make
it's a very tough call.
Oh.
You know that. When I judged that time, I remember getting to the hotel room at night and just absolutely being exhausted, and all I did was sat in a chair all day. But the deal was I just wanted to do the same thing for every dog every day, you know, and it was exhausting just trying to dot every I and cross every T.
Mm-hmm. This dog crossed the road a little early, but it looks like he just worked his way down, and I think he just came up with a bird, didn't he? Steven's working him. Notice he's high up on his shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
There's that little patch of heavier cover right there. See it force him a little right? Just a little thicker to the left. There was a little opening, kind of. It's hard to tell from this angle whether but he feels like he's going to be close to that middle gun, doesn't he?
I bet he's in better shape than you think. No?
Well, he's left of them. Boy, that's
not bad.
we're going to know not bad here in about 15 seconds. Right there is a glance over back at the old. Now he said, "Oh, I don't think I belong in there." But it's one thing to go 50 yards past that guy. It's another thing to go 150 yards past him.
He's way short, isn't he?
Yeah, he is way short. He's not going back, but he's relating to it. Well, I bet you got to be thinking about putting a horn on him.
I've done handle.
This dog's trying to make a good decision.
He sure is.
He's just not sure what it is. I mean, he knows he doesn't know where the bird is. He's just trying to figure out what's the right next move to do. And remember, I said that bird's the anti-mama papa because so many dogs want to hunt the backside of it.
Yeah.
So last year they did the field trial test, second series.
Mhm.
This year they did first. Is it usually one of the first two series?
I'm not sure how they decide that, to be honest with you. I'm not too sure on that. But they...
And the reason I'm asking that question is because the cut comes after the second. So
yeah, but you still got to run both.
But I get it. But the first two series really set the tone for the rest of them.
Well, sure, they're going to do a hunt test or a hunt test savvy or hunt savvy or something like that. Second, right? What's the second one?
I think it's, I think it's more a hunt test style.
It almost have to be. They're not going to run two field trials
No.
back to back.
But I don't think they do. I mean, I think last year they did one classic field trial setup. I'll tell you what though, when they called it a hunt test, I mean, they had a hard, I thought last year's first series, which 2 marks and a blind combined, would have been a good, tough first series of a national.
Really?
I mean, it was a hip pocket kind of short bird, but it wasn't short. It was flirting with 100 yards, and the other one was maybe 140.
Yeah.
And the blind was flirting with 200.
Yeah, that's hunt test distances.
And that's and that would have been plenty hard for a second series of a national. But the reason I'm bringing it up is that being able to do a test like this is pretty critical in this game, from what I can see at this level, to get to the cut, get through the cut, because you got to be there to have a chance to get it.
That's right.
If you don't get to the final 18, copy it. Okay, well, I just got clarification that it's the judge's discretion whether they start with a field trial or hunt test in the first. And whatever they do in the first, they need to do the other in the second. Okay.
Makes sense.
Yeah, makes perfect sense.
And you got to run both of them, so it doesn't matter which one's first, really. But you know what I do find? They're going to run a hunt test right here.
Mm-hmm.
There's a home blind out there, and so it's going to be on land as well.
Yep. Well, last year the first two series were all land. Then they did.
Yeah.
I think they went to a double land blind water blind combo in the third, and then a hybrid test in the fourth, and a hunt savvy in the fifth.
Here's Clark's first one. Let's see what he does.
Yeah, that's his first dog he's running. Well, it looks like he can't see it that well, but Clark's acting like he went and got that bird clean. You know, see, now you see what he's doing? He's looking like, do I like the right side of the mat or the left side better? This cover is pretty substantial. It doesn't look like it would path up, but a lot of times you're looking for those paths.
Yeah.
If you're going to get on a path, it'd be nice if there's 49 on that. Abby, Steve it. You're looking for that path that takes you to where you want to get to. So, you know, you're going to work that mat a little bit in the right or left side to try to give you the best shot at it.
You know, nobody's still come in from the left side on the long bird. Everybody is pointing right at it and caving to the right. I can't believe nobody's pointed out, you know, Lyle's the only one I've seen him really point out there to the left, and the dog stayed out there to the left, but
right.
He's the only one that's done that.
He started a little right, but looks like he's in a pretty good
I
spot there.
think that's a good one.
You could tell the way that dog hit the road, tail cracking. He was kind of just cruising, trying to work that wind to get that bird, and it's going to pay off, isn't it? Now you got to really shift gears. Got to shift the dog's attitude here a little bit. Let's see how he works it out. 2 good marks. He initially wanted to look left, I think. Let's see if that. Tell you, the dog's had 2 near perfect marks, and he's breathing pretty good.
Yeah.
Blowing pretty good right there. So.
See, I would talk my dogs out of this mark right here if I give this much time right here and really. I would stress them out. Seeing like, look at the momentum off the line. That's not very good. Now that may be him. I don't know this dog, but that may be him all the way out there.
Well, he definitely is putting.
He's definitely not. They say he definitely didn't have it in overdrive headed out there.
Yeah, he just. That line to me is a dog just trying to stay out of trouble.
That's what I'm saying. As I told you, my dogs would end up thinking, "Oh boy, I'm fixing to get in trouble. Oh, I don't know what I'm doing. You know, this is not going to go well." And then that's sure enough exactly the same thing he got into.
But if you can get there with the attitude that you just described, you got a better shot. But you got to get there without handling.
Right, that's right. Yeah, he's 4 or 5 whistles deep right here.
But no, exactly. But I'm saying if you can get him there with the attitude of building to be safe.
Well, let's think about this. So we got 20, 30. We're sitting on 30 points right now. Just by the sheer fact of the points of the handle to the area and the whistle. 30 points, Pat. 30 points. A dog handled from 350 yards out from the bird. Okay? We'll see what he scores. If he scores decent at all, then my theory, pick those 2 up and handle on the long bird is the way to go. Like I've said all along. I'm just telling you, because he handled
right.
He handled literally 60 yards out from the line.
Exactly.
You know?
So that handle isn't any worse than a handle hanging up behind, on a pretty good line hanging up behind the middle gut. They're both handles to the area, is that right?
Yep.
But I guess it's how many whistles after that.
Well, that's what. So what I'm counting. What I counted was right here on our cheat sheet. It's showing here that a handle to the area of the fall is 20 points. Well, then I counted 5 or 6 whistles on the way out that he had on the way out. He gave decent cast on the way out. So worst case scenario, if you get 2 points for every whistle, let's just say he had 5, so there's another 10. So he was sitting at 30 points, plus whatever else they saw from the line. But I'm still telling you that the dog's going to be, I mean, even with handling that severe, he's 30, 40, 45 points maybe.
Okay.
That's in the game. That's in the game.
It blew the
wind's
sign
picked
over.
up.
You don't want that blowing over when you're getting ready to send for that bird, do you?
No, that's for sure. What do you think you got? What do you think you got?
Oh, they told them?
Let's see what Scott can do here. It's a good looking yellow right there. Good looking yellow right here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
I like this dog.
It looks like that. Remember I talked about Captain Kidd? That was his color and about his size.
I love that color. Dog looks like it's taking it all in.
He's all game, and he said, "All right, what do we do?"
Easy.
What did you get? No bird?
No, I hate that.
You know what? I don't mind getting a second look at that longbird. You know, I don't mind having a no bird on the longbird at 45. Well,
45. I told you.
so in that era when I just started reflecting a little bit on Cappy, that I used to pre-national with Jerry Potopi at the time, and so we had Cappy ended up with a little bit over 200 all age points. Aces High was Jerry's dog, over 300. Cherokee Rose was there's 240. There's like 3 dogs, 750 all age points, and 3 dogs in that pre-national group, you know. And I'll tell you, you know, you didn't realize at the time until you look back on what special animals you were fortunate to be around. And when you think it takes you get 5 points for a win, it takes 10 to be a field champion. When you get in those 200s, it's almost mind-boggling, isn't it?
Yeah. In today's world, it sure is with the level of competitions out there. Oh. You know, Scott always told a story that, you know, he'd been in the game his whole life, and he's probably 53 or 4 years old now, and he told a story when he was young that when you pulled up to a trial, you pulled out the book and you got your pen and you could circle 5 dogs on there.
Yeah.
And you probably had 3 of the 5 placements in those 5 dogs. He could pick them right before they ever ran the first dog. He said when he quit, he said you could go in there and you had to circle 85 of them out of 100 that could be the winner. And that just shows you how far the dog games come. Nice mark there.
So we just get a little information on Piper, who is this Piper here running night now? Let's look at that.
I'm not sure. Let me look.
So just want a qualifying and how excited this Scott was to win, because Liza was one of his first dogs.
Yep.
And so how profound and how rewarding that is. Is this a son of.
I saw that. The name came up. It had Norfolk in it, so I knew it was one of his puppies.
This is Liza's granddaughter.
That's awesome.
And this is a good-looking female.
It is. I love it.
Easily could have mistaken this dog for a male when I saw it from the side. Now it makes it. You can see right now. What a pretty dog. Well, there's a, when you've been around those multiple generations of really good dogs like that. Look at that. She says, just say my name and let me get at it.
She had to look from the very beginning, didn't she?
Get out of my way. I know where I'm going. Oh, they make that little move. Come on, sister. You get a little bit more crosswind. They pick it. They get a whiff of it on the road, and you don't. They make that little pass, and then they hunt deep with the holding blind. He's thinking, just get this bird so we can get ready to get on this long one.
As many dogs we run now, we probably run 50 dogs, 45, 50 dogs, and nobody's gone for that long bird second.
No. Again, sometimes it just, you may think you might want to consider it, but when it gets up there, oftentimes it just feels like there's no way this feels right to me. Well,
I didn't think, I knew I wouldn't do it that way, but I was surprised somebody else.
The only reason I'd say, if this right-hand bird became routine at some point,
yeah,
you might consider it. But it's not anything but. See, that's not the holding blind of the thrower. The holding blind of the thrower is right there.
She ought to get it here. They're dinging him right here pretty good.
Oh, well, this dog's had a pretty substantial hunt, and there's
She's looking at the wrong person. She wasn't looking at him.
If she only knew how close she was to that bird at one point. But the wind must be a little more downwind because that dog's not getting any information just on the left. And there's enough cover to hide the bird over it.
Well, yeah.
Because, if it was light cover, some of those, the dog would see it, but they're not seeing it. Well, Piper, you got to bear down.
He probably racked up 30 points right there.
Yeah, you better put your good dog hat on here.
See, she's not identifying that bird at all.
She said, I thought I knew where the right one was.
She said, I'll do what you want, boss, but I really don't know. I'm going to go try hard, but... Run, sister, run.
Like, run, Forrest. Well, it's right at the bird, but
yeah,
there's a lot more decisions
already
to make.
fading to the right.
Yeah, I know.
I tell you, I just wouldn't let that dog get too far offline. I'd be handling.
Yeah, he's put the whistle in his mouth.
Oof.
Yeah.
Oof. That's way out of shape for me. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Tweet, tweet, tweet.
Well, boy, this dog is, their brain power is working so hard trying to figure out, like, all right, what's my next move? You're going to come up with it there. Yeah, there it is right there. Well, that wasn't what he was looking for, was it?
No, but that's what he got.
That's what he got. That's right. You probably don't remember, but if I'm not mistaken, the sire of Houston was a big dog named Lake Ridge Charlemagne. Sonic Carey from South Carolina ran, and he looked like a Great Dane. I mean, he was huge, a really, really good dog, dominant in his era. Dominant in the open. And Cassandra Carey, professional from South Carolina. But that was one of the first big time yellows I saw. Well before, I'm pretty sure Houston was a son of Charlemagne.
So when did you run your first field trial?
I ran my first field trial as a professional in 1984, but I would have run my first field trial as a senior in high school in 1980. Chesapeake Bay Retriever. Ran some derbies.
I bet it's amazing to watch how much it's transformed since 1980 to now.
Yeah.
I mean, you would have never ran that test right there in 1980, would you? No way.
No.
What's it going to be like 15 years from now?
Isn't that the truth?
Isn't it? Yeah, it is.
The training gets better, the breeding gets better.
Yeah, I mean,
the
20
handling
years,
gets better.
20 years from now,
the dogs get better.
It's just incredible. I don't know how they can get any better, to tell you the truth.
Well, I think what you see,
I'm sure everybody said that
they get
20
better,
years ago.
but there are more better dogs.
Right. Yeah, that may be true too.
You know, you have 10, like you said, back in the day, you'd pick 5 dogs out of a program, and probably 3 of the 5 were going to place that weekend. But the techniques are better, the handling's better. I'll tell you what, I think the biggest change from when I started to now, I'm going to say it about the Labrador breed itself in general. The dogs are way more sensitive now than they were.
Yes, sir.
In the early days, you had dogs that were, I'm not going to call them hard-headed, but they were...
Took a little more pressure.
Yeah. And...
direct pressure.
We became smarter and better at bringing the most out of sensitive dogs.
Yep.
And the sensitive dog is more user-friendly. Nobody likes to be...
No.
They hammer all the time trying to keep dogs in line, so it's much more enjoyable to run a dog that's more willing to listen. And as a professional, the sensitive dogs transferred better to their owners. Cause
I'm going to call it a compliant dog, not a sensitive dog.
Yeah, okay.
We'll call it compliant.
I'll buy that.
Compliancy is what we bred into these dogs.
Okay.
And you take compliancy along with the correct type of e-collar training that we use today instead of punishment training. It's corrective training.
But what happens is when these more compliant / sensitive, smart dogs with good desire become successful, you breed them. And when you breed them, you get more of them.
Yep.
And so it's really been a positive move.
Yeah, the system works for sure. Dog here's on a mission.
I never saw a dog named Eurocodon won a national early. Don Strait from Georgia. But they said she was that way. And they said the hardest Don ever corrected that dog is he'd whack her with his baseball cap. And that's all it took with Rocky. Now, but that was not the norm.
Well, look at Super Sue.
Oh, she was a
sensitive girl.
Yeah, you're right.
You know,
that was kind of the era we started to figure that out, promote it. But I can remember some of the, I know Ike talks about Lottie, she'd go a month without a correction.
Yeah.
You know, and training every day. I mean, Bill Woodson's baby, who just got in the Hall of Fame and was, she was that kind of dog. You'd look at her cross-eyed, and she just didn't want to get in trouble, and she wanted to be a team player.
I tell you, the older I've got, the more I enjoy dogs like that.
Absolutely, absolutely.
One that can sit at your side, not move around, not act like a fool, and run like a scalded ape on the marks.
There's a couple things. If they don't get in trouble as much, they're not as prone to being worried. So the sensitivity then, or the dog that's wants to be compliant isn't as apt to be worried if we had to change our style of training, but it's certainly a lot nicer. But we train even human athletes different than we used to.
Yeah.
The style of coaching. Okay, we got 2 down. Look at, there's a tremendous amount of yellow lavenders in.
Yeah, there is. I'm with you.
All right. Oh, so there's that look way left. Didn't his other dog go pretty hard left, had an early handle?
Yeah. Remember, that's the one that literally started handling 60, 70 yards out. This dog got a pretty good stab at it going here.
There's that left.
You see that gap in the tree line back there? That big group of trees. He didn't
waste.
He's going for another 40 or less.
Yeah. Well, this dog's not seeing him, or doesn't like the way he's telling him to go. It's one of the two.
I'm saying he can't see him.
Sometimes they don't move because they said, I don't want to go over there.
Yeah.
You got to move in that direction.
He's coming back with a passion, isn't he?
So I wonder if that's a little blind spot for the handler.
Yeah, maybe a little
because
dip.
It's like they wait quite a while to actually put
Yeah.
the next whistle on it. So I bet you there's a little dip there that the visibility is a little hard because we're looking at it at much.
He's gonna do it again.
Right.
Stop him! Stop!
Well,
him,
that's
stop him.
the only reason you wouldn't stop him is if you don't see him well enough.
Stop him! Stop him!
Yeah, I know. And you know what? We're looking at it zoomed. A yellow dog in light cover like that is not the easiest thing to interpret.
You're right. You are correct.
And there's sometimes when they're either coming right at you or going straight away from you, you can't tell which one they're doing for a while on flat ground.
Yeah. Still ain't got it.
No, we ain't got it there. Lots of whistles.
Yep.
Yeah, he's shaking his head. I said, those dogs, that dog you saw when the bird came out, it kind of glanced left. Obviously, that dog wanted to go because he certainly wasn't pointed there, but he certainly ended up there. So that's Clark's second dog he's running, and they both kind of went similar directions, didn't they?
Yep. Yep.
Be interesting. How many is he running, I wonder?
I don't know.
What kind of
up right
adjustments he may make. Next thing you know, you pull too hard and then you handle out of the middle bird.
He's running 7, 8.
He's running 8 total, so he's got 6 more to run.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're going to get a bunch of looks at what adjustments he makes in the next.
Well, he made the same thing. It was the same thing at that time as the first dog he ran.
So are we looking at the dog in the second holy blind, or is that the next dog to run that I'm seeing right there?
Well, I think I see Carter up there in the holding blind.
That is him next, isn't it?
Yeah.
The judges are right there. Yep. Okay. So we're going to see Carter again. Well, one thing you can guarantee, Carter's going to be entertaining.
He's animated, is he?
He's animated.
If he's a dog, he'd be creeping and jumping up and down.
It might be. It might be. We have to work on his line manners. But I'll tell you, I mean, it makes you smile. And you watch his dogs, they feed off him.
10-year-old black male. Not a title to his name.
Not yet.
That's amazing. Look at the head on that joker.
Oh.
Man.
We've got a bunch of. Carter made that little step back.
Yeah.
Oh, what's he doing? What's he doing here? He's
decided to go to white.
Was he going to go? Oh, he's going to go white on the right arm and black on the left arm.
He's working it now.
Like tearaway jerseys here. They just, as if we 63.
That's pretty polite, you ask me.
Yeah.
Pretty polite.
I guess if Carter's willing to jump on a boat, he's willing to rip off a jersey and go with a different one.
Sure.
I guess there's no limit how many handling jackets you can take to line.
Well, I think there's a limit on how many hats you can carry up there with you, and I did that. I wore a hat on top of a hat one time because I think I had a black hat and a white hat. And
did they tell you?
They made a rule out of it after that because I looked so dumb up there with 2 hats on. Yeah, I remember it well.
Oh, that's funny. This is only Carter's second dog, right?
Yep. Big turn.
Look what he's doing here.
Yeah. Big turn.
They ain't got the right bird yet.
No, he's going with the long bird second. This dog's not identifying this thing good enough for me for him to know where everything is. And notice he's not sitting down either. 10-year-old, he may not make him sit down.
Okay.
Caving in, wasn't he?
One thing you got to watch, even Carter did that. You notice how he real animated with it, almost threw his arm behind him. Carter's got half a jacket on.
Now, let's see if we can get this. Let's see if we can get this other bird clean.
It's going to be interesting.
Be working it, ain't
He says, I don't know about this. That's a lot of work he's doing up there.
Hey, buddy.
Well, you got to love it. I mean, he's doing everything he thinks he can to help his dog.
Yep.
So we're 4 o'clock. We got 2.5 hours to sunset. We've been averaging 9 to 10 minutes a dog.
Yep.
So I guess that's 15-ish dogs left yet till sunset.
Well, good.
So, I'm trying to think of the dog's name all of a sudden, and I should know him. Alex Abraham. You heard that name recently? Alex was a very successful handler, amateur that came on the scene. He was a professional bowler. And the reason I bring his name up, because I watch what Carter's doing. Alex would receive behind the mat, and he would always walk up 3 steps right into the line he wanted.
Gives him the first 3 steps.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what Al says too on the blind.
Yeah.
He always gives them the first 2 steps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I noticed Alex would, and Carter, he's doing it on the marks too. He walks back and he walks into the line he wants. It was just a routine.
So this kind of shows the long bird second isn't the way to go.
Well, you're right. I mean, anybody that's done the long bird second, I mean, there's only been a couple, but
I think he's the only one.
Well, I think it happened with somebody else a little bit by something weird happened, but they've really struggled with the short bird.
Yeah.
So certainly that short bird is not eased up at all. I mean, it's been consistent. And getting that long bird second didn't seem to make the long bird any easier either. So,
right.
But the risk of going long twice is that you might overrun the net. Then checking down and going short is a little more challenging.
Still haven't got it.
He just grabbed it there.
I don't think so. Yep. He's disappointed.
Well, Carter's thinking, well, I like my first job better. He was single digits with his first job, right?
6. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Last year we did good. We did still stuff.
How would I say that dog was? They say that dog was.
3 years old. Seaside.
It's a young dog here, 3 years old.
3-year-old dog. Rody running a
He definitely in the mood.
Seaside dog. See, that's the great view right there. I mean,
Rody's always got that follow through.
yeah.
Here you go.
Look at him. Get over there. Get over there. He's going to get over there.
112.
Yeah,
that hurt.
Yeah, well, 2 pretty rough handles. All right. 1 good one. Yeah. Got a nice breeze kicking up again.
Man, yeah, you know, it's a little different. You notice that.
A little more right to left.
Yep. Yep.
Well, let's see if this dog, if he gets under the arc, if it wins it on the road.
No doubt he's going to.
Remember how we used to take like 4 days to do 12 dogs with
All right, let's see it, buddy.
Really? It's enough crosswind to win that bird right in there, right? Ooh, ooh. Ah. Hey, that's a good bird on the right. Did he just wind it right there? He got, no. I thought for a minute he did. That one dog threw his head up right there by the holding blind. But you know, it's swirling. And don't underestimate. You notice how the road is elevated? You know, the road's up higher and it's thrown down. How that scent kind of comes up over that road, and does it go up high? Does it push it over the dog's head? I don't know. It's because I would have thought these dogs would have winded that bird sooner, and they haven't most of the time.
And what's that look?
What's that?
What's that look right here? What's this right here?
That's right. Well, he's
He may be praying. All right, big shot. Fire out there. Let's get this bird.
All right.
Look here. He's in the mood for it. Here you go. Man, he looks like to me he wants to go back in that old
I
fall.
was going to say, a 3-year-old dog, don't you have to push a little pretty hard here?
That's what I'm saying.
Because this dog doesn't look like it's got a flare bone in
look,
the body.
he's way back. Look at his legs. He's way back behind his hips. Come on. Come on. Come on.
It's interesting because this dog looked like it might go left of the go bird. Well, you're going to know here. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Right here.
Now there's a move left. The next critical move is when this dog gets about 35, 40 yards.
Beautiful.
Yeah, but let's find it's going to be the next. Watch this dog stride. Watch. See if the head goes up. Starting to break right there. All right. Does this dog turn and go away?
That's a great handle on his part.
Yeah.
That's a great job.
Yeah, I agree with you.
That's a great handle. This is textbook of what I talked about earlier. This is the way it ought to be run. Just give them a stab at it. As soon as they get offline a little bit, stop and go to handling. Come away with a 40 or less.
Yeah, but you got to finish it.
Well, he needs to be handling. He needs to not let it
But
hunt.
you know, it's obviously
he needs to handle.
it's obviously really challenging on ground level to tell the depth. Now the dog might. I still think the dog's a little short, don't you?
Yeah, you say it's hard, but at the same time, he knows the line. I guarantee you, Rhodey's got a tree picked out in the back.
Well, it's not the line the problem; it's the depth.
Yeah, but but look, but what I'm saying is that dog's right, that dog's left. I mean, he's letting him get all out of whack.
You're right.
He's letting him get all out of whack.
Well, there's your view. Yeah, see.
He's still got another 15, 20 yards to the left.
Oof. Yeah, I'm with you there. I'm with you.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
But you need to get behind the bird. But it's deeper. It's deeper, Rhodey, I think. Now she might get there. That could be the bird there. Yeah.
I mean, I guarantee you they kicked the teeth in on those, all that hunting around.
When you're watching the dog from ground level, the best is how much of you can see of that ridge, the cover above their head. When they're short, there's more, you can see more of that last ridge. If they're too deep, they're on the ridge. But when you see just about, a small amount of cover over the dog's head, you know you're deep enough. You can watch it. Can you picture what I'm saying? And that's sometimes the only way you can tell the depth is in reference to some landmark. You see that last ridge and then you see the trees behind it? Well, that's not where the trees are. It drops off. But there's just certain amount of that last ridge line that you can see over the dog's head when they pick it up. And if the wind's downwind, you got to be behind it on the other side of it to smell it. But you're probably only talking from here to the road, 30 yards. Yeah. But 30 yards upwind doesn't help you get the bird.
I'm not sure who this is.
Looks like a nice young dog. That little female that just ran. She looked cute as a button, and looks like good enough to be here. She must be pretty good.
Five-year-old.
Dublin, Georgia. This is probably Justin's team, isn't it? Some of the people that train with him. You can tell what kind of sunglasses he likes. His t-shirt. I'll tell you, they had a couple camera views, even like when the dog wasn't online, right at dog height in it. I mean, where you really got a perspective of the test sun. Look at right there. I mean, you can see the subtle difference between those long guns. And those long guns have stood out pretty good all day. I mean, trying to get himself psyched up here. Kind of a measured pace. Is that the bird there? Must be.
Good.
Pretty smart effort there. If he does that on a long bird, he's really going to be clapping, isn't he? All right, good luck here, buddy.
Good.
84.
That's a little stouter than I thought it'd be.
Well, she got hurt a little bit on that hunt on the right-hand bird.
Yeah, yeah.
And probably.
I was looking right too much.
I know, and he's crowding him. He's trying to, but you can't.
He might as well throw that bird down. As soon as he gets off, I go to handle him. Yeah, no way I'm letting that dude get in that thing.
Yeah. And you're right. I mean, he was doing his best to push, but that dog just, he wanted to look back into that middle bird big time, didn't he?
Some just don't have a conscience.
The problem with verbal there is oh, you got left of the gun. The problem with verbal backs there is you don't get the directional change to the left. You know, he's trying to get him over to the bird.
Why did everybody get these hats in their bags? Well, they need to be using them. I know everybody here's got one. $30.
But he's gonna get him there. It's about the depth there.
Woo.
You get a big woof.
Who's the next victim?
Victim. So our calculations for a while looked like this test would go to maybe even noon tomorrow.
Yeah.
But you got your short move here, yeah.
Here. Here. Here.
Makes it maybe almost impossible to get through the second series tomorrow, doesn't it?
You want to run all those? You want to run all those?
You got some numbers there?
No.
Okay. Another big old yellow.
Next one, Thor.
Saying how much you're enjoying it, so that's cool.
Good. Another big, pretty yellow dog.
Oh. He said, "Let me at him."
Dog's got what their legs and all.
Look at the muscles all tensed up and.
A lot of good-looking dogs, Mr. V.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of good-looking dogs. Very photogenic-looking dogs.
Yeah, there's 73 with the last dog. Well, he's under the arc. It looks like he's breaking for the bird there. you know. All right, Lyle. Let's see what you go. Another one wants to look a little left.
They got him a little tighter in there.
Yeah. Well, you noticed how he didn't let him look left very long.
Ooh, he still took off left. Might as well handle a big shot. Unless he's caving in there. I don't think he is, though.
Wow. Well, I didn't see that coming. Not to that extreme, but I'll tell you what. They make that glance left. It's either too much conscience or not enough for some of these dogs.
Well, you know what I find all the time, and I know you saw us in the field trial world too. You get a pro up there, run a trip on a blind, and there's just this left mark. That pro just cannot get this mark.
Yeah.
And on my truck, I'm having trouble with the right mark, and the left mark's like a standard everyday deal. And
you see a pattern in their training.
Yes, sir. It's what we put in them. We stamp them, you know. We stamp them good and bad, you know what I'm saying? You know, like me, I'm real big. My favorite blind runs on the point, off point. I got really good water, and I spend a lot of time on the points, you know. But now you go down through there and they see a point, and they're thinking, I better get out and get back in. You know what I mean? Where if you may not be supposed to be on the point. You know, now they're going to get off of it once they get on it, because they know, you know, you got a limited amount of time to stay up there on it. But
Tell you a little interesting story about that. So Lardy's telling the story about he's at a field trial somewhere in the south, and they've got this really tight test, and it's killing them. And Dan DeVos from Canada, he's up there, and he's smoking it. And Mike's pacing around, and he goes up to Dennis Voigt and says, what the hell does he do that makes him so good at this test? And he says, he does ABC drills. Lardy says, what the hell's an ABC drill? Well, now we all do them a lot. You know, the real tight singles. And that was kind of a deal. Like Dan DeVos had a routine where he taught dogs to get comfortable going real tight. And he did it in a way that, you know, they got comfortable with it and weren't fearful of it. And that weekend it paid off.
Yeah.
But you're right. I mean, it just... Yeah, there's something there where it's really hard to see them. Because some of these dogs come in on that handle way further than...
A minute ago, they shot it from here, back here on the handlers, and you can barely see the handlers. And I got a feeling from way out there, they're not able to see right now this time of day.
Well, our son's wrapping around. He's got it, he's coming home. But he had a lot of whistles to get that bird, didn't he?
You dang sure did.
I think we had back-to-back scores in the... We had a couple 70s. What was the last one? Was a little bit better, maybe. You think most of the time there's an advantage to running multiple dogs, but sometimes a test will get in your head.
Yeah.
And you can't get the feel for it. And you get a downward spiral. You just can't do it.
I'd rather have more bullets than that.
I agree with you, but that is one of the hard things when you run a lot of dogs, is not to overreact to some things.
Well,
that
I tell
happen.
you, I don't care if I'm running, what kind of hunt test, UKC, AKC, whatever. When my first 1 or 2 or 3 dogs, I'm a nervous dang wreck. And then after they hit it,
you kind of get a feel.
Then I'm like, here we go, because here's the deal, because what one of my dogs do, all my dogs do. And what they do wrong, they all do wrong. You know? We just stamp them so good, you know?
It's Carol and Frank, huh?
Frank.
There's a dog on Andy's truck named Frank the Tank. I said, this guy looks like a tank too, doesn't he?
I mean, all these dogs are just textbook Labrador look.
Look at
him. I mean, look at that beautiful dog. 3-time grand champion, master hunter, 7-year-old.
It'll be interesting to look at. I know we had a couple of those really low scores, but what is the lowest amateur score? I guess we'll have to look at that later.
About 40, I would think. 37.
$117.
Ooh, ouch.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I just got word that the lowest amateur score was 17.
Woo!
The dog name was Kate. I'll see if I can't find who Kate's handler was. I'll look it up here. Okay. Looks like that was maybe John Robertson with Kate. 5-year-old. Well, that's an awful good score. Carol handling on the right-hand bird. Dang it. Frank Bat has got to bear down here. He had a handle on this right-hand bird. Frank's got a bunch of burdocks on his coat. Look at there. One on the side of his face. And Carol's trying to get him just right. She sends him strong. Let's see what Frank does. Well, he's right at the bird. He's just got to keep going, keep trucking. It's right in here where dogs start to hang up, like right there. There's a quick hit. You got that cast. Oh. Tell you what, that was a good job of handling on that mark.
Yep.
Because I'll tell you what, if she'd have let down at all, I mean, she stayed on it.
I think that's what you need to do.
Yeah, and just with the visibility challenges those dogs, she did an excellent job of doing what she had to do to get that bird. For a while, you were seeing handlers go with black jackets. Now the sun has come over a little bit off the side.
Whoever it is going the line's got a
and
black
now they're
jacket
going,
on.
Now the black jacket. Carol was handling in white. Well, some of it's the sun, but a lot of it's the background as well. The dogs have struggled handling more when they're on the left side of the bird than on the right, didn't they?
Oh, yeah. And look, Carter's walking up here. He has been wearing a black jacket, now he's got a white.
Now he's going white. Well, I mean, you know, if you've run a dog and you know the timing, you can tell if they're seeing you or not. You're going to make those adjustments, and he's going. But I think for a while there, when the sun was right kind of behind him, it changed. Now it's a little bit more on our left. Well, Carter ought to know. He had a white jacket on for part of that cast, black jacket, and a black jacket on his left arm, and a 75 for Frank. A lot of that came on the right-hand bird, didn't it?
Yeah.
He's got one bird. Handler's moving over to get a little perspective on right where that bird sits. I tell you, I've walked through these fields a little bit, and there's, you know, they bush hogged them to make them, but there's mesquite thorns in a bunch of
Yeah,
spots.
there is.
And sometimes I watch these dogs move a little gingerly. I don't know if they've picked up a thorn or.
Tomorrow will be the time you tell because they'll be swole up.
Yeah.
I had that happen when I first started training dogs full time. I had a locust tree field. All of them were about 3, 4, 5 feet, no, 2 or 3 feet tall. I took an old John Deere 40-20 out there and bush hogged them all down. The next day I was in there running marks on it. And came in the next morning kennel and everybody's feet bigger out of softballs.
Yeah, they got punctures and
Yeah.
they abscessed up.
Yeah, when I bought my place I own now, it had several locust trees on it, and we dug holes and buried every one of them. I didn't want anything to do with a locust tree.
He checked up on this side of the road. He's trying to. Looked like he was just headed over the road to the bird. There's. I think that's it right there, isn't it? Or is it? Maybe not. Well, sometimes they get a little bit deep. It's hard for them to hunt their way back in. We've had a nice breeze most of the day, and we're
Yeah, it's
thankful
been
for that,
nice.
because if it wasn't for that.
Been very nice.
Okay. Well, here was a big hunt on that right-hand bird. Spent most of his time deep. There's a sweet spot here. I mean, you want to respect that metal gun, but you don't want to push way left. But I think just a little bit of the rough terrain and uneven terrain has made it even harder to go the distance. You know, if this was a mowed hayfield, I don't think those dogs would have had near this degree of difficulty getting out there. Just kind of, it just slows their momentum down. Now, this dog is, he broke down. There's been a lot of traffic right in that area.
Yep.
Where dogs want to hunt. And don't underestimate how the dogs interpret the foot scent of the previous dogs. You know, when there's, you know, when it's all scattered and the dogs have spent a lot of time hunting there, well, that's another thing that dogs key off of. And because a lot of times where they're running around and hunting is where the bird is. Well, when it's not where the bird is, it encourages them to hunt
See, look
short.
how hard that is to see that at 30 yards out. I mean, pink, blue, skyline, trees, dark green. Black's definitely not the color there.
Well, yeah, right. That gaps in the trees and listen,
Over!
he goes to a verbal over. But I think he got the. Yeah. Don't think he's deep enough. That's right. A little deeper yet, I think. Not much though. Is that the bird there? Okay, now he's deep enough. Huh. Are they getting ready to do another rebird? Is that
Yep.
what's about to happen?
Yep.
.447. I don't think they've got 2 hours they can run.
But then one of the people gone to the river for revival. Baptism. Sir? Okay. Okay.
Looks like they're executing a rebird here, and
You know how we'll go, don't you? We can work the break. Gotta pay the bills.
okay, we're going to take a break here while they do a rebird, and we'll bring you back to the 2024 SRS Crown Championship presented by Eukanuba.
The Super Retriever Series Crown Championship is presented by Eukanuba. Sporting dogs give us everything we ask and then some. Their nutrition should do the same. By Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission, we are focused on you. Louisiana Tourism, feed your soul. And by Lucky Duck Kennels.
They're partners, ready to do whatever it takes. Athletes that pound for pound can outrun, outwork, and outperform anybody you're watching on Sunday. No contract required. You don't waste that kind of potential. You train it, fuel it, unleash it. You feed nutrition that holds nothing back. The Eukanuba Premium Performance Lineup.
Training the dogs is one thing, but training the people, that's really where it is, because now they can be better to their dogs. Their dogs can trust them more, and they're going to be more successful. And I've done a lot of coaching of people at Nationals, and it's really what turns me on, is putting together the dog-handler combination and helping them understand each other. And, well, success is bound to happen when you can do that.
In my Louisiana, the day starts at 4 a.m.
In my Louisiana, every meal is a celebration.
My Louisiana really makes me wonder.
Ours is fast! With real-life swamp creatures!
In my Louisiana, music is a way of life.
My Louisiana is sheer magic.
From sun up to sundown.
Till sunup again. What will your Louisiana be?
When you find your Louisiana, you feed your soul.
Buying an RV should be easy. I found the perfect RV for my family at BayouOutdoor.com. Bayou Outdoor made the whole process so easy with their great low prices.
The Imagine line of travel trailers has wonderful features. You'll find fully equipped kitchens, full-size bathrooms. Some have recliners, some have a fireplace. Come discover what the Imagines have to offer.
So stop wasting time with other RV dealers and get your family camping now. Bayou Outdoor Supercenter, Bossier City, Louisiana.
Your most devoted friend doesn't put on his seatbelt or stand on two legs. You are his keeper, and you'll do anything to protect that bond. The Lucky Duck Kennel is 5-star crash test rated. It's durable, dependable, and secure. If keeping your dog safe from the unpredictable wasn't enough, we made it lightweight, customizable, and right here in America. Lucky Duck, because loyalty goes both ways.
Well, welcome back to the 2024 SRS Crown Championship, our 25th year, presented by Eukanuba. I'll tell you, we got a humdinger here in the first series. Field trial test, long retired gun, 375, and a shorter retired gun that looked nice but somewhat pretty doable on the right, 100 yards-ish, and that's given dogs a lot of trouble. And then you got the Go Bird in the middle. So we've had different spells. We had some really solid work for a while, and then stretches where dogs were handling. We had dogs handled it on all three birds. And that's kind of how it goes. A little bit of change in wind that sometimes helps you have a little better stretch of dogs, but at the end of the day, well, you got to see the birds, and hopefully they can find them, and you can only do so much up there. And a lot of strategy going on, you know, if you know you got a handle, when do you want to put that whistle on them? And judges have shown that when you put a timely whistle on them and you're efficient about handling, well, you can come away with a pretty solid score. But of course, everybody wants to get up there and go to the marks and not have to handle. But on a test like this, well, you got to be ready for plan B in a hurry. Some of the handlers have, you know, swung by. They talked about making some adjustments on their pointing style and so on and so forth. And, you know, you're just trying to make a few different changes. And, well, again, if you've looked at that setup, the degree difference between the 375-yard bird and the 200, and I think it's 225 or something like that's about 150-yard difference between the middle bird and the left bird. The degree difference is very subtle, very, very close. So it's really tough to tell whether the dog is looking where the long gun was or back at the middle station. And as you watch the dogs go out, they got to negotiate their way through. All these things have played a big role in making this test as challenging as it is. So, all right, well, we're back at it here, and we're up and rolling. We've got, an hour and a half or so until sunset, so see what we can do. Looks like Justin coming up, dog 51. Seven-year-old black male, QA2. He's got lots of credentials there. Let's see what Cash can do. Justin's really trying to cue that long bird really firmly. Take one glance up. Dogs seem to stay on that bird pretty well. There goes your right-hand bird. This can be tricky. That little move forward, if you move too far up, they look back at the long gun, but I think it feels like from here he did the right thing. But he glanced away. You notice Justin put his hand in, got ready to send, and the dog kind of glanced away, so we had to kind of just settle him down. You drop your hand in and you're getting ready to send, and you have that little delay. It's your last chance to do kind of a check, double check. And I think if he'd have just cut him, he might have tried to go for that short bird, and the judges have made it clear that you have to pick up the middle bird first. The wind has stayed pretty much downwind for the most part, a little bit angling from right to left over your right shoulder. You see, sometimes you see the dogs wind it every now and then. This dog definitely did not wind that bird up just deep and on the left. So now he's putting on a hunt away from the gun. And is he thinking about leaving and going long? Yep. Oh. The dog hunted that middle bird, was going to go ahead and try and switch, so we needed to put him back in there. And you have to pick up that short bird anyways. But either way you would have looked at it, that dog established a hunt in the fall area, so you're going to have to pick up that middle bird regardless. You can only do so much. You can't put the bird in their mouth. They've got to do some of that on their own. And he was right there. All right, there's some scores there. You had Frank starting off the Patelli with Sam, 86. Took a little while. John Robertson with Kate came in with that 17. Ernie, and then, well, we've got some scores, a couple 100s, 27 in there. A couple 60s and 70s for a long time, where the 60s were the norm, and then you got a 75 and a 121. So there's some room up there at the top. Some of these dogs can step up.
First time we've seen that on the mark, isn't it? See what he did? Went out for the goat bird.
Yeah, he hunted under the arc.
Hunted, and ended up going ahead for the long
He was
bird.
going to switch, yeah.
Yeah.
And he got pretty close to the bird.
Yeah.
He's behind the holding blind here. He doesn't need to have trouble on the first two birds. He broke over the way to the right. We talked about that, brilliant markers, and those are the dogs that know with a blade of grass the bird's on. But then some of the dogs just seem to make sensible hunts, and some dogs struggle with it. And, well, this dog
He did something
looked
odd.
like he was right in there on that.
Well, he
bird.
did something odd at the line. When the third bird hit the ground,
he looked away.
He did, and I think I don't know if he was fixing to leave on. If he was timing him and fixing to leave. I don't know. Something happened right there that caused some confusion right out of the gate.
Well, he obviously, the dog looked away for a reason. Justin did a good job of settling him in and getting him under the arc. That's all you can do. He's trying hard to cue him for this long bird before he even took the bird out of his mouth. Well, there's the look. And you get the impression the dog wants to glance back towards the middle gun, don't you?
Yeah.
I don't know, though. Maybe not. Maybe that's a pretty good look.
Look, if he's going to go to it on the go bird, he's going to try to go back in there and try to get it.
Well, he sent him firm. The dog leaves at a measured pace, which tells me he knows he's doing something pretty serious. Let's see if he can maintain that. Well, again, right now, the dog is dead on line, pretty darn close to where the bird is. Those two bigger trunk trees, but being on line and going the distance are two different things. It's right in here somewhere where you're going to get a real feel for whether this dog's kind of glancing around. There's the first breakdown. Now, what the next? He didn't wait. And that was, Chris, your strategy. Your strategy obviously isn't to have to handle on the middle bird, but handling quickly on this bird on the first glance of a breakdown has proved to give you a better score on this bird than, especially if, most of the time when they stop that short, you can wait 10 minutes. They're not going to get all the way out there.
That's right.
There's a line of demarcation almost, if they,
That's
and you
right.
see that dark cover right in there.
Yeah.
They got to get almost to there to be able to get that bird on their niche without being handled. And it doesn't feel like a big distance, but I bet you it's 40, 50 yards.
Yeah.
I think when they get to that cover, they're hunting in relationship to the bird that they're headed for. When they hunt shorter, they're hunting in relationship to the backside of the other gun. And but when you do that punch bird and it's far enough past the other one, they have to have true commitment. This test is obviously going to go over till tomorrow, but I don't think there's anything that's going to make this test any easier.
No, the conditions are going to be the same tomorrow, but this thing's going to run till noon, 1 or 2 o'clock tomorrow, depending on what time they get started in the morning.
We didn't have any fog this morning, but logistically it's always challenging to get everything put together.
I know he's not happy with that.
No, it's not what he was looking for. But, well, the biggest frustration was what happened on the first bird retrieved.
Yeah.
I mean, that wouldn't have been the world's worst job if he'd have had a good middle bird, go bird.
You know, I've learned in life, no matter what it is, if it starts out bad, it usually ends bad. Very few times things get a whole lot better in a short time, you know?
Right. All right, looks like Carter's dedicated himself to the white handling jacket, but you can see the lighting has gotten different. It's more off to your side.
He said he figured out that the white got you a left cast and the black got you a right cast. So that's why he went half and half, in case he needed either one. Why is he moving around so much? See, oh God dang, what'd he do?
Well, what'd you see there, Chris?
What was that?
Well, here's what that was.
I caught up.
This is Shooter's last retrieve.
I caught up. I missed.
So Shooter just went out with a bang there, or a break, one of the two.
I caught up. I wondered what he was doing.
But we just got a heads up that Shooter's, that was his retirement party there. And he's, well.
Good for him. I was totally caught off guard.
I know. Oh, yeah. It gets to take home the game ball.
Yeah,
taking the game ball home.
I like it.
Well, good deal. Well,
yeah,
I tell you what, these dogs give you everything they got, and
Carter didn't want to hurt him. I mean, you know, he didn't want to hurt him. He didn't want anything to happen to him, so he did the right thing. Good for him. Great for the dog. Had a hell of a career.
Yeah, I've seen a few of those when you get the old dog qualified for his last national, and you give him the flyer, and you give him a big hug, and you take him home, and you're thankful for the. And those handlers will say, "Well, this dog doesn't owe me anything." When they don't, they've given it all. All right, here we go again. Look at this big old long-legged dog. Now,
goodness gracious.
Part of the reason he looked long-legged, he was on top of the berm when the handler was low, but this is a Cash, 6-year-old black male. This is great state of Minnesota. Looks like Cash is dialed in on this go bird. We got back-to-back Cashes, don't we? Cash and Justin got 100, 101. tell you what, if you could hold these cloud conditions in this light here for a while, I like it. I think it's a little more dog friendly. It's cooling off just a little bit.
Yeah.
Here. Here. Yeah.
Well, Paul doesn't get in this dog's way too much. He kind of says, I know where I'm going. And it looks like he does. He's got 2 down, pretty solid. Working him here a little bit. Looked like a pretty reasonable look he had there. Paul's put the whistle in his mouth here. He's just, obviously his strategy is, he's right there at that moment of truth. Remember that dark line over his head that I said, if you can get there another 20, 30 yards, boy, this is right on the cusp of whether they can recover or not. He's making his way away from him. He's got the right idea. He's got the right idea. I think he's going to get this bird.
He's going to get it on his own. He's definitely going to get it on his own. That's good work right here. Right
Boy,
there, right there, right there, right there. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. I mean, he's got the right speed. Come on, come on. He's there.
Well, look at him say, this behind one of these
It's right there. It's right there.
And if he...
Come on. I missed it.
Oh, yeah.
No. I thought he signaled on some scent.
Right there.
Woo-hoo-wee.
That was fun to watch.
That was strong.
Fun to watch. Whew. Well, that says it all, doesn't it, right there?
He liked that.
Yeah, sure. Well, how would you not? It's just come to Papa. Good job. Boy, that dog did some nice work there. And you can see, right, there's like a line. And if they make that, look at that big old smile. Well, if you don't.
Teared up, man. He's happy.
You bet it does. He's feeling good about it, isn't he? Look at him come ripping in. He's going to spike it in the end zone even, isn't he?
I like it. Well, he'll never forget that run.
He says, no, go the other way, he says. No, you will not forget that run. Dog made some great decisions. And he was right at that breaking point. He was just enough deeper. And the reason they're deeper is because they got an idea of where the bird is. So that, but he still had to really use his head. And that dog was kind of like hopping around saying, I know it's right in here somewhere. And he was right, it was in there somewhere. Well, Clark made a swing by here and he's getting ready to go again. He says, I got to make some adjustments here. He's had a couple dogs
told me the same thing.
Break hard left here, and he says, I got to change my strategy a little bit. So let's see what he does. Got a 9-year-old dog. Lots of credentials.
The dog's already panting pretty good and hadn't done anything.
I know. That's a good point. You know, some of those dogs, they just get themselves all worked up in the holding blind. Yeah, he took a little fall there.
Yeah, I've seen that. Look at that 15 for that good run.
Woo-wee. I think that's high amateur now. We had a 17 earlier. 15, well that's, he's breathing thin air there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can see the shadow of the handler and in the jib cam on the boom there. It gives us that great view.
Did you say that was the time to wear black? You can see your shadow in front of you?
Yeah, but the shadow's not at the long bird, it's at the right-hand bird, see?
Yeah.
You see the difference?
Yeah.
When you were earlier, that sun was behind you more, and the bird that's hard to handle on is that you see more over his left shoulder.
Yeah.
So he's a little more side lit there. But I mean, now when I said that, I said there's some handlers that say that, and you always wonder. Well, here comes our good job there, Paul. Well done. That was came away with a 15. Made some great decisions he did there.
Well, I turned my back here and say, what just happened?
He's on the right
Dog
hand.
acts like he's calling dog in.
Did he look? Oh, he's obviously missed it. You miss it on the outside and keep going? And I'll tell you what, that'll happen to you. You know, you're so concentrated on that long retired bird that not that you take this one for granted, but you end up maybe just not quite getting the look you wanted. You're right. Our previous handler walked by and was pumping his fist, so we were giving him high fives. And look at all the burdocks on him.
Look at the cuckabirds anymore. He's out there in that
They're
thicket.
just on the outside of his coat, but it's hard for me to tell from this perspective. Now, dog is breaking right. I assumed, it felt like he was a little bit left, but now he's, I think he's breaking in the right direction.
He's doing a great job right here.
Yeah.
He's going after that bird.
Boom.
Woo!
Well, I guess his adjustment on that bird paid off.
Yeah, he sure.
But he's thinking,
He
dang.
got me disappointed on the short bird.
He wanted to take that right-hand bird back, didn't he?
exactly the line I asked for, but it's way better than my last two. Not the line over here, which it's supposed to push left.
Clark's first two dogs on that long bird broke left and stayed left.
Yeah.
And this one started a little left, not as much, and then bent right in. And probably glad it's not a golden retriever. He'd spend half the night. Looks like we got another handler ready to come out and get after it. Cosmo, 4 years old. Well, it looks like he stared that bird down. He's about to get number one. Yep. Well, we've had two dogs in a row do a pretty solid job on the long bird.
Yeah. This no longer Arkansas boys right here. He's got some really good dogs. He's got a really nice place to train and great grounds there to train on, and he's very dedicated to the dog game. This is a nice dog right here.
52.
That's Hannon on the short.
Teal and Clark.
That'll still play though. Come on, Sean, get him in here.
Well, he has a good
He's
short.
wanting that long bird, isn't he? Or is that just the angle we got?
I don't think so with that send. It was hard to tell for that angle.
Yeah, it was. He was trying to get him a little fatter in there. It's just a thin. But dog acts like he knows where he's going.
But when you see them there, they're deep from that camera angle. We're coming back in the right direction. You'll see him. Okay, now.
All right, dog.
Now when he gets across the road. Okay, bird's in a little bit more way, but he's near. There, you'll get it right there, I think. Looks like our handler's all business there.
Oh, yeah.
From that angle, looking at the dog, it looks like he wants to look pretty left. He's really okay. He's gonna walk off the mat and take a little different look. The handler's definitely trying to pull him. Boy, he really wants to look left, doesn't he? Well, doesn't look too bad from there, though, does it? Goes with a big
loud fire. He
punch.
pointed right at it too. We'll see how honest this joker is.
That's a cool view. He's definitely running
He's
hard.
definitely got a passion for it. Here he goes. Come on, Sean. Get him in there.
Sure, we're going to get a blow up here pretty quick and see what.
Can you see it, Pat? I can't see
I
it.
can't. I mean, no, I can't. I don't have a good enough view to be able to interpret.
Well, you can tell by his body English.
But he's not.
By his
He
body,
doesn't look like he's getting
not
ready
concerned.
to do anything.
He's starting to think about it a little bit.
All right. Oh, there's a dog out there. He's out. He's gonna.
Yeah, he's in pretty good
he's
shape.
gonna get this bird.
He gonna get that bird.
I think he's got to go a smidge deeper.
He's there. I mean, he's
Oh, yeah,
he's where it needs to be.
But he's gonna. If he. All right. A little deeper. A little deeper. Now a touch to the left.
I wouldn't let him leave that area though.
I don't think he's going to. He just doesn't have that look about that feel about him now. I've been wrong before, but
Good
he got
job,
it.
buddy.
Yeah.
Way to go.
I tell you, 3 in a row got this long bird. I don't know. It just felt like the lighting was gonna, maybe be just a little more conducive to better work. You still got to do the bird. I mean, these dogs. It's certainly. If it's. All right. Well, here's our open division leaderboard. We got a 26 right there with Luke Core. What else we got in there? 37, and then there's Carter with that number, with that 6, which was pretty amazing. We got a 34, 38, and a 30 with Bobby Wills over there. So
what I heard too?
Quite a few bunched up. Clark came in with that 52 just a minute ago, which striking distance, but we're only early in the first part of this whole deal, so you just got to stay alive. And that was an excellent job right there. Excellent job. I'm sure that's going to bring a pretty solid score.
What do you think, 25 or less?
Had a little, yeah, had a bit of a hunt on the right bird, but but pretty solid. Hit the middle bird good, and we didn't get a great look at that long one, but it certainly, didn't look like he was in any danger of doing anything silly. All depends on how substantial that right-hand hunt looked. All right, here's Mr. Gibson here. Last year's amateur winner with you're starting to get some shadows, but I tell you what, a lot of times this is a pretty good light for dogs for a while. With Blaze, 5 years old, QA2. Last year's amateur champion, that's right. Came from behind a little bit, sealed the deal in the 5th series last year. That was gave a little yawn there, maybe a little bit of, maybe he's a little nervous about the test as well. All right, and he's off. I had a great interview with Mike a month or so ago, and told me a little bit about his story in athletics and how he trains alone. He was really inspirational to a lot of people, where he finds creative ways to train by himself with not great grounds. Been very successful. We'll see if it keeps up. Well, he looks like he's in pretty solid on the go bird there. There's an excellent perspective right there of the relationship from that middle bird to the long bird, a little bit to your left. Coming back. And again, there's your long guns. Well, our camera crew is working hard out there, and I guess they're battling some stinging wasps, so they're making sacrifices to keep these incredible videos up for us. Awesome job, buddy. Sean just came by with a 16. 16, buddy. I guess maybe he already knows that.
I bet he does.
What do we have, 2? Didn't we have 2 amateurs with 16 recently? We have a 17 and 2 16s?
I was thinking there was a 17 and a 16.
And I thought somebody came in 1 under, and then, well, I'll tell you what, that's putting a little heat on Mr. Gibson here to step.
Shoot, they're putting a little heat on the pro.
On the pro, yeah, absolutely. It gets hard right now a little bit because some of these dogs have been sitting out here for close to 10 hours listening to the shots, and it looks like he's in a pretty good spot there. He's a little deep though. He's got to be just to the right. Checked across the road. I tell you, as a judge, you got to be awful pleased with how that right-head bird has worked, because I haven't seen really any dogs that have gotten what you might call a wind save. And they obviously have that retired gun well hidden, because those dogs are not acknowledging it. They're not seeing them off the backside. Okay. Looks like he came back here. Come on, buddy.
Ah.
Yeah, he wasn't going to let him leave again, was he? I was so close that last time. And he crossed the road on his initial deal, but ended up a bit deep. Looks like Mike's either got a parachute in there or binoculars. I'm not sure what he's wearing.
I like that.
Oh yeah, that's where his binoculars go. He doesn't like them. He probably, sometimes when you lean over your dog, your binoculars are dangling over their head, so he's got a way to kind of secure them.
He pushed him to the left, good.
He's trying. I mean, he senses his attitude is a little too far right. But you just...
Play! Still took off right, didn't he?
You know, they so much telegraph their intent on their first glance in the field. You know, the dogs that went left looked left pretty early.
He's
he's in trouble here, I think. I think he is. We'll see. Maybe I have a different perspective, but yeah, he's...
I thought he kind of ran around his knee.
Well, we had 3 good jobs on the long bird in a row, but that streak just ended, didn't it? Yeah, Mike's, I know he's not going to be pleased with this effort. Now you see a number of these dogs that have run some field trials that are QA2. They've qualified all age, but
a lot of them.
This test is way bigger than a qualifying test.
Yeah.
So this more resembles a first series of an amateur and open. So I think I saw 1 field champion, and maybe some of these guys have. Some of these guys have, run some major stakes, but this is a legitimate first series amateur open test. He's having to work hard at it here. When that dog let out a yawn when those birds are going off, that concerned me.
Yeah, I can see why.
That dog just, there was something he didn't feel good about on that, because he's yawning out of anxiety. He's not yawning.
Yeah, exactly.
So there's something this dog just didn't feel, and it kind of showed up. I didn't know how, I don't know the dog well, but and we talked about how those amateur teams that are really bonded can be so effective and competitive. But I think sometimes when the handlers are a little bit more worried, the dogs feed off of that, more so than maybe a dog run by a professional, because they're so keyed into each other. And so when I saw that dog yawn, I'm thinking, is that dog feeding off the anxiousness of the handler a little bit, or just maybe is, but I don't know. But I've certainly noticed that. You know, sometimes it can be the best thing, and sometimes those dogs key off of the emotions of the handler more than maybe some other dogs might.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's not productive. Now, I'm not saying that's what happened here, but I just kind of wondered a little bit. And so Mike was like, yeah. I know him well enough to know that isn't at all what he was looking for. Well, I'll tell you, some of our last year's amateur champion, Steven with the High Point dog, I mean, they've struggled here.
You bet.
It's a testament to how good these other dogs are, you know, it just. So we'll be lucky to have another hour of daylight to when we're a little bit, 50 minutes to sunset.
No,
once that
we're
sun
not
drops
gonna
below
run.
those trees.
Yeah, that's 20 minutes.
Yeah, once that sun drops below those trees.
Yeah, I'm talking that's 20
that lighting's going to
minutes.
go bad in a hurry.
Yeah,
so.
we're going to get barely past 6. Once that sun gets right there, it moves pretty quick.
Okay. So I'm looking a little bit at the leaderboard here, and you've got Paul and Cash with a 15. Sean just came offline with a 16. John Robertson with Kate, a 17. And Ernie with Harley with an 18. So we got a 15, 16, 17, and 18 right there. Our low score is Carter with a 6. We've got 7 dogs under 30 right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4, 5, 6 in the 30s. So well, it's starting to take shape here a little bit.
Rio.
Looking at what's our number running here? Is it 45 or?
I don't know.
Here goes Blaze and Mike at a 101. Yeah, 45, so we're just a little bit past halfway. Who was
They'll be
right?
here all day tomorrow, huh?
They just get the cars out here, turn the headlights on, and keep rolling, huh? But those guns are showing up good still, but I'll tell you, those shadows are going to be on them before long. Maybe you need the shadow on the middle bird and the sun on the long bird, but
I mean, that long bird glowing good, right?
isn't it? I'll tell you what, amateurs are putting a whack down on them. There's 4 of the top 5 dogs right now are amateur handled, and 5 of the top 7 . But we're only halfway. A little bit past halfway. I think the judges and the workers, and we're all going to sleep good tonight. But so right now you've got probably 5 hours worth of dogs yet to run.
Excuse me?
I said right now you've got about 5 hours left of dog work. I mean, if they stay at this current pace, at 5 9s or 45, you've got 9 minutes a dog roughly is what it's. So you've got somewhere in that.
So that ought to be about 2 o'clock.
Yeah. Well, it depends on how many more we can get in before they have to shut her down, and how early they can get started in the morning. You know, the lighting wasn't bad. Ooh, he's gonna cut. He's gonna hunt a little short here, but behind the short retired. But that's better than going long. Oh, you gotta cross that road, buddy, and look on the. Ooh, now he's starting to. You get a good perspective of how that handler's having to read this dog work right there. And boy, that's scary right there. When they go behind there, they could be back in that middle bird before you even know it. Yeah. I see our top amateur team handler, Lee Spivey, there walking by. She's suited up in her white coat, so she's. Starting to get serious. What's going on here?
They calling it off?
I see some handlers starting to move away from the line. Are they thinking about stopping the test?
They calling it off.
Last dog running now? Is that what you heard?
Yep.
I'll be darned. Interesting. I thought they had a little more time, but you know what? Once again, if you know you're not going to finish, you don't want to wait till a dog can't see the birds to decide to call it off. Well, like we said, so right now we've got at least 5 hours worth of dog work tomorrow. And sometimes you push it a little too long and you realize the last dog or two didn't see the bird.
Like right here, you
Yeah.
know, I mean, I feel sorry for John.
Yeah.
If they call it off now, they must see something.
Yeah.
They're not doing that for no reason.
Yeah, they're doing it for the benefit of the handlers and the dogs to make sure there isn't any lighting issues, but and it may be as much on this right-hand bird as anything.
Fire!
All right, so dog 45 is going to be our last dog. I guess that means we have 44 dogs to do tomorrow.
That's right. I'll be wrapping up right after lunch. A little further out.
Here!
Where you see those shadows there. You have mixed feelings as a handler right now. You're thinking like, oh, I want to get this over with, but you know, the last thing you want to do is just get up there and have the light really go south on you. And we had 3 good jobs in a row, and that's what'll happen. And then that light changes, and boom, then it goes south.
Little luck goes a long way.
Oh. I get the word we're going to take a little review of our leaderboard here in a little bit, right when this dog finishes, and get a little perspective on where we stand. Now, if they were running tomorrow's test in this field, they'd probably go longer because it's a lot brighter. But where the tree line is, casting a shadow in there, it makes it pretty tough. Now, you can see the dog well out there at the distance, but some of the other birds. Handler's having a difficult time coming up with that last bird. So the last 2 handlers have handled on 2?
Yep.
Yeah, it's, you know. Now that happened at stretches along the whole day. I mean, I've run trials when you've seen the fire come out of the end of the barrels on the gun, you know, and but you hate. There's no reason to have that happen. All right, well, we had 3 pretty solid jobs there for a while, and then the last 2 have struggled a bit. So we're going to have 44 dogs to do tomorrow, which if our calculations are right, it's about 5 hours worth of dogs. Or, yep. We're averaging about, what, 9 minutes a dog.
I'm thinking they're going to start by about
6.
9 o'clock, so you're still looking at 1:30.
Right. So at 9 minutes a dog, you get 6.5 dogs an hour. Times 4, that's 5:30. Well, no, maybe it's going to be more than 5 hours a dog. Well, my calculations are off a little bit. Tells you what we got to do. I'm going to grab my little handy dandy calculator here and go 44 divided by. No, that's not the way I want to do that. Okay, we're going to work on the leaderboards. So no, we've got more like 6.5 hours of dogs tomorrow. Yep, so if I go 44 dogs times 9 minutes a dog gives us 396 minutes divided by 60. Yeah, that's 6.6 hours of dogs tomorrow. So
that's 4 o'clock tomorrow.
Well, if you start, today they started after 9 o'clock. Because they don't have to, I think they're pretty well accustomed. Maybe they can get an 8:30 start. They're gonna be here at 8. I don't know. Will they run another test dog? They usually.
I think they will.
Probably
they got to get the mechanics down,
morning.
get the throwers down, all that.
And they've got the mechanics down, so if they get a little bit of an earlier start, you're looking at the most optimistic you could probably wrap this up is around 2:30.
Yeah.
3. All right, here we go. Here's our amateur board. Okay, you got Frank with the 86. That was early. Our first really low score was Kate and Mr. John Robertson there. You got a 39, Sean. Oh, Sean ran early, had a pretty solid score, and then came up with another one just recently, didn't he? So you've got, and then you got the 18 with Ernie and Harley. Well, there you go. There's your 17, 18, 39, and then got a numbers in the 60s and 70s after that. There we go. And all right.
Don't forget about Fancy with her 27.
Well, there's that 27 with Fancy and Dustin Owens, which is a really solid score. There's some rough stretches there, a couple hundreds. Ernie with another one with a 62. Kevin's got that 73 there. And then there's that, 15, 16. So we had a 15, 16, 17, and an 18 in the amateur division. So we had 4 of the top 5 scores were amateurs. And that was pretty darn sporty. Here come the open scores here. All right, well, this is from the start. We got our lowest score there on that page is 26 with Luke. That was one of the early solid jobs. Lyle got the 37 there. And then Carter came up and just scorched it, got that 6. And, handful in the 30s. Chris, what's your thoughts on what you're seeing there?
Well, the first thing I take away is just how the amateurs are outperforming the pros. That's the first thing. That's just amazing to me. And they've had a really good day. And these guys, it just shows, how far they've come. Because they hadn't always been that way, as you well know. But now they're showing out. And we're sitting here talking about the pros got good scores all in the 30s, except for, Carter and I think maybe Luke. And then on the amateur side, everybody's in the teens.
Well, there was a bunch of them. Again, what did I say? 5 of the first top 7 dogs were amateurs. They really performed well. Well, everybody, thank you for spending the day with us here. We're going to wrap today up at the SRS Crown Championship presented by Eukanuba. I hope you enjoyed our broadcast today. We're going to be back at it first thing tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. You're going to see the second half, the finale of our first field trial test, the first series, and I'm sure we'll see some great stuff. I hope you get to join us. Have a great evening, and once again, thank you for tuning in to the SRS Crown Championship, the 25th anniversary. Good night.
The Super Retriever Series Crown Championship is presented by Eukanuba. Sporting dogs give us everything we ask and then some. Their nutrition should do the same. By Shreveport-Bossier Sports Commission, we are focused on you. Louisiana Tourism, feed your soul. And by Lucky Duck Kennels.
They're partners, ready to do whatever it takes. Athletes that pound for pound can outrun, outwork, and outperform anybody you're watching on Sunday. No contract required. You don't waste that kind of potential. You train it, fuel it, unleash it. You feed nutrition that holds nothing back. The Eukanuba Premium Performance Lineup.
Training the dogs is one thing, but training the people, that's really where it is, because now they can be better to their dogs. Their dogs can trust them more, and they're going to be more successful. And I've done a lot of coaching of people at nationals, and it's really what turns me on, is putting together the dog-handler combination and helping them understand each other. And well, success is bound to happen when you can do that.
In my Louisiana, the day starts at 4 a.m.
In my Louisiana, every meal is a celebration.
My Louisiana really makes me wonder.
Ours is fast! With real-life swamp creatures!
In my Louisiana, music is a way of life.
My Louisiana is sheer magic.
From sun up to sundown.
Till sunup again. What will your Louisiana be?
When you find your Louisiana, you feed your soul.
RV should be easy. I found the perfect RV for my family at BayouOutdoor.com. Bayou Outdoor made the whole process so easy with their great low prices.
The Imagine line of travel trailers has wonderful features. You'll find fully equipped kitchens, full-size bathrooms. Some have recliners, some have a fireplace. Come discover what the Imagines have to offer.
So stop wasting time with other RV dealers and get your family camping now. Bayou Outdoor Supercenter, Bossier City, Louisiana.
Your most devoted friend doesn't put on his seatbelt or stand on two legs. You are his keeper, and you'll do anything to protect that bond. The Lucky Duck Kennel is 5-star crash test rated. It's durable, dependable, and secure. If keeping your dog safe from the unpredictable wasn't enough, we made it lightweight, customizable, and right here in America. Lucky Duck, because loyalty goes both ways.
So I'm going to leave the bones in place and just take the camera and I'll bag the tips of the cable. I like it. Okay. So we're set up.